Chapter 51, Organized Trouble Causing. Yao Si toughened up and walked to the center of the stage to introduce herself. Everyone. I'm Yao Si. The chatter increased instantaneously, and dagger-like stares flew in her direction, the majority of the from women. This was practically a battlefield. Nephew Gu, remember what you put me through. He. To have President Gu himself elect you, you must be a remarkable student. The MC chuckled as he walked towards Yao Si. As President Gu's first competitor who is also an elementary student, what special talents do you have? Could you share them with the rest of us? Yao Si stiffened. I don't have any talents. None at all. Great. Gu Shuchen applauded vigorously. Everything Her Highness said was out of the world. The next instant, the entire hall exploded into a roaring applause. Yao Si. The MC. The student union. The entire student body. Nephew Gu, are you sure you aren't out to embarrass me? Ha. The MC was left speechless. Stiffly, he muttered, the voting shall commence. Let's welcome ex-President Gu. Nephew Gu walked forward, stopping a step behind Yao Si. His expression was serious, with just a hint of excitement. The voting shall commence. Upon the MC's order, the students opened their optical computers and cast their votes. The stage had two separate screens, with Gu Shuchen's name on one and Yao Si's on the other. Below their names was a number, with one side's jumping upwards rapidly. It was obviously Gu Shuchen's side. Below Yao Si name was an incredibly exasperating 0. It was only after Nephew Gu switched on his optical computer that the number finally jumped up to 1. Yao Si felt her entire being burning up. She wanted to go home. The voting has ended. The MC announced after 5 minutes. Yao Si, 2 votes, Gu Shuchen 15,463 votes. The student union president for this year will be. I give up. Gu Shuchen raised his arm to announce before the MC could finish his sentence. FK. Nephew Gu, if you stir any more trouble, I'm going to sever all ties with you. President Gu, the MC called out with an agonized expression. If you give up, we won't be able to settle on a president today. Why not? If I give up, the position will naturally be given to her. Gu Shuchen glared at the MC with fury before adding, what do you outsiders know? No. Even though they had worked before in the past, why hadn't she realized he was such an impulsive person? According to the rules, the candidate can only qualify if they receive more than 50% of the votes. This means that only you qualify. From what I remember, an ex-president has the ability to disqualify a candidate. Indeed. Then I shall disqualify myself. You can't do that. You should be honored. Her Highness is willing to cooperate in this little game, what more can you ask for? She would definitely be the best president in the Academy's history. Turning, Huo Qi ignored the MC entirely and smiled brightly at Yao Si. Your Highness, congratulations on your success. The entire committee stared speechless. Was the president always this reckless? Nephew Gu. Yao Si wanted to express her opinion, that she had no intention to join the student union, but someone ran out from the side at this moment. F***ck, Boss Gu, what are you up to? A blonde-haired student took large strides toward them, looking Yao Si up and down in a derogatory manner. Even if you no longer wish to be the president, how could you give it to a newcomer? Who even is she? Bai Yi. Gu Shuchen snapped, his face darkening as he glared at him. In a grave manner, he snarled, mind your language. What's wrong with my language? Bai Yi retorted. What's wrong with you today? Even though we don't treat the student union seriously, what are you trying to do this time? She can't be a newbie from our race, right? I haven't received any notifications, what about you? He turned to glance at the others. They shook their heads simultaneously. Gu Shuchen received it, and it was a direct order from the Elders' Council. He had been yanked to the council in the middle of the night to receive the final decision from all the elders. Even till today, it still seemed like a dream. Their glorious Royal Highness wanted to attend the Galactic Academy, and not at the high school level, but actually the elementary one. She wanted to experience life, and he was tasked with helping her and ensuring her safe. Most importantly, though, he had to remind her to be home for dinner. Her Highness had entered the academy to experience life, so she probably wouldn't want her identity to be exposed, so he didn't send any information regarding it to the other bloodlings in the academy. But with her prestigious identity, it wouldn't be right for her to be looked down upon. In this case, wouldn't her becoming the student union president be the best solution? You don't have to know. Gu Shuchen glanced at them sideways. She will definitely be the next president. But I don't want it. All right. Before Yao Si could finish her sentence, a long-legged female walked forward, chuckling. I believe Boss Gu. If you're so insistent, let's go with her. The next moment, Yao Si's vote count jumped from 2 to 3. Luo Ying. You. Bai Yi took a glance in her direction, then grabbed his hair in frustration and sighed deeply. Soon though, his face collapsed into submission. Forget it, you guys can do whatever you want, I'll just follow suit. Bloodlings always deal with things in groups. The next moment, the other members followed suit. The number below Yao Si's name jumped from 3 to 10. Didn't the voting end already? How did the votes change? Pre-president. The MC was in disbelief. This was the presidential election, not an internal bloodling election. The voting has ended, changing your votes is not permitted. Besides, even if it was allowed, it's still below 50%. I think the votes are enough, Gu Shuchen announced. Since you've gained the support of half the committee, you're definitely suited to be part of them. But you are suited, indeed. A lofty voice stated, and just then, a familiar figure walked out from the backstage. Yao Si's face twitched. Didn't we agree for you to wait at home? Are you all trying to cause trouble for me? Chapter 52, Galactic Academy's Lucky Charm. Ah! After the first shriek that came from an unknown source, the entire hall seemed to have transformed into a boiling hot lava field as screams pierced the air endlessly. Yao Si covered her ears instinctively, feeling as though the roof was going to collapse. God Mu. It's God Mu. I've always heard that God Mu is the principal of Galactic Academy, but I never took it seriously. In the 7 years I've been here, it's the first time I've seen him in real life. Ah ha 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 ha. I must be dreaming. Someone, punch me. Someone with an ability. Yao Si stood speechless. She finally caught a glimpse of the world without his mental adjustments. Your Majesty. All the bloodlings on the right greeted Mu Xian. MMH. He nodded in response. After a closer look, Yao Si realized that there was someone behind him, a bearded old man and another middle-aged one dressed in the standard teacher uniform. He was probably one of the academy's teachers. Principal. Mu, this is where the opening ceremony is held. The middle-aged man moved his hand away as he introduced the hall with a smile. There was a glazed look, one with a hint of dreaminess, on his face. Galactic Academy had been established more than 1,000 years ago and the bloodlings had produced the initial funds for it, so their ruler was always considered as the principal. It was mostly for symbolic purposes, so the middle-aged man had never expected the royal personage to actually come one day to inspect the school. Right, I must be dreaming. Mu Xian disregarded him, heading straight towards Yao Si. Glancing at the endless chatter in the audience, he frowned and growled, "Silence." His voice wasn't loud, to the point that it was negligible to those who weren't paying attention, but it possessed an undercurrent of mental strength that made it echo in every corner of the hall, reach everyone's ears. The whole hall sunk into silence. Mu Xian turned away in satisfaction. He came to Yao Si and caressed her head out of habit. In a much warmer voice, he told her, "I think you're suitable." Suitable. The audience repeated after him. The next instant, the votes under her name rose, and Gu Shuchen's votes dropped to 0. FK. A bunch of dumb fans. Unexpectedly, Yao Si had become the president of the student union. At the thought of it, she could feel her insides collapsing. Moments after entering, she had successfully garnered the hatred of the entire student body. It didn't take a lot of imagination to foresee how dreadful her future school life was going to be. When she was about to leave home the next morning, she had an impulse to skip school entirely. After deliberating at the door for a long while, she still couldn't head out. What should she do? The election was indeed exciting, but what about her future? Should she transfer elsewhere? "Do you want me to accompany you?" the main culprit asked. Yao Si immediately took a large step forward. "It's okay. That'll make everything even worse." She dragged her heavy heart toward the academy, preparing to face unending judgment, but instead, the situation was a little off. No. It was totally different from what she expected. "Hi, President. Hi. Hi, President. Hi. Hi, President. Hi." Almost every student she passed greeted her politely. The disgust and judgment from before had somehow morphed into excitement. That's right, excitement. It was as though they could barely resist pouncing on her. It sent chills down her spine. What's with the situation? Were the students in Galactic Academy of such high moral values? How could they be so civil to this president that popped up out of nowhere? She was met with herds of enthusiastic and friendly students. Some of them even followed behind her, the group growing larger and larger as everyone within it stared at her with excitement-filled eyes. In just a short few minutes, there was already a large following behind her. Filled with confusion, Yao Si entered her classroom. "She's here, she's here," someone announced the moment she entered. Instantly, she was surrounded by yet another huge crowd. "President Yao, you're finally here." A familiar-looking female dressed in a long pale dress walked over. Yao Si lifted her eyes toward her hair. Wasn't she the girl with 2 buns the day before? "Hello," she greeted her. It seemed like they were classmates. "Hello, hello." The girl was visibly agitated, but the forcefulness from the day before had disappeared. With a frighteningly bright glow in her eyes, she said, I am Chu Jing, we're both in class 3D. "Chu Jing, I'm Yao." I know. Chu Jing interrupted enthusiastically. "You're Yao Si, our president. Everyone knows you." Hee. "Student Yao, could I trouble you with something?" she asked carefully. "What's up?" "Caca, can I touch your hair?" "Hey." Yao Si's face stiffened. "Are you kidding? What kind of a request is that?" "You can. But thank you." Chu Jing suddenly bowed deeply, her eyes lighting up even more. Was touching her hair worth such excitement? The girl took a deep breath before slowly lifting her hand towards the tip of Yao Si's head. At that moment, the originally calm girl seemed to have contacted the Parkinson's disease, for her hands were trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally came into contact with Yao Si's head. She then instantly brought her hand back. Ah! A sharp shriek pierced the air. Chu Jing screamed at the top of her lungs as she clenched onto her chest. After her banshee moment, she muttered while panting, I touched it. I touched it. I touched the hair that Mu Xian touched. Ah! Hey! The girl was panting rapidly. When she could no longer handle the excitement, her head tilted to the side, and she passed out. Chu Jing! Yao Si exclaimed, but just as she was about to help the girl up, the surrounding crowd squeezed in. After someone had taken the lead, the others anxiously requested the same. President, can I touch it? Me too, it seems like an indirect handshake with God Mu. Ahaha, I'm excited. It isn't just a handshake. President was beside him for such a long time, we might be breathing the same air as Mu Xian right now. Our president is the only one in a few centuries that has had intimate contact with God Mu, I'm so excited. Yes, God Mu actually touched our president's head. Ahaha. I need to announce this to the entire galaxy. We're so lucky to be classmates with President. It feels like I picked up 1 billion galactic coins. Yao Si stared at them, speechless. Excuse me. So, that was the reason behind their friendliness? Could you guys just get over it, someone just fainted. Besides, how could the main takeaway from yesterday's election be her dad touching her head? She seemed to have turned into a lucky charm, what a burden. Chapter 53, Student Union's First Meeting. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yao Si was worrying about whether someone else would come to touch her head, someone knocked on the door, interrupting the room full of crazy fans. President Yao. A blonde-haired boy stood at the door, scanning the room impatiently. He had both hands in his pockets as he glanced at her in a relaxed manner. He seemed familiar. Wasn't he the person on stage yesterday, the bloodling with the name Yi? Yi. Didn't it go along the lines of Yi? By Yi. He glared at her disapprovingly. How could you be late for the first weekly meeting? Weekly meeting? What's that? She had no idea since she had left early the day before. But she shifted her eyes toward Chu Jing, who had just fainted. She should really send her to the nurse. She's from the Heba tribe, Bai Yi interrupted her hesitation. Whenever they get agitated, they would enter a pretend death mode. They can faint up to 10 times a day. Pretend death is normal? What a world! All right, let's hurry. Everyone's waiting. He took hold of her arms and dragged her out of the room. Something must be up with Xu Cheng to have elected you as the president. Once they started walking together, he continued to criticize her. You must have done some amazing things in your last life to have such luck. Ever since the academy was built, there hasn't been a president that wasn't a bloodling. Shuchen didn't even think it through. Is everyone actually eligible to be the president? Others aside, how many of us bloodlings are honest? The bloodlings in the academy would never listen to him if his ancestor wasn't the 13 elder. As an outsider, how are you going to manage the academy? Any other race will easily rip your hands off. But you're lucky to have bumped into His Majesty the very first time he visited the academy. With his one word, everything should be fine. Your life improved just like that. It was the first time I saw His Majesty, if... Yao Si walked quietly, speechless. This dude is so naggy. MMH? Why aren't you replying? He turned around abruptly. Oh, I understand, you must be nervous, right? Before she could respond, he continued, I guess it's understandable, since you became a member out of nowhere. You must feel like everything's a dream now. How could someone that isn't a bloodling be able to speak to His Royal Majesty? But you don't have to worry, even though you aren't a bloodling, our race has its values, since Shuchen chose you, we won't make this difficult. Actually, there isn't much to the student union, especially for the president. The other members are just a few elders. For matters that we can settle, we will make the decision. Today's meeting is just a formality. Since Gu Shuchen is the new vice president, he'll take care of the matters while you aren't familiar with the system. That guy is really putting in a whole lot of effort for you. Yesterday, he mentioned that he was going to get you for the meeting, but since I was curious, I decided to get you myself instead. Oh right, what's the relationship between you guys? That's because. Forget it, what could it be? That guy is such a bore, after half a day, I still wasn't able to get anything out of him, he's so rigid. Besides, he wouldn't be interested in a new biological series student. Let me tell you. Blah blah blah. Yao Si was denied any opportunity to speak. Forget it, you can talk by yourself if it makes you happy. Nagi Bai Yi was right, there wasn't much to do in the student union. Or rather, it was she who didn't have much to do. The student union had at least 100 committee members. The day before, due to Mu Xian's sudden arrival, the election for the various departments couldn't be held, so the previous committee members were re-elected, with only a few changes in their positions. Even so, they seemed familiar with their tasks. Yao Si sat in the office for a few hours, signing, stamping, and writing the words completed on a few documents. Other than the minor uproar she caused when she arrived, the members seemed to have accepted this unknown president, without an ounce of judgment. Occasionally, Yao Si could feel their glances, as if they were trying to work up the courage to speak to her, but all of them were stopped by Gu Shichen. Yao Si witnessed the workings of the student union, and learned about the differences between the academies in the Blue Planet and the Galaxy. The Galactic Academy was actually operated by the student union. They took care of every detail from the employment of the teachers and setting of class schedules to administering school rules. Without any leading figure, the student union held all the authority. Thus, the student union had a lot on its plate. After working the entire afternoon, Yao Si could only finish half of her workload. Fortunately, she had no lessons in the afternoon or she would have been exhausted. We'll stop here. Gu Shichen ended the meeting after glancing at the time. Yao Si sighed, but just as she was about to leave, a department head stood up. President. There's an urgent matter, Zhou Academy requested a friendly battle, I think. We can discuss this tomorrow, Gu Shichen interrupted after taking a couple more glances at the time. It's lunch time, everyone is dismissed. He turned to look at Yao Si seriously, reminding her, Your High President, it's time for lunch, I'll send you back. I don't think it's necessary, right? She could go back by herself. Gu Shichen paled and shook his head vigorously, No. It's my duty. If you're even a minute late, the Elder Council will kill me, so I need to keep a close eye on you. Yao Si stared in disbelief, then stood up as he wished. Just then, Bai Yi interrupted, Why bother, we can just order delivery. He tapped his optical computer, and a menu popped up. I heard that there's a new chef and homemade duck blood curd. President, I'm sure you haven't tried it, why not? No. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Shichen had already denied him flatly. It was the Elder Council's highest order. He had to ensure its success at any cost. President, has to be at home for her meals. How could the chef compare to His Majesty? Bai Yi stilled, glancing at them suspiciously. What's with this tense mood? What's wrong with the canteen's food? Then, a preposterous thought struck him. His eyes went wide, and his eyes jumped from one of them to the other in shock. F***ck, Shichen. You can't possibly have fallen for her. Are you bringing her out on a date? The crowd turned over in a single motion, one long-legged sister from the opposite side of the room sweeping Yao Si up and down several times in particular. What are you saying? Gu Shichen's face darkened. How would he dare? I've reminded you so many times to mind your language. Enough, let's all have our meals. Without caring for others, he led Yao Si out, while continuously checking the time. When they were finally alone, he gravely said, Your Highness, I hope you won't take it to heart. Bai Yi is still young and has always been playful. It's okay. Wasn't it just a casual remark? Don't worry, Your Highness, I will definitely keep your identity under wraps. No one will know about it. Yao Si stilled. Who told you I wanted to keep it a secret? I understand, even though it can be difficult since His Majesty is so remarkable. What did you just say? He turned abruptly toward her, almost hitting a wall. You had no intentions to hide your identity. Yet. She was totally fine with everyone knowing she was a bloodling. Then why didn't you enter high school directly but instead joined the elementary school? He asked with wide eyes. Wasn't it to experience life? She coughed awkwardly. Let's leave my identity a secret. She was never going to admit applying for the exam. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 54, Nephew Gu Missing. Being an academy's lucky charm is an experience. Even when Yao Si was in the toilet, she could hear people flaunting. Do you know the student union's president? God Mu actually touched her head. Yao Si felt her heart clench. Ever since she became the president, she hadn't once felt the pressure or difficulties that she had imagined herself about to face. The entire academy remained civil and respectful toward how things turned out, and even members of the student union were blindly obliging toward her demands. The president's words were basically an ultimatum. Even if someone disapproved occasionally, it didn't matter. They would have to change their views. What? What if something went wrong? Rubbish. How could the person chosen by God Mu be wrong? There was one basic value every God Mu fan had to have, and that was blind trust in him. Questioning the president was akin to questioning God Mu. President is a newcomer? What's wrong with being a newcomer? Aren't newcomers allowed to be popular? She had been chosen with votes from the entire school. Besides, which academy in the galaxy had a student union president that had been personally chosen by God Mu? Mu Xian's diehard fans were spread far and wide, and their ability to brainwash themselves to suit his wishes was undeniably remarkable. Yao Si had originally planned on quitting the committee using her lack of capability as an excuse, but that was no longer an option now. The very thought of it was so frustrating. President, President. The department head at the side tapped onto her arm. Ah! Yao Si had been in a trance while working. She now stopped her hands and lifted her head from the pile of documents, then glanced at the crowd in front of her that was having a meeting. What's wrong? It's regarding the Zhou Academy. They would like to have a friendly competition with us, the department head said seriously. The proposal is ready, we just have to confirm the location and date. Friendly competition. It sounded familiar. Out of habit, Yao Si turned to the side. Isn't Nephew Gu? Cough. Vice President Gu in charge of that. The seat next to her was empty. Bai Yi, why isn't Shuchen here? How would I know? Bai Yi stopped playing with his pen. Hey, President, even though me and Shu Cheng are from the same generation and we've been playing together since we were young, I'm not psychic, I can't read his thoughts. Besides. Enough. Luo Ying, what do you know? Yao Si interrupted, no longer able to withstand his chatter. If it continued, even the readers might misunderstand and think the author was trying to increase the word count. I'm not sure either. Luo Ying was the long-legged female from before. She was the head of the entertainment department. After Bai Yi, she was the closest to the vice president. He hasn't been home for the past few days and hasn't informed me about his whereabouts, but he returned to the Red Planet a while back. I'm sure it has something to do with that. President, you don't have to worry, it's normal for a bloodling to disappear once in a while. Was there really such a tradition? Our race has always been withdrawn and aloof, we rarely stay in one place for a long period of time, she explained. Even sinking into hibernation for a couple of years was considered a norm, much less skipping a few days of school. I think. Bai Yi interrupted. Shuchen must have. All right, will it end here? Yao Si stood up. We'll discuss the friendly battle when Vice President Gu is back. I'm not done yet. Bai Yi was still planning to continue. President. Yao Si was already at the door. Fortunately, she left swiftly, for just after a few days, she could no longer withstand Bai Yi's incessant chatter. She lowered her head to glance at the pile of documents in her optical computer. With a deep sigh, she reminisced on how it used to be taken care of by nephew Gu. A wave of worry stirred, and an ominous vibe ate at her. According to Luo Ying, the bloodlings were always a carefree bunch, sinking into 100-year hibernation at random, because of which disappearing for a few days was considered a norm. Yet even though this might be normal for others, it was definitely not so for nephew Gu. Especially not when he was still in charge of her safety in the academy. Based on Yao Si's observations during the last couple months, his responsible and serious nature would never allow him to do such a thing. Previously, regardless of the matter they had at hand or the weather conditions, he would punctually escort her back home for her meals. If she was late for even a second, her optical computer would be flooded with his messages. It was as though he was monitoring the time all throughout the day. Thus, would someone who held the elder's words with such importance skip out on the weekly meeting? Was there an emergency? Yao Si frowned and sent Gu Shuchen several messages before diving into her large pile of documents. At the next weekly meeting, he was still missing. Her message to him had been sent half a month ago, but it seemed to have drowned in the sea, getting lost before anyone could reply to it. There were so many unread documents in her optical computer that she was about to collapse. Yao Si made a decision. Regardless of whether nephew Gu was in trouble or not, she was going to get him back. Now, this very instant. Why did you pull me out? Bai Yi asked as he was being dragged outside against his will. That's cause I have no idea where he stays. Why else would I bring such a chatterbox along? Luo Ying hasn't been around as well, so you're the only one I can use. You were going to get Luo Ying. Bai Yi's eyes went wide, and his eyes roamed up and down her, an unknown emotion clouding them. You're so brave. He shook his head. Let me warn you, though, you better stay away from her, or... Tisk tisk tisk. Why? Yao Si stilled. She didn't seem to have offended her. Besides, that woman seemed like an easygoing person. Bai Yi glanced at her sideways. Let me put it this way, Shuchen is Luo Ying's mentor. Mentor? Yao Si's eyes went instantly wide. Gu Shuchen is Luo Ying's father. F***ck. Both father and daughter are in the same school and on the same level. Yet. He nodded. Even though Luo Ying is still a cub, she has already awakened her ability, so you better be careful. What did that mean? Even though it was weird that he would have a daughter at such a young age, but... What has that got to do with me? Bai Yi was left speechless. He turned and glared at her. Are you dumb? Do you think his cub would be happy that you're getting so close to him? Why would she be upset? All he did was remind her to go back for dinner, and it wasn't even held at his home. You. Bai Yi almost choked on anger. After a moment, he scoffed, forget it, didn't you want to go his house? Hurry. In large strides, he left the academy. Yao Si had on an incredulous expression as she followed behind. Why is he so temperamental? Is he perhaps on his period? Gu Shuchen didn't live on the Red Planet. He instead stayed in a tranquil area near the school. Galaxy's advanced transportation allowed them to reach their destination in less than 5 minutes. The area there was indeed a prime spot. The lush greenery was well attended to, and the surroundings were peaceful. There was barely anyone on the roads, with just 3 well-built men passing by them. Maybe due to the peaceful surroundings, they could smell a faint floral scent. Just as Yao Si was staring at the signboard, Bai Yi stopped abruptly. Yao Si almost bumped into him. What's wrong? Bai Yi focused on a corner, seemingly in deep thought. Gradually, a hint of worry clouded his relaxed expression. The knot on his temples deepened, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "You can't have hit the jackpot, right?" "What?" Yao Si stilled. Without explaining anything, Bai Yi ran for the house in front of them. Yao Si hurriedly followed after. When they reached it, the door opened with just a light push. In the galaxy with highly advanced security, this was definitely a red flag. What even worse was that the interior was pitch black. It looked as though it had been burnt by a humongous flame. The three men were the ones that caught Shuchen. Bai Yi stated suddenly. "My ability is mind reading. I heard their thoughts when they passed by us. Let's go." Chapter 55, On the Enemy's Heels. They sprinted over anxiously, but by the time they caught up, the three guys had already boarded the ship. Just as Yao Si was thinking what to do now, Bai Yi pried open a small opening and signaled her over. "Here, here." Yao Si followed behind instantly. The opening was tiny and could only fit one person at a time. It was most likely an air vent. They crawled into the ship and moved through it until they reached a store-like room. Bai Yi seemed familiar with the structure of the ship, for he tapped a button on the wall and closed the air vent. The moment they got more comfortable, the ship shook, probably taking flight to an unknown destination. "Don't worry." Bai Yi seemed to have sensed her worry. "I learned about the structure of such small ships 3 years ago. They aren't suited for long journeys and can't enter space portals. I'm sure our destination isn't far." The ship shook once more, and a sea of white was the only thing one could see through the windows. The next moment, an electronic reminder popped out on the screen. Ding! The ship is about to enter a space portal. Didn't you say it can't go through portals? Bai Yi froze. He could vaguely hear a mocking laugh by his ears. *CK, this ship must have been illegally modified, Chatterbox Bai said, attempting to retain his pride. The mistake was definitely not because of his limited knowledge. Yao Si dismissed him and thought to update Yao Qián about the situation, but she then realized that there wasn't any reception. They should have a device that reflects signals, Bai Yi said, not the least bit worried as he found a box to sit on. "Let's wait, we'll know what they're up to once the ship lands." Reaching into his pocket, he brought out a popsicle-like object. "Want some instant duck blood curd? My treat. Is this the time for that? You don't like it?" He reached into his pocket and started to fiddle around it once more. "It's okay, I also have other flavors. There's a floral one, seafood, fruit, and savory as well, want any of them? I also have the latest 5T drama downloaded, so it'll keep us occupied for the next 4-5 days, interested? Floating in space is the best time to watch dramas. My favorite ones is this a rescue mission or a vacation? Where's your sense of urgency? Isn't the person held captive your good friend? Did you hear anything from your mind reading?" "Nothing," Bai Yi answered calmly. "I hadn't fully activated my ability, so I could only hear some random thoughts. The last bloodling we caught was half a month. We don't have to monitor, he's dangerous. Stuff along those lines, and Gu Shuchen and Luo Ying are the only ones living near that area." This meant that Gu Shuchen was not on their ship but had been held captive for a long time now. Nephew Gu had been missing for almost half a month now. The time he was captured couldn't be much earlier than that. These three were most likely here to examine the situation, afraid that other bloodlings might have noticed something. Was this why Bai Yi decided to wait with her and follow them to their nest? The very thought of a pathetic Gu Shuchen excites me. Bai Yi clenched his fists, his eyes bright. "You have no idea, ever since we were young, that guy was already an old soul, often poking his head into the business of others. Even though we're of the same generation, he would often chastise me as though I was his son. This time, it's finally his time to be the pathetic one. I must be the first to ridicule him. Ha ha ha. Was that the only reason behind his hurry? Aren't you worried? They were, after all, bosom friends since their birth. Worried? He stilled. Because of his plight. What a joke. He rolled his eyes. Do you think anyone can inflict harm on a bloodling? That sounds reasonable. Don't worry, even great danger does not matter much. We're immortal. He waved his hand and passed her another treat. You really don't want one? It's okay. With such a nonchalant friend, should she help Nufyogu by lighting a candle for him? The ship left the space portal after less than 10 minutes inside it. Outside the window, there was an unfamiliar sight, vastly different from what Yao Si had seen in the galaxy before. There were many tiny planets and star belts scattered around, but not many were fully formed. They were like an incomplete puzzle, many parts of which were missing. Isn't this the Forgotten Dreams galaxy? Bai Yi asked as he ate the duck blood curd. Forgotten Dreams? Is this where the bus mother planet was? Wasn't it a deserted planet now? MMH. Bai Yi nodded. So this is where they hid them. I wonder if quick, look there. He pointed toward the front, and Yao Si turned in the direction of his finger. In front of them was a place covered in pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, though, that darkness was ripped apart, and a blue planet appeared before them. It was exceptionally small, like a big space station. When did this galaxy have a fully formed planet? When bloodlings joined the galaxy, this place already on the verge of destruction. There was no way a formed planet could still be around here. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Someone's here. Yao Si whisper shouted and instinctively pulled Bai Yi into the air vent. Wait, you can't. Before Bai Yi could finish his sentence, he was pushed in, successfully blocking the opening. *CK, this isn't logical. We could clearly crawl through it a while ago. The footsteps came increasingly closer, and Yao Si panicked. She pushed Bai Yi even more aggressively. I told you I can't. Ouch, ow. It hurts. Can't we hide in another spot? It's too late, why did you eat so much just now? His stomach probably hadn't been so stuffed before. Now you blame me, don't you know that bloodlings can't be starved? I really had no clue. You, outside. Shut your trap, hurry in. She pushed him in with all her might. With a pop, as though a carrot was pulled out, she finally managed to push him inside. The next moment, she rushed in after him, slamming the vent closed behind her. Two familiar figures, they were part of the three men they had seen on the street, walked into the room. They scanned the surroundings, then headed toward the overflowing boxes and each picked two before leaving. At this moment, Yao Si became aware of another problem. How was she going to pull the carrot out again? What are you doing? Put down the staff, wait a minute. Not here. Ouch. It hurts. No. Shut up. Chapter 56, Ability Opposite to Mind Reading. After a lot of effort, Yao Si managed to pull a certain someone out of the air vent. The ship had been resting for a long while by then, and its surroundings were silent. No one would notice if they headed out now. Let's go. She went straight for the door, while a certain someone dragged his feet reluctantly while rubbing his bottom. Bai Yi, hurry up. She couldn't help rushing him. Isn't it your fault? He glanced up to glare at her while rubbing his swollen face. If it wasn't for you, would I be in this state? Didn't I help you? Besides, since he was a bloodling, those bruises would be gone in less than 10 minutes. How's that helping? He exploded. Am I an ant-hole? Escaping with just a few hits. You shouldn't pay attention to the process. You're out, after all. Now that there is nobody around, let's hurry out. You know how the ship functions, right? As a student in high school, you'll find a solution, right? I trust you. Of course. His face brightened slightly, and he humphed arrogantly. Just then, he seemed to have triggered something, for a bright screen to popped up. It was filled with long red rows, and Bai Yi brought his optical computer closer to them. His screen read then instantly filled with code as well. It's just a simple automated door, nobody uses it anymore. He scoffed, confidence lighting up his face as he started to work on the door. After 10 minutes, this door was definitely modified. Give me some time. After half an hour. I'm almost there, it's halfway done. After an hour. This model is a little old, I need to recall how it actually works. After 2 hours. They modified this door way too much, the insides are a mess. Give me another 10 minutes to open it. After another half an hour. Bai Yi's was extremely dark. He put away his optical computer and made fists, then punched the door. It buzzed loudly and some sparks flew out. Smoke erupted from the machine, and the next moment, the door burst open. It's done, it's open now, let's go, he announced calmly. Weren't you going to be technical? Are you sure you didn't learn the mechanics from your physical education teacher? Forget it, let's hurry, someone should be on their way. Their time was running out. Yao Si took large strides out. Fortunately, the ship wasn't big, so after walking through a short passageway, they found the exit. Yao Si glanced outside and realized that the planet was actually gigantic, but it didn't seem to be populated. Their surroundings seemed strangely quiet. Just as she was about to leave the ship, she hesitated. What are you doing? Bai Yi asked impatiently. There aren't many guards here. But it seemed to be a large base. There should be many security cameras around, right? Security cameras. Bai Yi stilled. Are you referring to biological scans? He frowned. As if he'd thought of something, he tapped his optical computer and did something on it. It's all right, I've something good with me. Once it's turned on, the security won't be able to detect us. There is such a device? The moment she ran the code, she felt a layer of light scanning her, and she felt at ease. What are we going to do now? Bai Yi glanced at the almost deserted grounds. How about we first locate Gu Shuchen? She replied while scanning the grounds. Nephew Gu had been missing for half a month, so he had to be someone special. Isn't your ability to read minds? Get someone and read his mind before we... Hey, what are you doing? Bai Yi had raised his arm and struck a guard that was close by. Didn't you want me to read someone's mind? You can only read an unconscious person? Stand guard here. He threw a weapon on the floor before her. If there are too many thoughts, it'll be hard to spot any important information. While I'll be using my ability, stop anyone from disrupting me. MMH. Yao Si nodded. Bai Yi knelt down beside the person and placed his hand on his forehead. The next instant, Yao Si felt a tingling sensation moving from him to the person's forehead. Gradually, she felt a familiar surge within her, and she was suddenly curious. Since mind reading allowed one to read others' thoughts, what would the inverse ability be? What's that? A bright glow flashed in front of her eyes, forming two neat rows of words. Words. The words were positioned directly above Bai Yi and the guards' heads. The were. Guard 1 fainted in glory from an intruder's attack. But the attacker did not know that the guard had been through a special training. Even if he died, he would never tell the intruder that the two bloodlings they captured were kept in individual cells in basement 5. The intruder would also never know that the pass for every floor was different. This guard could only enter basement 2, and his pass was currently located in his right pocket. No one knew that Bai Yi had no intention to use his mind-reading ability since it wasn't at a stable state. He wasn't able to control it at will, and due to its instability, he didn't have many friends. However, in order to mock Shuchen, he was willing to endure an attempt at using his ability. But he had never expected that this guard's thoughts would be filled with pretty girls from a porn movie, making it almost impossible to find any useful information. What were the words in brackets? Were they subtitles? Why was her ability providing her with subtitles? And why were they from a third person's perspective? On second look, she realized that the words weren't in the galactic language but rather pure traditional Chinese, Arial, font size 5, and in bold. It's quite scary to find words written over people's heads. I found it, Shuchen is in basement 5. You. How do you know? Bai Yi stilled. Hee. Yao Si's face twitched. It's hard to explain. She refused to answer the question, and instead reached for the guard's pocket. There was indeed a translucent card there. Let's go down. Bai Yi followed her in confusion, the 2 rows of words above his head morphing into another line. Bai Yi is filled with doubt, he feels that the president that came out of nowhere is getting more and more mysterious. Was she just Shuchen's lover? What did they do together? He was suddenly reminded of the movie scene in the guard's mind. Enough. Chapter 57, Plug-in stopped working. Bai Yi, I need to clarify something. Yao Si couldn't just let him continue misunderstanding, she had to set things straight. What is it? Can't we talk about it later? No. I know all about your inner wretched thoughts. Listen. First, I don't harbor any improper thoughts toward Gu Shuchen and see him solely as a younger nephew. Second, I'm a bloodling just like you. Got it? You are a bloodling. Bai Yi sized her up. If you're a bloodling, why did you enter the Academy's elementary branch? Yao Si froze. Why did you have to mention that? That is complicated, you can see it as me wanting to experience life. Why didn't we receive any notification about a bloodling entering the Academy? Since it's a life experience, I deliberately concealed my identity. Yao Si instantly tossed away the exam result slip which had floated into mind before continuing to explain seriously. Gu Shuchen's preferential treatment is solely due to my higher rank. He is doing it out of respect. Stop joking around. Bai Yi wasn't the least bit convinced. There are other bloodlings with higher rank than him in the academy, but he doesn't revolve around them every day. He is practically a nanny for you. That's because my rank is a little higher. Which generation are you from? Yao Si raised a palm with her fingers splayed out. 5th generation. Bai Yi was taken aback at first, then his mouth started to twitch. He probed, is your guider perhaps? Mu Xian. Yao Si replied decisively. That's why he came on the first day. Bai Yi sank into silence, sizing her up once more before saying in a daze, Oh. I see. He didn't think the response was enough, so he nodded firmly, a sharp glint flashing through his gaze as he added, I understand, I won't misunderstand anymore. But let's get Shuchen out first. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief, but the moment she glanced up, she froze, anger choking her throat. What do you mean by understand? The words above him were. Bai Yi is very confused. He hadn't known that love could blind someone to the point that they could abandon their race. The girl in front of him had to be crazy from love, even picturing herself as the cub of the bloodling ruler, His Majesty. Ah, what an insane choice! Ah, what a devastating love! Ah, what deep love! Ah! Stop with your AHS! You're the crazy one, your entire family is crazy. I'm really a bloodling. I understand, I understand. What do you understand? Listen to me. Someone's here. Bai Yi's face tightened, and he pulled her into the corner. A row of people came soon after, but they weren't like the scattered guards. The group consisted of about 7 people, all dressed in the standard white coats with black cases in their hands. Their gaze were focused ahead as they entered the ship which seemed about to leave. We need to find Shuchen soon. Bai Yi's expression grew serious. Yao Si inhaled deeply, suppressing the curses within her. She pointed in the direction from which the group had come. The door is there. She held onto the card tightly, swiping it accurately against the security lock. After a bend, they were in a completely different place. The entire area was a sea of white, with white walls and walkways, while weak lighting set a grim and bleak atmosphere. There also was a sour stench in the air. What's that smell? Bloodlings had sharp senses, and Yao Si was forced to pinch her nose tight. It's medicine. Bai Yi frowned. Is the ventilation here that bad? He glanced around, pushing up his sleeves. This building is rather complex, they may have specifically designed it to mimic a maze. Any wrong move and we will end up in a dead end, triggering an alarm. There's some people over there, so I'll use my ability just in case. Turn right. Bai Yi stilled. To the right, there was another corridor branch. Why do you say that? He. Yao Si's mouth curled slightly. I glanced above the guy's head. Guard A has been standing at his post for a day. He wishes to sit and rest for a while, but what he doesn't know is that the guards stationed in the 3 walkways to the right on the 2nd level are all seated while working. With such clear directions, it would be hard for her not to know, right? I told you I'm a bloodling. It's normal for me to have special abilities. Bai Yi frowned, going forth without probing her more. 5 minutes later. It's another crossroad, let me read. Turn left. The guard thought of his parents at home, but he wasn't aware that on the 2nd floor, after taking a left turn and passing 2 doors, there were guards who could visit their parents during their time off. On the left turn, the coast was clear. After 10 minutes. The passcode here. 08175. Employee B is an avid fan of lottery. He buys a ticket every day, but he doesn't know that the passcode for the door, 08715, is also the winning number for today's galactic lottery. Ding! Access granted. After 15 minutes. The electrical trap here. There's a switch on the left wall at about 1.9 m height. Dashing and tall employee D prides himself for being 1.88 m tall, but he doesn't know that the company's corridor closure button is at 1.9 m, he'd need heels to reach that height. Ding! The trap is disarmed, access granted. President Yao. MMH. I'm partially convinced you are a bloodling. Oh. I'm anyways. Can I ask you something? What is it? Is your ability called, plug-in? At that time, Yao Si's passive ability was more reliable than ever before. It was akin to having an all-rounded navigator. In the beginning, they had to be careful around the guards, but soon, she was met with the words, invaders would never know that the exclusive license card from the equipment room would ensure that they would not be caught. After that, they abandoned all secrecy, going forth without obstruction. It was as though they had entered an undercover mode which allowed them to reach the 4th floor with ease. The entire process was so smooth that they lost the fundamental anxiety of being in the enemy's lair. Until, they encountered a door which was tightly shut. President, how do we open this door? Bai Yi glanced at her with bright eyes, expecting her to provide him with a solution. Ever since his comrade had activated her plug-in, he had completely given up on using his own brain. Yao Si glanced at their empty surroundings. There wasn't a person in sight, only a door so bright she could see her own reflection, and even the words above her head. Now that Yao Si met with another problem, she was reminded about the amazing ability of Master of Subtitles. She wanted her ability to tell her how to open the door, but what she didn't know was that even Lord of Subtitles couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? Is the door hard to open? Bai Yi couldn't help rushing her after seeing her lack of progress. Would you believe it if I said that the plug-in stopped working? Chapter 58, Research Base. It never occurred to Yao Si that basement 5 might be unguarded. Didn't it make it too easy? Now that she couldn't use her ability, she had no clue what to do next. Why don't you smash something? She suggested. Aren't you good at smashing doors? Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Not all doors are. He stopped abruptly and pulled her into a corner. Someone's here. The next moment, the door ahead burst open, revealing how abnormal it was. It retracted from the middle in all 4 directions, and had at least 4 layers of laser nets, while behind the nets was an even thicker door. Yao Si suddenly realized why there wasn't a need for guards. With this kind of defense system, not even a fly could enter. What was in basement 5 to warrant such security? They hid in the corner for 2 whole minutes before spotting a woman in a white coat bringing something out. Yao Si studied the person's head, and as expected, there was a pile of words atop it. The researcher was prepared to endure a scolding from Boss Chu once she submitted the latest results. She was no longer willing to participate in this pointless experiment that brought no results. When she walked out the door, she was unaware that intruders had broken into the base. Or that she would soon be passing through the DNA-secured door back into the basement 5 instead of delivering her results for she was about to faint from an attack by the intruders. Eyes closed face, Yao Si's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and ordered, Bai Yi, stop her. Bai Yi had utmost confidence in her ability, and without hesitation, he bolted forward, decisively striking the person's neck and knocking her out. What's next? How do we open the door? The doors here are DNA secured, only the researchers can open it, Yao Si explained. Bai Yi frowned and brought up the woman lying on the floor. Just as he was about to pull her fingers toward the sensor, he hit the tray in her hands and scattered some of the test tubes. They were all crystal clear, and each of them had a different colored substances within them, though red substances formed the majority. Yao Si wasn't sure if she was hallucinating, but she could almost smell a floral scent from the test tubes. What's this? Bai Yi picked one up and gave it a press. The cap at the top of the test tube popped open, sending a sickly sweet scent into the air. It smells good. Smells good. His gaze suddenly turned hazy. What are you doing? Yao Si grabbed his hands when he was about to pour the liquid into his mouth. Trying it. Bai Yi tugged his hands free, then told her hurriedly, isn't this blood? It's the most fragrant one I've smelled. How can you drink an unknown substance like that? Why not? He tossed her hands aside. I'm a bloodling, this won't kill me. Still, you can't drink it. Yao Si pressed his hands down once more. The subtitles had mentioned that these tubes were with research outcomes, so who knew what they really contained? I'm hungry. Don't you know that bloodlings can't go hungry? Let go. Forcefully, he pushed her away. Yao Si stilled, her blood boiling up. You won't listen? Bai Yi. She punched the back of his head, a burst of energy surging out instinctively when she hit him. Shut your greedy mouth. Bai Yi froze, then unwitting shattered the test tube by exerting some strength. Only then did he regain his senses. His gaze cleared up, and a thin layer of sweat coated his forehead. He turned toward her, looking as if he had just woken up from a dream. Just now. The substance in the test tube must have contained hallucinogens. It must be the reason he had been tempted into trying out the unknown substance. Hallucinogens. His face darkened. He flicked his arm violently, trying to get rid of the remainder of the substance. What's that? Why does it work against bloodlings? I'm afraid, it works not just on bloodlings. Yao Si had a bad feeling about this. Let's take a look inside. Bai Yi nodded and switched his relaxed demeanor for a more serious and alert attitude. He placed all the test tubes back on the shelf before pulling the researcher's hand to the door. The next moment, the door burst open, the laser defense disappearing. Let's go. Bai Yi stuffed the fainted researcher into the corner they were hiding before and rushed into the next room. Yao Si instantly followed behind him. They had an inkling about what research was being done in basement 5, and all their doubts were assuaged once they entered it. The floor this basement was on was a few times bigger than the other floors. Even the first room they entered was the size of 5 soccer fields. At a glance, the room was filled with transparent containers filled with light yellow substance, inside which were familiar and unfamiliar-looking organs. Some of them were even pulsing rhythmically. When they ventured forward, they saw containers filled with not just organ but entire body samples. They were bloated and had a white cast to them, having clearly been placed here a long time ago. There were more than 1,000 such containers in this room. Yao Si's heart sank lower and lower, the ominous aura flooding her entire being. This base was doing research on the bodies of different races. President. Bai Yi's face fell when he turned to glance at her. Yao Si nodded in understanding as they rushed forward, passing through this place that seemed like a exhibition grounds for the organs of various races. In front of them were several wide walkways leading to different places. Wait. Let's head to the right. After reading the words above each walkway, Yao Si turned to the right. We should be able to find Shuchen's location in the main control room. All right. The main control room wasn't far, they could see it after just a short run. Bai Yi took a step forth, and several screens appeared before him, each of them showing a different location. Yao Si scanned the screens, trying to spot nephew Gu. Just then a man's voice came from behind her. Who are you? Why are you in the main control room? Yao Si's heart sank. What should she do? Apologies. Forget it. She imitated Bai Yi and lifted her hand to hit the newcomer's neck. Once he fainted, they'd have another man down. Just then, her hand bounced off. It was as though his neck was made of cotton candy, receding inwards with her hand. She could even hear a squishing sound. The moment her hand left, his neck bounced outwards to its original form. There was barely any bruise, much less any signs of him fainting. Yao Si. The man. FK. Why is your neck so bouncy? Are you some sort of gummy bear? Chapter 59, Intruders Detected. What are you doing? He turned to her in suspicion. Hee. Yao Si froze. If I said there's a bug on your collar, would you believe me? Really? He jumped, swiping his collar violently. I hate bugs, hurry, help me see if it's off. Damn. He actually fell for that. It's gone. That's good. He heaved a sigh, worry still etched on his face. He swiped his collar a few more times. Right, judging from your clothes, you must be a guard from above? Are you here to deliver more resources? It only now dawned on Yao Si that she had changed into the guard's uniform. Yeah, yes. She nodded frantically. They just might be able to escape this successfully. Then why are you guys in the main control room? Don't you know that only researchers are allowed in basement 5? He frowned, then added, are you lost? Is that why you're here? Yao Si glanced at Bai Yi, nodding. I knew it. He nodded as well, now that his doubt was cleared. The defense system of all 5 floors renews every 10 minutes, even if you come to the main control room, you won't be able to find your way. Brother, could you direct us? She asked smoothly. You can exit after turning right, even though I'm just a small assistant here, I can still give an entry pass to you. He tapped his optical computer while casually walking toward the door. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief, then took a good look above his head. Her heart sank. He's going to sound the alarm. Bai Yi, stop him. Bai Yi rushed forward, pinning the man to the floor so violently his shoulders went flat. You're one of the elastics. Bai Yi pressed down on his squishy shoulders. Elastics? Squishy? The man seemed like a gummy. You, what are you going to do? He asked frantically. I was going to offer you a way out, why are you capturing me? Yao Si walked forward. Stop lying. The words above his head had long ago betrayed him. You were clear that we don't belong here, so tell me, where's the bloodling you caught? Bloodling? What bloodling? He shook his head vigorously, pretending to be dumb. I heard that your race doesn't have any bones, just one slight weakness. Bai Yi said in a wondering tone, his gaze shifting downwards to a certain area. The man shivered and brought his hands to shield himself. You, what do you want? I don't know where they are. What do you think I want to do? Bai Yi broke into a devilish smile. Don't be reckless. Don't worry, I know my limits, you won't be hurt. No. He had. Isn't this conversation getting weird? Why is there agitation on the man's face? Yao Si turned to stare at Bai Yi's actions. He had raised his hands toward the guard's belly button. He wailed in pain. Ow! Ow! It hurts, hurts. Yao Si stared, speechless. This is what you do after removing his pants? She would much rather read the words. Lifting her head towards the guard's head, she did just that. As a timid elastics researcher, he was terrified, but regardless of how scared he was, he would never reveal to the intruders that the bloodlings were in the sampling room to the right of the main control room. They are in the sampling room on the right. Bai Yi froze. He then opened the door to the right, and the sampling room was indeed right there. You. How did you know? Don't be reckless. The researcher was not the least bit worried. Even if they knew the location, they would never know to close the poison gas before entering. Wait. There's a poisonous gas device there. Bai Yi instantly took several steps back. How did you know that? He exclaimed. The researcher still wasn't worried. Even if they knew about the poisonous gas, they would never know that its control was below the control table. The switch is below the control table. Bai Yi knelt down, there was indeed a red control button there. The researcher still wasn't worried. Even if they managed to turn off the defense, they would never know that his DNA was required to enter the sampling room. His DNA is required to open the sampling room's door. The researcher was starting to worry. The intruders knew this base like the back of their hands, though could never know that he was Professor Fu who was in charge of this whole base. Bring him along, he's the person in charge of this experimental base. I shouldn't have gone to the toilet. Yao Si glanced at Elastic Professor's words as she switched off the various defensive systems according to what she read in the subtitles. A certain someone remained in a daze the entire time, only regaining his senses later. Trembling, he pointed at her. You have an ability. It's to read minds, right? The real mind reader Bai Yi did not have anything to say. Why did he seem like somebody of lower level? The researcher began to randomize his thoughts to prevent Yao Si from reading his mind, but he didn't know that her ability was to form subtitles, not to read minds. It was just like how it could only form the passcode for the sampling room, 00769. The code is 00769. Thanks, Elastic Professor. Mr. Candy was in a daze. Bai Yi sighed, then tapped the man's chest. Trust me, she can't read minds. It's an external ability, so all those distractions you're planting in your mind won't affect her. He himself wasn't interested either. Elastic Professor did not have a way to respond to that. After a few creaks, the sampling room's door unlocked. Yao Si entered first. Inside, there were a couple people in white gowns around an operating table, preparing to start their work. When they heard the door open, the whole group turned in unison, and this time Bai Yi did not need a reminder. He rushed forward and incapacitated all of them. Luckily, there wasn't anyone else from the Elastic race. Yao Si's heart tightened. She had never expected the researchers to have harmed the bloodlings. In a hurry, she ran toward the operating table. Nephew Gu, you. Luo Ying. There was a person lying on the lit-up transparent operating table, but it wasn't Nephew Gu. It was his cub, Luo Ying, instead, and she was clearly held in captivity. Why was she here? Luo Ying. Luo Ying. Bai Yi came over and tapped her face, but she remained unresponsive, as though fast asleep. What should we do? Yao Si turned to look toward the professor. The subtitles were as reliable as Weaver. She's been injected with an inhibitor. The blue needle contains the antidote. Bai Yi grabbed the blue needle on the right and jabbed it into Luo Ying's arm. Once the liquid entered her system, she finally reacted, by taking a deep breath and waking up. Bai Yi. She hesitated, confusion flashing past her eyes. She then turned and saw Yao Si. President? What are you? Right. Shuchen. She bolted up abruptly. Did you see Shuchen? I thought I saw him fainted near. Diening. Before she could finish her sentence, a siren sounded through the base. Chapter 60, The Reason for Research Base's Existence. They must have been detected, for the alarm grew increasingly louder, and hurried footsteps filled the hallways. In less than a minute, the sampling room's door flew open and 10 men rushed in. Without a moment's hesitation, they directed red lasers at the trio who was hiding beneath neat rows of various weapons. President, what should we do? Bai Yi looked towards Yao Si instinctively. Yao Si's lip twitched. Could they just surrender? Without giving them time to consider it, the leader of the guards waved his hand forward. Get rid of those intruders. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of Yao Si, flooding her vision. The guards had activated their weapons. Hey! How could you be so impatient? We have a hostage with us. While they were shooting, Yao Si bit down on her lip, convincing herself that a fight was inevitable. Besides, she was immortal, so what did it really matter? Moments later, something exploded beside her. It sent a bright glow hurling toward the guards. The light burst into numerous sparks and landed as a web. Instantly, a scent of charred meat flooded Yao Si's senses, and the row of guards collapsed to the ground. Luo Ying. Bai Yi held onto the exhausted Luo Ying. The attack had been clearly summoned by her. Are you all right? Luo Ying shook her head, and her face paled a touch more. In a worried voice, she said, Shuchen. He's here, I can feel him, he's in danger. Do you know where he is? She shook her head, and Bai Yi turned to Yao Si. Let's leave this place first, she said in a hurry. If reinforcement arrived, they'd be goners. Luo Ying was the only one among them who could fight, but she had just awakened and hadn't yet regained her full strength. She wouldn't be able to withstand it if she summoned her ability once more. Yao Si supported the visibly exhausted Luo Ying, but just as they were about to leave, she remembered something. Wait a minute, bring him along. She pointed towards Professor Fu, who was clearly frightened by the lightning ability. What do you want with me? Professor Fu asked with a stammer. I don't know anything. Besides, you saw it, they don't care about me at all, even if you bring me along, I won't be of any use. That's not for you to decide. Bai Yi grabbed him and dragged him out as well. They made a frantic escape. While they were doing so, Yao Si took a quick glance at the rows of words above everyone's head. Basement 5 was ridiculously big, so even after trying several routes, they still weren't able to find a way out or any useful information regarding Nephew Gu. The alarm overhead, though, increased in urgency and intensity with each passing second. Professor Gu lamented, Basement 5 has been closed down completely. Even I won't be able to leave now. He sighed heavily, a defeated expression on his face. Even if you manage to find the other bloodling, they'll still destroy the entire base without a second thought. What do you mean? Bai Yi asked, violently tugging at his collar. Professor Fu let out a bitter smile. This research base is a secret of the highest level. Researchers who were brought in came with the knowledge that they'll have to stay here till the day they died. The alarm we're hearing now is the most critical one. Once it begins ringing, all the ships will begin evacuations. If the alarm isn't turned off in an hour, the whole research base will self-destruct, destroying everything within it. Nobody will be able to leave. Do you think to frighten me? Bai Yi scoffed. At this, Professor Fu added anxiously, I know that bloodlings are immortal, but the research base naturally has ways to kill those of your kind. Bai Yi froze, his grip tightening on Professor Fu's collar. What do you mean? What kind of research are you guys doing here? The man remained silent, his face paling even more. Clearly it's a research on bloodlings, Yao Si said. If one added all they've encountered so far, Gu Shuchen's disappearance, the substance that could affect Bai Yi, the research laboratory in basement 5, Luo Ying who had been tied to a surgical table, there could only be one explanation. This research base was made to specifically target bloodlings. That's why he said that the research base will stop anyone from leaving at all cost. For if the matter was leaked, they would experience the wrath of the entire bloodling race. Professor Fu lowered his head, his face reaching a terrifying shade of white. Shuchen. Bai Yi's face darkened. His hands tightened into fists unconsciously, and his expression clouded with worry. No. We have to find him. He turned, preparing to look for Shuchen, but Professor Fu sighed at this moment. It's too late, no one can leave. What did you say? The moment the question was spoken, a loud noise erupted above them. Yao Si's heart quivered. Careful. She grabbed onto Professor Fu and Luo Ying and dragged them both back. The next moment, the ceiling opened up. The floor started to tremble as though the research base was being ripped apart, and the walls began to collapse. A shattering sound filled their ears as large blocks of stone fell from walls and ceiling, smashing into each other. Numerous shards reached the group, grazing their skin. At this moment, the research base on the verge of total collapse. President. Bai Yi hurried over to grab the three of them, and with a high jump, they exited through the hole in the ceiling. Right then, the research base was no longer the peaceful calm lab it was before, but a danger ground with fallen-out floor. I was wondering who could have entered basement 5. A foreign voice soaked with mockery came from nearby. Isn't it some research specimens that came to join the fun? Yao Si's heart sank. Turning, she saw a huge crowd ahead, at the front of which was the speaker. He was a man dressed entirely in black. Behind him stood 4 guards and a crowd of at least 10 people dressed in oversized coats. Strangely, all of them were gazing weirdly over here. Professor Fu, you're still alive. The man disregarded Yao Si and her companions, turning instead to Professor Fu who was coughing continuously. Weren't you always complaining about the lack of specimens? Now there's more. Professor Fu froze, forgetting to cough as his eyes widened in fright. He stammered out, "MRMRLU, I didn't want to escape, it's them." Professor Fu, of course I believe you. He smiled, and his eyes turned into crescents, yet the way he gazed was full of murderous intent. He waved his hand then, barely giving Yao Si and her fellow students a glance. Keep those specimens. Chapter 61, The Controlled Bloodlings. The minute Mr. Lu finished his sentence, the 4 guards surrounded them, aiming their attacks in their direction without regard for Professor Fu's safety. The entire room lit up, and the light turned into a wide glowing blanket which crashed down on them. Just as it was about to engulf them, the exhausted Luo Ying staggered forward. A spark ignited between her palms, and a bolt of light pierced through the skies, splitting the glowing blanket into 100 pieces, some of which flew at her. Be careful! Yao Si pulled onto Luo Ying, dragging her back, but it was too late, several rays had already landed on her. Ah! She shrieked as her skin broke apart and blood covered her entire arm. Luo Ying! Yao Si held on to her. What's wrong? Bai Yi glanced at her arm anxiously. Can't you heal it automatically? Luo Ying was growing pale. Blood kept pouring out of her arm like from an open tap which they had no means of shutting. Yet based on a bloodling's healing ability, it wasn't possible to bleed for so long. So you have the lighting ability. Mr. Lu smirked, glancing over at Luo Ying. A good specimen indeed. I haven't met any lighting ability users thus far. But... He squinted his eyes, and a mocking glint clouded his gaze. You haven't experienced the full wrath of my research yet. What you've seen so far is merely the appetizer. That glow had been to reduce the healing speed. Yao Si froze. Even though she had already guessed the subject of the experiments, she had never expected them to have come so far. They could actually suppress the bloodling's natural healing ability. It meant that the research must have gone on for quite some time. Wouldn't that be a warning sign that they'll have more tricks up their sleeves? Who exactly are you? What are you planning to do? Bai Yi snarled with rage and a hint of worry, his eyes a bloody shade of red. What I'm planning? Mr. Lu scoffed. You're about to find out. He glanced down at his optical computer and nodded several times before adding nonchalantly, the lightning ability is indeed a tough one, but I wonder how she will fare against the other abilities. What do you mean? Yao Si's heart clenched. With a wave of his hand, the crowd at the back moved, encapsulating them. Those people didn't seem to have souls, for their gazes were unfocused and they moved like zombies when coming closer. Senior Hao. Bai Yi's eyes went wide from shock and disbelief. He then scanned the crowd more carefully. Why is he here? Didn't he graduate 5 years ago? He paused abruptly, a cold shiver running down his spine. They're all bloodlings, you're controlling them. Wow, you could tell? It's a pity the revelation came too late. Mr. Lu smirked and adjusted his collar. With a sharp glare, he shouted out, leave only the bloodling with lightning ability. The bloodlings in the crowd seemed to have been triggered to act, for the skies lit up with a myriad of abilities directing towards the trio and their captive. Bai Yi pushed Yao Si and Luo Ying behind himself, shouting at them, hurry, leave this place. I'll shield you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Si took a large step in front of him. Stop putting on a strong front. Back off, weakling. A familiar surge of energy gushed through her, flowing towards her chest, and with a swing of her palms, the energy poured out. A firewall of a few meters high formed in front of her, defending them against the sky full of abilities. Gradually, their after effects fell to the ground, sending the entire research base into a fiery field. The product of her ability appeased Yao Si enormously. Her 1-year intensive training on the Red Planet hadn't been a child's play. As long as somebody showed their ability, she was invincible. Yuri from the Fire series. A different emotion entered the man's face in place of disgust. It can't be, you're just a student, how can you possess such a strong fire ability? Before his sentence could end, Yao Si rotated her palms toward the ground. Thousands of thorns came from beneath the firewall, rushing towards the zombified bloodlings. Even though these bloodlings' abilities weren't as strong as those of her training partners, they were a large crowd, a couple times the size of her practice groups. To fend off so many people was exhausting even for her, yet she continuously switched around the various abilities, controlling her attacks so as to not harm anyone. Water ability, fire ability, even lightning ability. No, this can't be possible. How can someone possess so many abilities? Mr. Lu's eyes were wide from disbelief. President. Bai Yi was thoroughly confused as well. President, had upgraded? Ha ha ha. 5 series, you must have the complete range of abilities. Mr. Lu had on a maniacal smile on his face, and his eyes were unusually bright at this moment. He looked like a madman. Great, great. You'll be such a valuable specimen. F***ck your research. Yao Si controlled the ability within her body, and with a wave of her hand, a black light flew out. A portal closed at the spot a black knife had appeared, then vanished into thin air. Space splitting, you can actually do that, too. Pervert Lu grew increasingly more hysterical. He swiftly lowered his head and started to type on his optical computer.
For more thrilling tales, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned to Chinese Novel Audio Wave.
Regardless of your identity, don't dream of leaving this base. The next moment, a deafening sound rang out from somewhere, and the zombified bloodlings knelt down in immense pain. They grabbed onto their heads, and shrill cries filled the air. What's happening? Bai Yi looked around in confusion. An ominous feeling entered Yao Si's heart. Suddenly, all the bloodlings stood up as though triggered by an extreme force. Their eyes were bright red, and they attacked maniacally, without care for anything. Multiple abilities rushed straight for Yao Si. Since they were just puppets without a soul, they were attacking her with all their being. She could hold them off at first, but gradually, she started to feel exhaustion creeping up on her. Those people were from her race, so she couldn't just kill them. Especially now when they couldn't heal themselves. If she hurt them, they would just die while hypnotized and unable to do anything about it. What should she do? As she warded off their attacks, she scoured her mind for a solution. Right then, a shrill cry pierced the air. Ah! Bai Yi! Yao Si's heart clenched as Bai Yi collapsed onto the ground with his hands over his head. She instantly formed a solid wall of fire, protecting them from the crowd ahead. Are you all right? I am fine. Bai Yi's forehead was soaked in sweat, and as he struggled to rise, he seemed as if he was suppressing something in his mind. Panting uncontrollably, he stammered out, I read their thoughts. What did you see? Pain. An intense, heart-wrenching kind of pain. His face paled, and the memory of the image sent his hands trembling. Pain? Yao Si stilled. Suppressing the power within her, she turned toward the bloodlings that were trying to overcome the fire wall. The words above their heads were strangely few in number but shocking to uphold. Ripping the heart 688 times. Amputation 465 times. Digging eyes 980 times. Shifting the organs 591 times. President, they aren't being controlled. The pain from the experiments was simply too intense, and their minds collapsed, shielding them in. This was what Lu had meant about retrieving resources. Anger blazed within Yao Si, spilling over into her entire being. She trembled in fury, and for the first time, she was filled with a desire to kill. Lu, in the name of bloodlings, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 62, One-Sided Pressure. Yao Si felt an unfamiliar surge of energy rushing through her and exploding outwards with her anger. As an orphan, she had to endure and experience much more than others, so she had cultivated a mild temperament and carefree nature. This was then the first time she felt the desire to kill. With a flicker of a thought, the energy came gushing out of her, and the firewall grew exponentially. Its red sparks turned blue, and the next moment it morphed into a blue dragon rushing into the skies. The dragon roared, turning the skies into a fiery ocean as it headed straight for Mr. Lu. It's a fire dragon. This definitely isn't part of any tribe's abilities, how can that be? Who exactly are you? Mr. Lu stilled in disbelief. He had never expected her fire ability to be of such an advanced level. Stumbling backwards, he anxiously shouted at the zombified bloodlings, "Where's the water series bloodlings? Hurry and attack!" Almost instantly, 3 water ability bloodlings directed their abilities toward the incoming fire dragon. With a loud splash, the base flooded with water, but it still wasn't enough to stop the fire dragon that was rushing toward Mr. Lu. "Hurry, stop her!" he shouted out with anxiety. But it was too late, for the fire dragon was already in front of him. Even though the water attacks had weakened it slightly, it still possessed frightening heat. Mr. Lu staggered backwards, hiding behind the 4 armed guards as he cried in pain. The fire dragon swooped down, engulfing the 4 guards. This saved Mr. Lu from a fiery demise, though his clothes were all burnt. Yao Si took a slow step forward. With another wave of her arm, another fire dragon formed, heading straight for Mr. Lu once again. You stay away. Mr. Lu tugged at his burnt clothes haphazardly, then returned to his optical computer. Once again, the deafening alarm pierced the air. Hurry, stop her. All you specimens, stop her. The bloodlings bolted upwards, their eyes a painful shade of red. In unison, they formed a human wall around Mr. Lu. Yao Si had a strong urge to smash him into pieces, for the bloodlings in front of him sent yet another surge of fury through her. The flame within her seethed and simmered, threatening to engulf her entirely. Instinctively, the energy gushed out once more. Move aside. She suddenly had a vague sensation of a suppressing force sweeping across the base. It was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Once the others felt it as well, they froze. The bloodlings with bloody eyes and pained expressions suddenly paused, becoming motionless as though their acupuncture points had been pressed. Then, like one, they all fell to their knees. What's happening? What are you doing? Mr. Lu glanced at the collapsed bloodlings, then reached forward to grab the nearest one. Hurry and stop her, hurry. The bloodlings continued to kneel without emotion, disregarding his words. Mr. Lu grew increasingly more frantic, and once again, the weird alarm rang out. This time, unlike before, the bloodlings remained motionless. Yao Si substituted the fire dragon with a lightning ability, and with a thundering clap, it struck Mr. Lu's right arm. A shrill cry pierced the air, and his originally white sleeve was stained with blood and flesh. That strike was for Luo Ying. Yao Si walked forward slowly, her ability still activated. She chose another ability, and thousands of icicles came crashing down at the madman. This one is for Nephew Gu. This time, she picked an earth ability. This strike is for all the Earth series bloodlings. This time gold ability. This strike is for all the gold series bloodlings. This time. After going through all the abilities, Yao Si finally reached his side. She had deliberately suppressed her full strength so he would remain alive, and now the originally proud and elegant master had been turned into a bloody mess. Aside from his face, the rest of him was covered in bruises and blood that gushed without end. It was a pity he wasn't a bloodling. Right then, Yao Si lifted her foot and kicked hard at a certain area between his feet. This strike is for me. Ah! The man curled into a ball, whimpering out in pain, his face convoluted. You can tell me now. Where's the bloodling you caught before Luo Ying? You, will never find out. Bai Yi. Yao Si turned over to glance behind her. Here. Without conscious thought, Bai Yi had also went down on his knees at some point in time. At the moment she called, though, he shot to his feet, even if his face was still tainted with a hint of confusion from before. Read his mind. She pointed at Mr. Lu. Ah. Ah. But my ability isn't. Read. Yes. Bai Yi activated his ability instinctively. The next moment, as expected, words appeared above Mr. Lu's head. Never had Lu Hang he expected that his hard work of so many years would be destroyed by 2 intruders. These narrow-minded bloodlings had no idea how sacrificial and noble his research was. It was horrible what had happened to him, but at least he could still keep secret the special bloodling he'd just gotten his hands on. After all, Lu Hang had already went through a mental training, so they won't be able to learn anything from his thoughts. However, he had no clue about Yao Si's intentions, that with the help of Lord of Subtitles, she'll be able to find Gu Shuchen who's on the verge of a breakdown and who's kept in a seemingly transparent door on the right side of the first floor. P.S. Lord of Subtitles supports sending Mr. Lu to his grave. Stop wasting your energy, you won't. He's inside the transparent room. Before Liu Hangii could finish his sentence, Yao Si pointed to the transparent storage room. What? How did you? Yao Si activated the wind ability, and with a loud smashing sound, the glass doors shattered, exposing a laboratory similar to the one in basement 5. Gu Shuchen, whom they had been searching for the entire time, was hanging in the middle of the room, his entire body covered in blood. Shuchen! Luo Ying bolted toward him without any regard for her own injuries. The girl that had struggled to put on a brave front despite her condition now broke down completely and tears came streaming down her face. With trembling hands, she reached out to hug the man in front of her, but then hesitated, afraid to harm him. As she hurriedly released him from the restraints, she continuously whimpered, Shuchen! Shuchen! Gu Shuchen was soaked in blood, some of it dried up while some was still fresh and flowing. At the front of his chest was a glaring piece of meat that was an entirely different shade from the rest of his skin. It took Shuchen a long while to regain his senses, even if Luo Ying whimpering non-stop by his side. Ying! He froze, worry flashing past his face. What are you doing here? You! Don't worry, everything's under control, Bai Yi explained. He swept Yao Si a complicated glance. It's President. She saved us. Prisi Gu Shuchen followed his gaze over to Yao Si, and his eyes went wide. Wait a moment. What time is it? He straightened as though struck. Have you gone home for your meal? Luo Ying. Bai Yi. Yao Si. Trust you to remember that. Responsible indeed. Chapter 63, Euphoria. Wait. Liu Hangii struggled to sit up. You can't take him, he's the only one with precognition as an ability, you have no idea what a valuable specimen he is. *CK your research. Bai Yi exploded. Who would be willing to let you experiment on them? What do you know? With a murderous glint in his eyes, the man shouted out, there have to be sacrifices before success can be obtained, you bloodlings have ruled over the galaxy for long enough. Who gave your race the right to be immortal while the other races die from old age and sickness? My research will benefit all the races. Once we unlock the secrets behind your immortality, all the races will be able to live forever. This was the reason behind your kidnappings. Bai Yi asked, his eyes wide. What's wrong with that? If all the races become immortal, there won't be any more sacrifices in the galaxy. He grew increasingly more agitated and seemed to be even forgetting his injuries. Without sacrifices, there won't be any quarrels, and the galaxy would enter a state of euphoria. It's our vision and ultimate aim. You're using my people as specimens to reach euphoria, you must be joking, Bai Yi spat out. Aren't you worried about the consequences once the Red Planet finds out? What can they do? He humphed, his gaze steady and unrepentant. For the sake of the entire galaxy, for the sake of all the race's future, I'm prepared to sacrifice everything I have, including my life. You bloodlings have always been a selfish race. Despite having immortality, you refuse to share its secret with the other races. Even if you have the ability to prevent conflicts in the galaxy, you choose to stay on the sidelines without offering any help. After so many years of war between the various races, after the alliance being rebuilt so many times, how many have perished? Haven't you thought about interfering? All you did was stand by nonchalantly. Why can't I use you as specimens? This is what your race owes to the entire galaxy. *CKU. Yao Si swung her leg at him. Stop trying to sugarcoat your disgusting motives. At the end of the day, you're just jealous and afraid of death. She smirked. What has the death of other races got to do with us bloodlings? The races fight due to their own greed, why push the blame on us? Are bloodlings your parents? Why must we worry and look out for you? What has your race done for the bloodlings? Liu Hangii, Keep your reasons to yourself and don't drag the other races down with you. You're right, the bloodlings are immortal. It's a strength of our kind, but that doesn't mean it's for everyone. Who are you to blame us for not sharing it? You're speaking as though you're a selfless sacrificial monk. If you're really as loving as you make yourself out to be, why did you build such a big research base? Why didn't you just donate your money to save the other races who are worse off? According to your logic, there are many races that have yet to enter the galaxy, so is it their fault? Look at how selfish you are, not sharing your abilities and resources. Shut up, shut up. Liu Hang'ai shouted out, his face a mask of fury once his real reasons had been laid out for all to see. It isn't like this, it isn't like this. Enough, you're just jealous and unhappy at other people's success, Yao Si continued ruthlessly. You're just like a child that was denied a candy. Liu Hang'ai, you aren't a hero. What hero could sacrifice the researchers he personally employs? In the end, you're just seeking immortality at the cost of others for your own selfish and disgusting desires. Rubbish. The man went out of control, wanting to pounce on her but seemingly being too paralyzed to do so. Lies, it's all a pack of lies. Who exactly are you? How dare you criticize my actions? Who am I? Yao Si stared straight at him. You bully my people and you dare to ask who I am? You listen up. She took a deep breath, then clearly spit out each word. I am a 5th-generation bloodling from the Red Planet, the cub of His Majesty, Yao Si. The bloodlings will purge everything that has happened here. Regardless of whether it's you or your race. 5th generation. It's impossible, how can there still be a 5th generation blooding around? His eyes went wide, and his actions became frantic, to the point he resembled a maniac. No. You can't do this. I'm doing this for all the races, I'm doing this for the entire galaxy. One day, the galaxy will enter a state of euphoria, that is its future. The organization's plans are never wrong. Organization. Yao Si stilled, then grabbed his collar. What do you mean? What organization? His expression grew increasingly hysterical. He soon looked deranged, and then, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Do you think the research base is everything? I'm not the only one eyeing the bloodlings. Who are they? What is this organization you speak of? Euphoria has finally settled, the galaxy shall be reborn. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi, ability. If he wasn't willing to say anything, she would see it for herself. Ah, oh, Bai Yi replied in a daze. But as he was about to summon his ability, his pupils shrank, and he pulled Yao Si backwards. Be careful. With a loud thud, Liu Hang'ai activated a self-destruct bomb tied to his body, exploding himself into tiny pieces. Before his death, the word euphoria formed above him. Euphoria. Is that the name of the organization? Yao Si's heart sank, and an ominous feeling settled in within her. Chapter 64, Bloodline Suppression. President, are you okay? Bai Yi glanced over at her, then heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that she was all right. Ha 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 ha. I never knew you could act so well. Not too bad at all, I give your act a 101 points, that additional point is for you to flaunt. He patted her shoulder casually. You could actually scare that perverted Liu to such an extent, not bad indeed. I'm thoroughly convinced by your abilities, President. Bai Yi. Gu Shuchen struggled to sit up as he glanced over in warning. Mind your words. What did I do? Nephew Gu ignored him and turned to face Yao Si. Thank you, Your Highness. It's nothing. Yao Si took a long look at him. Thankfully, he had started to heal after Luo Ying had brought him down. His inability to heal previously must have been caused by some medication. Hey! 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 Stop acting already! Bai Yi looked at them incredulously. Wasn't she just lying to that perverted Lu? Shuchen, why are you calling her your highness? Gu Shuchen ignored him, turning to glance afar. Your highness, why are they? He pointed towards the zombified bloodlings that were on their knees. I'm not sure. Yao Si shook her head, her face full of confusion. It happened after I got angry. She recalled the unfamiliar strength that had erupted from within her. It's the suppression of your bloodline, Luo Ying explained softly, her gaze lightening up. Her eyes now had that same expression as the elders had upon meeting her, with a hint of worship and envy. Your Highness's suppression. I could sense it. Bloodline suppression is an irresistible power coming from their bloodline that bloodlings are defenseless against. Wait. The very next instant, Bai Yi trembled as a thought struck him. His legs weakened in disbelief, and he stumbled away from Yao Si as thought she was a ghost. That horrifying oppression was the suppression of your bloodline? Why you released it? Why you really are? It's fake. Yao Si rolled her eyes at his delayed reaction, then turned to Luo Ying. Sister Luo Ying, since the suppression of the bloodline can eliminate perverted Lu's influence on them, can it also awaken them? Why yet? Luo Ying nodded vigorously, a hint of red finally warming her pale face. She then added, You can do it, Your Highness. They chose to close up their minds because due to the immense pain. Now, you just have to instruct them out for them to awaken. All right, I'll try. Yao Si took a moment to sense the power, and indeed, the familiar strength came flowing outwards. It wasn't the same as when her ability activated whenever she met another source, but possessed a strange familiarity. Just then, she recalled that before her hibernation, when she had witnessed the war between the yellow and black, she seemed to have felt the same surge of energy. It had actually been a suppression of her bloodline. She released the strength within her, and the next second, the power engulfed the entire research base. All the bloodlings present went down on their knees, and even Gu Shuchen and Luo Ying had involuntarily knelt down. Only Bai Yi, who was still in a daze, remained standing. His eyes widened, and with his mouth hanging open, he stared at her with disbelief. Why you really, you're... Before he could finish his sentence, his eyeballs rolled backwards and he fainted. Gu Shuchen. Luo Ying. Yao Si. She didn't have time to bother with him at the moment. With a quick glance at the bloodlings present, she shut her eyes to calm herself down. Deep within her, she could distinctly sense each one, and so she deliberately connected the energy to them. It was a miraculous sensation, as though everyone's thoughts were transparent and open, without any obstruction. She was about to do as Luo Ying had mentioned, wake them up, but just then, their thoughts gushed out, drowning her mid. Images flashed past her, one by one, and she felt herself alive in each one. The sensation was so clear, she could have sworn she was the actual victim whose mind she was now seeing. Before her was the stone-cold laboratory, the sensation of her suppressed abilities, the gleaming surgical knife, the overflowing blood that didn't seem to ever stop, and what was worst, she had to witness the organs being ripped from her body. Once, then again, and again. Just as the wound healed, it was ripped open once again. It seemed like there was no end. Even the pain started to numb. They wanted to die, but they couldn't. Sorrow, despair, fear, pain, and the desire to die. Her thoughts were swallowed by these negative emotions. It was so painful she started having trouble breathing. She finally understood why the alarm could bring the bloodlings so much pain. It was the sound that played whenever they removed a part of the victim's body. The images kept gushing in. But at this moment, Yao Si clenched her teeth and restrained them from flowing in. Only then could she keep her sanity. With the strength of her bloodline, she placed an order in their minds. It was to forget all that happened here. They would only remember being captured, but not what happened after. It was just like anesthesia before a surgery. Those memories would definitely drive them crazy if they were to remain. Erase the memories. Now, wake up. Once that was done, she opened her eyes. She felt as though she had just been fished out of water, she was both soaked and exhausted. Your Highness. Gu Shichen and Luo Ying hurried over with worry. I'm fine. Yao Si said, panting heavily, then recovered slightly. You probably haven't yet gotten used to using the power of your bloodline. Oh, what's wrong? Where am I? The bloodlings began to awake, and they were all filled with confusion. Did I get caught? Oh right, experiment. This is that research base. Who are you? This force is. Are we saved? It's fine, everything is fine. They finally reacted, and the dead gazes in their eyes flooded with joy and excitement, though they still remained in a kneeling position. All of them were looking at Yao Si curiously, waiting for her next instructions. Hi. Yao Si retrieved the bloodline suppression and waved towards them. I'm glad you're all awake. But, does anyone know about Euphoria? What kind of organization is it? The crowd glanced at each other, while a few sunk into deep thought before speaking up with hesitation. Chapter 65, Formal Declaration of War. I seem to have heard of it, but I'm not very sure, one young bloodling said. I heard of it as well, another added. But the research base had tight security, so not only did they suppress our abilities and movements, they also never mentioned anything else. As for the experiments, we weren't awake. A hint of confusion tainted the man's expression. But I once realized that they were contacting a certain location every once in a while to report their progress. I'm sure there'll be records somewhere. Where can we find the records? Any clues of communication would be great. They could use them to trace the origin of the organization. I know, it's in the control room. One of the bloodlings shouted out, pointing towards the room that had collapsed. I've been investigating the galactic network for the longest time, so I could hack into their system. Great. I'll have to trouble you then, let's go. The bloodling nodded, excited to have received such a compliment. He followed Yao Si enthusiastically. Even though he had no idea who she was, he seemed delighted to have received her praise. All the bloodlings followed behind as well. In less than a heartbeat, the tiny room was packed and there were still bloodlings that had failed to squeeze in. The person who had stepped out before seemed to be rather educated. After inspecting the equipment, he pressed something. Suddenly, the entire room lit up, and screens popped up everywhere. The bloodling pulled over a chair, but just as he was about to start decoding, he seemed to have thought of something and pushed the chair towards Yao Si. In a slightly nervous voice, he said, Please take a seat. You take a seat, we'll have to depend on you to decode this. Yao Si pressed him down onto the chair. The bloodling didn't waste another second and started to type furiously. Being totally clueless about the futuristic technology, Yao Si had no clue as to what he was doing, she just stared at the screen with a myriad of unknown letters in confusion. However, the confident expression soon started to slip from the coder's face. It was gradually replaced by one of guilt. What's wrong? This communication device is one-sided, they can only send out information. Besides, they used an entirely different network, not the galactic network. Every time they contact the other side, the information will be deleted and impossible to trace. Even though the other party's account is present, it changes regularly. There should be a specific pattern they use to determine the new account, but it won't be known to others. I can crack into the defense system to switch off the self-destruct mechanism, but what concerns the other party, I can't help with it, he said with a scrunched-up face. Which means we won't be able to find them. Yes, I apologize. It's not your fault, thank you for your hard work. Yao Si never expected to find the mastermind so easily, especially after witnessing the scale of the research base. Just as perverted Lu had said, this was only a small portion of Euphoria. Such a large organization would definitely make no mistakes in their communications. But, the trip couldn't be called a success if they didn't do anything. She started to tremble uncontrollably once the images from before resurfaced in her mind. If we were to send a message to all the accounts present, would they be able to receive it? Yao Si asked. The bloodling nodded instantly. Yes, but, we still wouldn't be able to trace them. That's fine. Open all the channels they have. I have a few words for this Euphoria organization. All of them? Alright. He turned and started to work on the device, then after some time turned back. It's done. Light flashed in front of her, and her body was reflected onto the screen. Yao Si then took a step forward and after a deep breath began speaking. Everyone in Euphoria listen up. I'm Yao Si, a 5th-generation bloodling of the Red Planet. Your actions have violated my race's pride, and I don't care what you intend to do or who you are, but I formally declare war against you with my 5th-generation bloodline. We will find you, all actions against the bloodlings will be repaid in surplus. Regardless of how noble your excuses may be, we will never succumb. Even if it's the whole galaxy, we won't mind taking it out entirely. Her expression remained the same, serious and calm, but her next words were more spat out than said. Cherish the peace you have now, for you shall feel the wrath of my entire race. Remember my words, they're no warning or threat, we are coming. Chapter 66, Human Transport Machine. Yao Si switched off the screen in front of her, not regretting in the least to have exposed her identity. The bloodling's pride was at stake. She took deep breath and, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, turned to face an unexpectedly silent room. She scanned the crowd, taking in the dazed expressions. What's wrong? Did her ability fail her? Fifth generation. Finally, one of the bloodlings snapped back to his senses, blurting out what was on his mind. The next second, the entire crowd became agitated. Your Highness! It's Her Highness! 2 years ago when I dropped by the Red Planet, I heard that Her Highness of the 5th generation had returned, but I never took it seriously. Your Highness! Your Highness personally came down to save us. Ahaha! This is amazing, I actually got to meet Her Highness. I wouldn't mind getting caught again. Me too, me too. Me 3. Count me in. Yao Si was speechless. You guys had followed me in without even knowing who I was? Does the bloodline power really have such immense influence? Is it the inheritance of every generation? But I'm glad my ability didn't fail. After a series of commotions, all of the bloodlings went down on one knee in unison, saluting with the bloodling greeting. Their eyes were bright with an impossible to extinguish glow as they looked up to stare at her, a stark contrast to the dead stares they had not long before. Yao Si started to feel uncomfortable and naked under their intense gazes. Gu Shuchen seized this opportunity to squeeze through the crowd. With a slightly superior look that indicated his prior knowledge, he swept the crowd. Your Highness, together with Luo Ying, I've investigated the base. The ships have already left the terminals and there seems to be a field surrounding this base, preventing communication with the outside. You mean, we can't get out? Nephew Gu nodded. They were indeed trapped on this deserted tiny planet. And on top of that, it was a planet that no one visited and where the transport was all one-sided, and one sent by the enemies. Even if they received their call for help, they would probably only come to kill them off. Don't worry, everything will be fine, we'll find a way. Yao Si wasn't the least bit worried, and to prove it she patted his shoulder in reassurance. She glanced down to look at the time, but then realized that her optical computer had been destroyed by the force of her ability. Instinctively, she turned to Nephew Gu. Oh right, what time is it? Nephew Gu's optical computer was removed, so he lifted his head towards the screen at the back. 6:47 p.m. Oh, then it'll be fast. Fast. Nephew Gu stilled slightly, then quickly understood her words. You mean? He's here. Yao Si sighed and lifted her head. From out of nowhere, there was a tear in the sky. It seemingly ripped itself open, and a familiar figure walked out of the portal. He headed straight towards Yao Si, with his face cold and taut, his brows deeply knotted. He said only one sentence to her, "You're late by 17 minutes and 32 seconds. He was wearing an extremely displeased expression. Yao Si punched nephew Gu lightly with a slightly shaky hand. Didn't I tell you I've a plan? She then pounced on Mu Xian. Dad! Hurry, transform into a human transport machine and send me back. Chapter 67, Cold War within the household. Mu Xian stilled, reaching out instinctively to caress Yao Si's head. Behind her, the crowd erupted into shrieks, startling her. Ah ha ha ah ha ha! It's His Highness! He's real, the real, live, breathing kind. Oh my goodness! It's really His Highness, my lord, it's blinding, blinding. Both His Majesty and Her Highness is here, tell me if I'm dreaming. I'm going to take a photo, where's my optical computer? Can someone borrow me an optical computer? Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha! Aha! Yao Si was speechless. Aren't we all bloodlings? Is there really a need for such a fuss? Besides, weren't you guys my fans just a minute ago? Such fickle fans! Oh, oh! Mu Xian was indeed her father. His portal was of an entirely different level, and with just a tiny wave, a passageway to the Red Planet appeared. Probably for convenience's sake, it led to the Elder Council. Without a word, Mu Xian threw the bunch of bloodlings to the elders so they'd settled everything and brought Yao Si home. After all the trouble, they were already more than an hour late for dinner. Yao Si had never been so late for dinner. She assumed that with Mu Xian's personality, he would definitely force her onto a chair and push the duck blood curd down her throat. However, Mu Xian acted out of character. After instructing her to have her meal, he completely disregarded her and sat down in the corner of the sofa with his optical computer. Even if she deliberately tried to attract his attention, he never once offered her a glance. His face remained distant and taut, his entire being emitting a menacing tension. Yao Si endured his cold aura. He was furious, and not just slightly. As an orphan with only the pathetic 20 years of experience, Yao Si had never once had to coax her parents. Without having any idea how that was supposed to be done, she wondered how she should proceed. Person seeking help here. Yao Si kept all the pranks she could come up with to herself and finished the entire bowl of duck blood curd obediently. She even asked for an additional serving before daring to push the empty bowl back. Cough. Dad. I finished my meal. Look, everything is gone. The man on the sofa completely disregarded her, keeping his focus on his optical computer as though she hadn't spoken. I have my grievances too. He hadn't even bothered to correct the way she had called him. He must really be infuriated. I was wrong. She let go of the bowl and came to stand formally at his side with her hands hanging low, a repentant look on her face. Mu Xian's fingers suddenly stopped, he was finally reacting. In a frosty tone, he asked, "What did you do wrong?" Yao Si froze. Right, why am I in the wrong? She had clearly done a good deed, one where even the Elders' Council should owe her bonus. So why was Daddy Mu so angry? Mu Xian took in a deep breath at her silence. He turned to glance at her, then spat out word by word, "Sissy, you're still just a cub." Ah! I know that. You're aware. He frowned, the tension about him increasing. If you knew, how could you have gone to such a dangerous place by yourself? I told you, your ability isn't stable yet, besides it has a passive nature. If there weren't any bloodlings in the base, do you really think you would have been able to come back safely? He was speaking the truth. She couldn't argue with it. I was worried about nephew Gu at that time, and the communication was cut off in both the ship and the research base. That's why I did consider getting you. I swear, she said, raising her hands to prove her sincerity. Chapter 68, Bad Habits Need to be Changed. Why didn't you wait for me then? She was clear on the fact that he would get her when she was late for mealtime, but she had rather entered a risky situation than waited for him. Yao Si stilled. The thought had never once crossed her mind, or rather, she had chosen to neglect such an option. Mu Xian's face sank, disappointment clouding his gaze. With a deep sigh, he caressed her head. Sissy, I'm your mentor. Even if you wanted the entire galaxy destroyed, I would help you with it. You can rely on me a bit more. Yao Si's heart clenched as she dove into his embrace, her throat choked up with worry and other emotions. In an unfamiliar voice, she choked out, Dad. Mu Xian. Mu Xian. I'm sorry, I'm just so used to doing things by myself. She was used to living by herself, used to making her own decisions, used to shouldering all her burdens, used to not having anyone to lean on. But, out of nowhere, she now had a father. There was now someone waiting for her to be back for meals, expecting her to rely on them. But, she just hadn't gotten used to it yet. I'll change. I definitely will. MMH. The experiment against the bloodlings thoroughly infuriated the entire race. All of the bloodlings that had been rescued were placed in a centralized area assigned by the Elders' Council for further inspection to ensure that there weren't any problems that might have been overlooked. Yao Si was afraid that her suppression ability wasn't reliable and the captured bloodlings would remember the painful memories, so she made the more dependable Mu Xian use his mental ability on all of them. This way, their memories would be thoroughly erased. As for the other three, Nephew Gu recovered only after 2 days of rest, Bai Yi wasn't harmed, and Luo Ying had recovered on the way back. Yao Si had been unscathed. Other than a few rips on her clothes, she was totally fine. But the rips on her clothes were enough. Mu Xian glared at her with displeasure for a long while before tugging her home to recuperate. She was confined to their house, where lived the life of a pig, eating and sleeping. In order to piece back a certain someone's shattered glass heart, Yao Si didn't dare to leave the house. Her only form of entertainment was to harass Yao Qian regularly regarding the follow-up on the matter of the experiments. The Elders' Council was going to be busy. First, the research base planet was thoroughly investigated by the bloodlings. They found that the organization's targets weren't just bloodlings. Almost every race had suffered being a specimen under them, but the only ones who survived that were the bloodlings. The Red Planet informed all the various races, concealing only the organization's aim to find immortality. The news sent the entire galaxy into a major uproar. Euphoria became a notorious name that was known even on the tiniest planet. There was an extensive restructuring of the internal regulations within the Red Planet. The slack regulations were strengthened. Bloodlings that were going into hibernation had to first inform the officials of the Red Planet, and everyone that lived outside the Red Planet had to return once every 10 years. The Red Planet followed all the possible clues they could find in the research base while putting in place a large-scale investigation regarding the whereabouts of all bloodlings. The investigation shone light on a large number of missing people, but the elders couldn't be sure if they were in hibernation or captured, as perverted Lu had led them to believe. Chapter 69, Revealed Identity. A month later, they successfully discovered several more research bases of smaller scale. All this happened while Yao Si rotted at home. Mu Xian had been occupied the entire time, barely returning to the house. However, every single time the thought of going out crossed Yao Si's mind, he would immediately appear to stuff her back in place, even forbidding her to attend school. With a parent that helped his child play truant, Yao Si was thoroughly defeated. What's remarkable was that after the destruction of Euphoria's research base, the organization seemed to have vanished into thin air. Despite all the efforts of the Alliance and the Red Planet, they weren't able to trace anything. Even the bases they infiltrated weren't able to provide them with any clue. Yao Si grew increasingly worried. Had the video she sent out from the research base pushed the organization into a defense mode? Definitely not. Mu Xian refuted. The video you sent out was broadcast through a separate channel. Due to the fields around the planet, it would take at least 10 days for them to receive it. The bloodlings had only headed to the planet after the danger had been eliminated. This meant that they would first receive information that their base had been exposed to the bloodlings before receiving her video. You did the right thing. Mu Xian reached out to caress her head. Even if her identity as a fifth generation was exposed, it was for the best. Besides, with her volatile ability, she would be useless in certain circumstances, but no one knew that. With the identity of a fifth-generation bloodling and his cub, she would be of important status, which would form protective barrier around her. After all, even if she was ambitious, the knowledge that she was his cub and so they shared a unique connection would deter enemies from preying on her. Hence, anonymity was no good. She should be advertised publicly instead. Rather than engaging in underground protection, why not thoroughly expose you under the Sunday? Thoroughly? What do you mean? Yao Si remained confused for a long time. Only after 3 months did she finally gain enlightenment. While she was out kite flying, she chanced upon the main screen in the heart of the bloodling capital, where a video of her was playing on repeat. Remember my words, they're no warning or threat, we are coming. What kind of experience is spotting yourself on such a screen? Yao Si had no idea, but at this moment, she had an urge to blind her eyes. How shameful! How embarrassing! What was the video doing here? Was this what Mu Xian had meant by putting everything under the sun? But, isn't this too much? Most importantly, why just that portion? She had definitely never sprouted such a cringe-worthy sentence before. However, the entire street of bloodlings seemed to have been touched. Such charisma! It's Her Highness indeed. Yes, so charismatic. Ahaha! Marry me! Yes, yes! I never knew Her Highness had such vigor. Humph, who cares about the organization, with Her Highness around, they're just paper tigers. That's how the bloodlings do it. Her Highness is right. All against them. Yao Si froze, speechless. Her heart shattered. Somehow, she had transformed from a weakling into a superwoman. My image is in tatters now. I'm a girl, a girl. How am I supposed to get married now? The video was all over the streets, and even the first thing that popped up once one opened their optical computer. Yao Si could already imagine everyone in the entire galaxy watching her video. What a nightmare! She pushed her cap farther down, to the point that it covered all her face. You can't see me, I'm invisible. Chapter 70, A Low-Profile Life. Just as Yao Si was about to escape, she bumped straight into a familiar figure. He raised his hand and opened his mouth to greet her. You're high. Yao Si covered his mouth at lightning speed, dragging him into a deserted corner. SHH, low profile, low profile. She swept a glance at him. Nephew Gu, why are you here? Have your injuries healed? Gu Shuchen stilled, then replied dismissively, I predicted that your highness would be here, so I came over. My injuries fully healed a while back. That's good. Yao Si nodded, remembering how disgusting Lu had mentioned that he was the only who could predict the future. Is your ability really to predict the future? I can only see some of it, he explained. After interacting with a specific person, I will be able to see some images, but it won't be complete and some of it might not even happen. What does it mean? Didn't prediction mean that you'll know things beforehand? Or could you perhaps predict fake information as well? The future isn't fixed, he answered patiently. I can only predict the current outcome, but once the person learns of it, he will obviously make a different choice, resulting in the prediction being different from reality. Oh. I understand, isn't it similar to the butterfly effect with you being the wings, but if you can predict the future, why would you have been caught? This wasn't logical. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I was complacent. I had noticed them a month before I was caught. At that time, I foresaw the situation at the research base and realized the seriousness of it, but since I wasn't entirely sure, I deliberately fell into their trap to investigate further. In the end you couldn't come back. Curiosity killed the cat, indeed. What if you died there? I wouldn't have. He shook his head with assertion. If I foresaw myself in danger, I naturally also saw myself escaping. This is due to your highness, you're indeed the queen of our race. Stop praising me, I'm not really that happy with this. Hee, ha 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 ha. Wait a minute. She was suddenly reminded of something. Did Yao Qián instruct you to monitor me in the academy because of your ability? He would be able to foresee the possibility of her not making it in time for her meals and make sure that doesn't come to pass. Gu Shuchen froze, a shadow passing his face. He straightened his back and switched on his optical computer, then spoke up in forced seriousness, Your Highness, I came today mainly to report about the workload for this semester. Even though the semester is packed with events, you don't need to worry, I'll make sure to finish my report before your meal time. Ahem. Isn't your change of topic a bit too forced? Yao Qián definitely had that intention. Since Yao Si's previous optical computer had broken, she bought a new one but hadn't yet had the chance to add nephew Gu into her contacts, mainly because she wasn't sure how it worked. Hence, nephew Gu had to personally add himself. Gu Shuchen sent her a large pile of documents, numerous finalized reports of the semester. Yao Si's heart sank. After struggling to enter the academy, the semester had flown past without even a full month of learning. The rest of the semester had been spent lazying about at home. This wasn't what she'd had in mind when she decided to learn more about this galaxy and expand her social circle. Oh, for your safety, from next semester, Your Highness will advance to the high school level, nephew Gu said hesitantly. Chapter 71, The Cub is going solo. MMH, I understand. Yao Si nodded. Even though she had been on a ban from leaving home for the past few months, she hadn't spent that time in vain. She still did her schoolwork and had learned a lot through the galactic web. In general, all the common knowledge that she lacked she managed to learn during the last couple months. Oh, what's this? She pointed toward the most striking document in the middle. It didn't seem the same as the others, there were 3 photos at the top of it, each of them containing a profile of a person with a flashing medal. Oh, it's a friendly competition between the First Academy and Zhou Academy. It's held in the 31st district of Demon Planet. These are the top 3 participants who were able to protect the safety of all the members while at the same time improving their mental strength. Mental strength. Yao Si grasped the main point swiftly. Isn't that an ability? Why is the 3rd student from the elementary level biological series? Strictly speaking, mental strength isn't an ability, since every race can possess mental strength, nephew Gu explained. It differs only in its intensity. Mental strength is linked to one's awareness, so a stronger sense of awareness would lead to a stronger mental strength. You mean, mental strength has nothing to do with our abilities? You could say it that way. Yao Si stilled, a thought forming. She was reminded of Euphoria. Recently, they seemed to have vanished into thin air. This could normally mean only 2 things. The first possibility was that they wasn't as big of an organization as she had predicted, so they had already all died out. This would be the good possibility. The other was, quite terrible in comparison. It would mean that Euphoria's management is massive, and highly secretive, to be able to operate without alerting both the Alliance and the bloodlings. This would then lead to the fact that they could fight on equal ground against the entire Alliance and the Red Planet. There would be no need to speak of having grasped their limits, let alone come close to their heart. If this was the actual situation, their disappearance could potentially mean a great danger brewing in the dark, waiting for the right time to spring out. If Euphoria was really this good, then Yao Si might be in danger after having revealed her 5th-generation bloodline. This might have been the main reason why Mu Xian had refused to let her out during the last couple months. Even though they had won the battle at the base, luck had played a large role in the outcome. If she hadn't been able to summon her ability, if she hadn't been facing bloodlings, if the power of her bloodline hadn't erupted, she would have never won with such ease. Basically, her ability was too volatile, she was too weak. She made up her mind then. She was going to do summer training. No. Mu Xian vehemently objected after hearing her thoughts. Why? Yao Si asked, startled. I heard that it's the best place for training one's mental strength. It's too dangerous. It hasn't been long since she had come back from the research base, yet here she was ready to risk herself again. Besides, the places she was choosing to go to were getting increasingly more dangerous. She was just a cub, so how could he allow that? Mu Xian. Yao Si sighed, looking at him seriously. You know about my ability. I should actively seek out ways to protect myself. There's me. Who would dare to bully my cub with me around? But you can't always be by my side. He sunk into silence. His cub was right, of course. Self-defense was the best form of defense. Yet even though he was clear on that, he couldn't help a wave of sorrow rising within him. His cub was all grown up and ready to leave. What should he do? This was an emergency. Chapter 72, Flaunting Love is Prohibited. In the end, Mu Xian gave in after giving her 3 rules to follow. First, she was to conceal the nature of her ability and not expose her identity. It's necessary, Yao Si thought to herself. After the video was aired, she had gained a small following, so it was a must to maintain her image. Second, she was to report to him daily for at least half an hour. Also, once the 2 months were up, she was to return immediately. This is agreeable too. Third, she had to be home for her meals. Definitely not. She violently opposed this rule right away. She was about to enter a planet not recorded in the galaxy, so there wouldn't be a portal for her to return through. How could she then come back for her meals every day? After this, Mu Xian reluctantly agreed to change the rule, have the meals on time. On the day of her departure, Mu Xian instructed her for 2 whole hours at the pier before stuffing her bag with a huge pile of things, mainly food. He was only satisfied after she had successfully missed the flight. Yan Xian was there, too, with a pretty little girl by his side. He handed Yao Si a jade-like object. Your Highness, bring this along, it's from a friend. It should come in handy in an emergency. Thank you. Yao Si placed the object into her optical computer, then turned back to the frowning Mu Xian. Dad. Mu Xian. I'm leaving. Don't worry, I'll keep your rules in mind. I'll be back once the holiday ends. It's just 2 months, everything will be fine. Can you let go of my hands? You've been hold on to them for the past few hours, how can I enter the ship like that? A certain someone unwillingly released her hands. Yao Si took large strides to the ship. After she entered it, she turned back to wave goodbye. She had already missed the flight, so if she didn't board now, she would be left behind. After a short while, the ship's engine started, gradually rising in volume. Mu Xian stood rooted at the same position as he stared at the ship until it disappeared. The next moment, he said, "Are the preparations done?" "Yes. Yes." Yan Xian replied instantly. "They'll leave in 10 minutes and will reach right after Her Highness lands." Mu Xian nodded, with no intention of leaving as he continued to stare in the direction the ship had disappeared. "Dad, was that Her Highness?" The pretty female beside Yan Xian asked excitedly. Yet. Yan Xian nodded. Even though she doesn't look the same as in the video, but... She added enthusiastically, she's so handsome. Was handsome used to describe a woman? It's Her Highness no doubt, to be able to venture into such a treacherous place by herself. She looked genuinely touched. If it was me, I would never be able to leave my mentor. She then flew into Yan Xian's embrace. Yan Xian's gaze turned gentle instantly. Me too, I couldn't bear to leave you as well, not even for a second. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling glare landed on his person. At some point in time, Mu Xian had turned around and was staring straight at them. The atmosphere around them froze, beginning to emit a frosty chill. It was scary. Your Majesty. What's wrong? Mu Xian's gaze sunk. He glared at Yan Xian frostily before saying coldly, "She'll be back soon." Ah? Who? Her Highness? What is he mentioning her for? Mu Xian turned, waved his hand in the air, and disappeared into a space portal. Both Yan Xian looked at each other, confusion written in both their eyes. They did something wrong? Chapter 73, Tourism in the Lands of Celestials. Yao Si was going to venture into Celestials' lands. Gu Shuchen had mentioned that they were the most knowledgeable about the control of mental strength, and the shadow planet she was heading to specialized in the training of mental strength. In the past, Yan Xian had once told her that Celestials used their abilities to their fullest potential. They weren't like the other races that focused on advancing their technology, their strengths lay on a different path. Celestials used their own abilities in place of technology when they traveled with their swords. Even the ship that Yao Si was coming on was different. It was really a ship. Indeed, it was exactly like the ancient wooden ships, which was propelled by a blurry figure the Celestials called a formation. Despite the ship's appearance, its speed rivaled the technology-based ones in the galaxy. In less than an hour, Yao was reached her destination. She caressed the necklace Mu Xian had given her. Inside it was a charm with a hint of his mental strength which could be used to influence the perception of others. Yao Si prepared herself before leaving the ship. She was certain the things outside would be like from some fantasy novel she'd read in the past, totally unlike what she'd seen so far. However, the moment she left the ship, she realized how inadequate her preparations had been. A woman dressed in an ancient outfit flew over and asked with a bright smile on her face, "Good day, our valuable customer. I'm the attendant that will be at your service during your stay. My identification number is 233. May I know if you are here to tour or to gain experience?" Yao Si froze, caught off guard by such a retro image, which was a stark contrast to the modern era they lived in. It felt as though she had entered a historical fantasy film. Gain experience. Yao Si replied unnaturally. I see. Attendant 233's welcoming smile did not waver. All right, please give me a moment, your personal VIP seat will be brought over right away. It'll punctually deliver you to your destination. With a wave, the aide plucked a cloud from the side. This is too much to handle. This region was completely different from the rest. It was entirely white, and the surroundings were filled with celestial energy. At times, you could catch a hint of ancient-looking architecture among the flowing marshmallow-like clouds. The majority of the clouds were white, but some possessed other colors. The cloud attendant 233 plucked was a rainbow one. Take a seat. All right. Yao Si reached out for a touch and found that it was rather soft, quite similar to the transparent children's seat she had sat on in the past. Once she was seated, attendant 233 started to move about, bringing a bunch of documents over and explaining the culture and background of the celestial race. Mrs., this must be the first time you entered the lands of the Celestials, am I right? Let me tell you, our lands are extremely beautiful. There is a total of 811 planets, each with such heavenly views I swear you'll never want to leave. Others aside, take a look at the immortal planet, it's the third planet and is filled with various unique sights that have not been tainted by mankind. Moreover, they're having a promotion at the moment, with the group price of just 998 galactic currency. If you're interested, I could offer up additional offers. Yao Si's expression froze. How could such a spiritual celestial introduce a tour package in such a way? Do celestials prioritize tourism over gaining experience? Chapter 74, Celestials' Transportation Methods. The attendant stilled, seemingly recalling that Yao Si was here for training. She smiled, abashed. He, it's the same. But Mrs., if you wish to tour the area after your training, you can come find me. My service number is 233. I'll be sure to provide you with a special discount. Sure. The attendant prepared a stack of documents. But just as she was about to continue her introduction of the training, a buzzing sound came from beside her. She placed the documents down and pulled out a paper talisman, then made a strange hand gesture. A white gleam shot into the amulet. The next moment, the woman's face fell. What? Car accident? What happened? There's a customer here waiting to be transported. The attendant said in frustration, frowning. Fine, you can head over to a pharmacist first. I'll try to find a solution. The attendant put away the amulet, then, with an apologetic face, she walked back over. Mrs., I'm extremely sorry, I just received a notification that the VIP transport just met with an accident. Will it be alright if I arrange for a public transportation for you instead? No worries, it's be fine. Car accident was not something one could predict. Yao Si could understand that. Great, thank you for your understanding. The attendant heaved a sigh of relief, thanking her repeatedly. I will arrange for a transport right away. She pulled yet another purple talisman. After chanting a line, a stream of light flew out. In less than 10 seconds, a celestial swan came flying from the thick layer of clouds ahead. Excuse me. This is their transportation equipment? He, the celestial race sure is interesting. Welcome. The swan greeted monotonously, once it came to a stop. Is it a swan or a parrot? The swan stationed itself in front of her before lowering its wings intelligently. Is it inviting me to sit on its back? Mrs., please. It really wants me to sit on it. Yao Si got awkwardly up onto the swan before settling in. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Attendant 233 waved towards Yao Si, and with a flap of the swan's wings, they rose up. What surprised Yao Si was the stability. Despite the repeated vigorous flapping, Yao Si could barely feel the wind. It was akin to sitting on an advanced flying machine. She couldn't help glancing around at the surroundings. The majority of people at the port were also getting up on celestial swans. It seemed like this was the normal transportation among the celestials. It was indeed refreshing, except for the influx of advertisements. Celestial's leading port welcomes you. We offer 2 different experiences, tourism and training. There is a total of 811 tourism locations, including. Then specific descriptions followed. Initially, Yao Si thought that the swan was possessed and could now communicate, but soon, she realized that it was simply repeating the same things over and over again. It's much better than a parrot, it can actually recite texts. Yao Si was subjected to its advertisements throughout the entire journey, until they arrived at a massive palace. It had the same vintage vibe. With its red walls and golden roofs, it appeared imposing and majestic. At the entrance was a gold tablet which read, Celestial's Training Office. Yao Si jumped off the swan's back. Just as she was about to enter the office, the swan turned abruptly, stopping her with its beak. With a screech, it opened its beak wide. What? Does it want to be adopted? Chapter 75, The Advertising of Celestials. Yao Si rummaged through her optical space. When she finally found a red berry, she placed it into the celestial swan's mouth. The celestial swan flapped its wings, then raised its head towards the berries for a big bite before turning to glance at her with its beak still wide open. A familiar voice came through. "I'm sorry, we do not support food as a form of payment, please pay with the galactic currency." FK, it was just trying to get me to pay. Paying for transport, that's quite normal. But, if you don't support other forms of payment, then return me my berries. ... Do you accept bank transfers? The swan did not say anything more, just raised its slender claw. Attached to it was a red payment device. Yao Si frowned, then swiped her optical computer past it once. With a short buzz, the words "successful payment" came through. The celestial swan flew up in satisfaction, circling her head once with an enthusiastic chirp. It's everyone's duty to care for the celestial race's transports. Please do not overfeed the celestial swans, thank you. Come back here. Yao Si reached the Celestials' training office. Tourism within the Celestials' lands seemed much more advanced than their training facilities, and there weren't many people at the training registration booth. Despite the large size of the office, there were only 5 people, mostly burly warriors. The number of staff was even lower, with a total of 2 booths, one of which had a close sign hanging at its front. Just as Yao Si was about to queue, an elderly with snowy white beard came over. "Dear customer, are you here for training?" "I am." Yao Si nodded. "Have you done your preparations before the training?" he asked. "Preparation?" she stilled. What did she need to prepare? "This must be the first time you're here to the celestial region," the elderly man added enthusiastically as he started his introduction. "Training means that you'll be transported to the most primitive planet. The locals there will be clueless about the galactic rules, so you can't go there without any preparations." "What do I need to prepare?" Yao Si couldn't help asking since there was still time before her registration. Come, look over there." He pointed towards an overflowing shop straight ahead. "These are the most famous supplementary pills in the celestial region. We also stock talismans and everything else you need to ensure your safety during your training. These are pills to boost your immunity system, these are talismans for fire hazards, these are summoning talismans, and these are the best Baigu celestial pills. With all these, you won't have to worry about the dangers you'll face. There's also a luxury set available." He must be a promoter, his words can't be trusted. "I don't need it, thanks." She was going there to train, not for a tour. Besides, she wanted to train her mental strength, which had nothing to do with all these. "Why won't you need it?" Customers must have been a rare sight judging by his persistence. He added in agitation, "Don't worry, my merchandise is all of the highest quality. Even if you're here to train, you can never be too careful. You should get some to protect yourself in case of unforeseen circumstances." "I really don't need anything." She was here purely to train her mental strength. She had already checked the galactic web, and her first destination would be the 3rd region of Shadow Planet. According to the web, the species in that area would all be below rank B, so as a 3's rank bloodling, as long as she remained in that area, she would be safe. Chapter 76, The Training Planet. "Why don't you take another look, my things are really very useful. How about this, I'll give you a discount and a free anti-fire talisman, will that do?" "I really don't need it." Yao Si rejected once more. The elderly pouted, waving the thick stack of talismans in his hand, clearly displeased. He looked her up and down mockingly, then scoffed as a glint flashed past his eyes. He pointed at the booth with a sigh. "Whatever. Go back and queue, that counter is going to open soon." Yao Si didn't take offense. With a quick look, she realized that the clouds covering the closed booth were starting to dissipate. She hurriedly thanked him before going over to queue up. After the registration was done, a yellow talisman slipped out from the booth. It contained only a simple instruction for her to proceed to the dispatch area on the left. Yao Si headed over with the talisman that looked a transport ticket in her hands. She was totally clueless of the smug expression the elderly at the back was wearing now. Since you didn't buy my things, I'll make sure you end up crying. The dispatch area was just a spot with a drawing on the ground. Yao Si was intrigued as she walked onto it with the talisman in her hands. The moment she stood on the drawing, the talisman began to glow and disappeared. The next moment, the drawing lit up and she started to levitate. Just as she was impressed by the magical skills of the Celestials, a white glow flashed in front of her, transporting her to an entirely different location. 10 minutes later, there were people speaking in the VIP lounge. Why isn't Her Highness here yet? She could have been slower than us. But didn't the attendant mention that we're the first batch to reach the lounge? Bad news. The port just mentioned that the mystic beast in charge of welcoming the first batch of VIPs had been injured. Her Highness must have headed directly to the normal entrance and should already be on the training planet. Hurry, we need to reach her immediately. After 2 minutes, the crowd that reached the training planet. Didn't they mention that others had arrived? Where are they? We might not be able to make it back to the red planet. We're going to get beaten to death. The three of them shivered uncontrollably as they gripped onto each other. At this moment, Yao Si. Is it dark already? Yao Si scanned her surroundings. Everything was pitch black, without a single glow of light anywhere. She could vaguely sense how deserted the place was as the wind howled all around. Even though the wind wasn't fast, it seemed to smash against her continuously, forcing her forward. There was barely anything around, only the ground covered with sand. If she opened her mouth, she would definitely taste little bits of it picked by the wind. The entire place was unusually calm, almost suspiciously so. There didn't seem to be any presence in this place. Advertisements indeed couldn't be trusted. Weren't they boasting moments ago about how every corner of the celestial region was as scenic as a painting? Besides, there wasn't a single attendant around here to welcome her. Or has the training already began? Yao Si searched for a flat ground before settling down. It was supposed to be training, but all she was doing was moving about without a clue about what she was doing. The information on the galactic web was limited. There hadn't been any mention of the training details, hence she could only figure it out on her own. Before she came over, she had consulted Mu Xian regarding the various aspects of mental strength. Based on his words, it was basically a person's awareness, while attacking with mental strength was just emitting that awareness externally. Mu Xian mentioned that awareness could only be nurtured with time. After being in hibernation for such a long time, her awareness was naturally much stronger than that of others. However, due to her lack of experience, she could only perform the most elementary skill, entering the galactic web with her awareness. The celestial region could help with one's mental strength, since it was entirely different from the galactic. She shut her eyes to sense any differences. Suddenly, an infuriated shout broke her thoughts. As long as I, Zanzikan, am still alive, I'll never succumb to you demonic races. Chapter 77, Mini-Galactic Beast. Yao Si turned. The only thing in sight less than 100 meters to the right was a man in a long vintage outfit. The darkness made it hard for her to decipher the details, but in his hands, she could see a sword that he was using to attack the surroundings ferociously. His long hair was already in a mess. He seemed to be injured, for a pungent coppery blood smell filled the air that the wind brought over. As the man swung the sword, he shouted at the surroundings in agitation. My life is in my own hands, not the heavens. With its tiny size, the demonic race has no rights for arrogance. I Zanzikan won't give up until I die. That line seems rather familiar. Self-fulfilling prophecy? Yao Si grew increasingly more frustrated by the ruckus he was making. Taking a step forward, she called out, Hey, young man! Who is that? He turned, trying to spot her. His expression was cautious as he gripped his sword, while his gaze did not seem to be a friendly one. Here, here. Yao Si took another 2 steps forward, waving her hands in front of him. He turned in the direction of her voice. With his sword, he flicked her hand away before taking a step back. How audacious! Where did you come from, you demonic woman? Demonic woman? You're the demonic woman, your entire family are demonic women. Hey, Mr. Zanzikan, could you please keep it down a little? His face sunk and he glared at her intently. How do you know my name? You shouted it out just now. With such a loud voice, how could she not know? He stilled, seemingly recalling the incident. After taking a thorough look at her, his eyes went wide from shock. You're a human. Yao Si's face muscles twitched. I don't look like one. What are you doing in the demonic realm? He asked in disbelief. What demonic realm? Was it the name of this area? Then, was he a local? Yao Si was a little confused. Do Celestials have any rules regarding this? Are people on training allowed to interact with the locals? She hadn't looked at the manual, what was she going to do? Just as Zanzikan was about to continue asking, his face paled and he shouted out, Mrs., be careful. He stabbed his sword inches from her arm. Yao Si could only feel a strong gust of wind by the side of her arm, startling her. What happened? With that attack, them hurriedly took hold of her hand. You were almost ambushed by the demonic energy, so you should force it up this instant. Ah! He paused in confusion, seemingly having met with an incomprehensible matter. He flipped her arm over, inspecting it. How can it? It's going to break if you continue to flip it around. She shook her hand. His hand trembled, and he released her instantly. Zanzikan's face flushed a deep red. Mrs., I apologize for my disrespect. He took a step back formally. The situation was an urgent one, but Mrs., to be able to defend yourself against the demonic energy. I'm deeply surprised. Demonic energy? What's that? That's right, this is the demonic realm, so it's filled with demonic energy. If an ordinary person isn't careful, allowing it to enter them. He paused, seemingly thinking of something grave, for his brows furrowed, forming a deep knot. If it's just little, the body will start to rot, but if it becomes more serious, the person might die. It's that serious? Then was the oppressive feeling I felt the entire time actually demonic energy? Mrs., your body seems stronger than normal, the demonic energy doesn't seem to be able to penetrate, he said. But beasts are everywhere within the demonic realm, there's also the demonic race that treats humans as prey. You should leave as soon as possible. Oh, thank you. Yao Si was about to probe further, but a shhhh, lala sound erupted from afar, and Zanzikan's face darkened. Bad news, something is coming. Hurry, we have to leave this place. With a weird gesture, a long sword floated up in mid-air. He jumped up and reached his hand toward her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yao Si didn't mind it. Regardless of how dangerous it was, this was just the 3rd district. Ahuhu. Just then, a beast emerged from the sand. It looked like a snake, but it was several feet tall like a bug. It looked like the beasts from movies, with a mouth that was a few meters wide and dagger-like teeth forming several neat rows all around it. Oh! Run! Yao Si grabbed onto Zanzikan's arm and jumped onto the sword. Together, they left in a hurry. She had been so calm just a few seconds ago, but now something like this showed up. How is this the 3rd district? How can there be such a massive beast here? It looks exactly like a miniature galactic beast. Shouldn't the strongest beast here only be rank B? Bad advertisement, gonna complain. Chapter 78, The Map of the Virtuous Planet. They sped the entire journey, the wind drumming within their ears, the gusts slapping against their faces. But how could Yao Si complain when it had been so difficult just to escape that gigantic sand beast's attack range? When she couldn't resist switching on her optical computer to check the rank of the beast that was almost out of their sight. A few red words appeared, level S+. F***CK. Something must have gone wrong. What is an S-end rank beast doing here? It isn't logical. Zanzikin flew for half an hour, only landing when he made sure that the beast was no longer in sight. Once on the ground again, he leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Thanks bro. Yao Si swiped the sweat off her forehead. Under such a critical situation, he still had went out of his way to bring her along, so he had to be a nice guy. Zanzikin seemed to have exhausted all his energy. With a nonchalant wave, he brushed her off. When he finally calmed his breathing down, he said, "It's fine, you seem to be immune to the demonic energy, so with you around I won't have to worry about being invaded by that energy. I should really be the one thanking you." He's making sense. The oppressing sensation from before had stopped at some point. It seemed to have realized her resistance against its constant invasion. Zanzikin had stopped waving his sword against his surroundings as well. Just then, she recalled the promise made with Daddy Mew and swiftly changed what she was planning to say. Si Yao, you can call me Si Yao. Miss Si Yao. He sighed. The demonic region runs far and wide, it'll be hard for us to leave. Besides, we don't even know the way, so we have to be extra careful. I know the way. Besides, the demonic beast. Wait, what did you say? I have the map of the area, I can find the way out. To be more exact, she had a GPS. After a short while, Zanzikin said, Miss Si Yao. This may seem a little rude, but... Are you perhaps a spy from the demonic race? Yao Si struggled to describe the optical network GPS in terms he would understand. As she did so, he stilled, then after a long while he nodded with a somewhat confused expression. You mean you have a magical device that can lead us to our destination? It's something like that. Is it perhaps, the map of Mountain Hilo? His eyes widened. That's a mythical device. I heard that it was created by a priest from above, only those of a certain rank are able to utilize it. He wrapped his hands in a greeting while adding enthusiastically, I apologize for my ignorance, do forgive this junior for not recognizing your rank. He. Isn't the optical network GPS a standard accessory? You're too kind, let's leave this place for now. She couldn't be sure what other beasts were present in this S-end area. Yes, my senior. Spare the formalities, you can just call me by my name. Yes, Senior Si. All right, whatever floats your boat. When she switched on the GPS, a screen popped up, showing the entire map of the Shadow Planet. There were even name markings on the various regions. She took a specific look at her location and couldn't help cursing. They really sent her to the wrong location. She was actually in the 9th region, whose area spanned over half of the planet. What's worst was that the 4-week-old beasts were all at least rank S. Fortunately though, she was at the edge of the region. The Celestials' transportation can actually go wrong. She had to complain about it when she got back. Yao Si tapped onto the 3rd area, and the image made a rotation before it popped up from the screen. A soothing voice announced, Welcome to the virtuous planet, it's my pleasure to be your guide. Your current trip is estimated to be 5,567.33 km long. I advise you to proceed with a miniature flying device. What? This seems like an interesting map. Chapter 79, Flying Out of the Shadow Planet. The GPS announcement didn't catch Yao Si's attention, but it thoroughly frightened Zanzikin. He had a look of disbelief when he glanced at her. This, Senior, your magical device produced a spirit. What is he saying? With such a magical device, we will definitely be able to escape this demonic realm. But I would like to trouble with something. Yao Si twisted her fingers in embarrassment. Senior, please speak your mind. I don't have any transportation equipment. What I mean is, I don't have a flying sword. So, I'll have to trouble you for that. I see. He nodded nonchalantly. No worries, I tend to cast equipment in my leisure time, so even though the level isn't high, using a sword for transport is totally fine. Senior, if you don't mind. With a wave of his hand, a deafening clang erupted and a sword appeared by her feet. I can lend it to you. He is friendly indeed. I don't know how to use it though. He just had to force the truth out. Zanzikan stilled, the idea never once having crossed his mind. He sat in a daze for a long while. When he finally thought of something, he glanced at her with guilt in his eyes. It's all my fault. Senior must have been gravely injured, which prevents her from flying on the sword, but she still put on a strong front just to activate the map of Mountain Hiluo to bring him out. To not have realized this was a mistake on my part. He raised his hand to take back the sword, then silently summoned the sword he had used previously. He freed up 2/3 of the sword's space. Senior, please. His gaze when he looked at Yao Si was filled with admiration, worship, and gratitude. Even though she wasn't sure of his thoughts, a free chauffeur was great. Swiftly, she got onto the sword. Buzz. The navigation shall begin, please proceed forward. Turn right after 15 kilometers to arrive at 28.12 degrees north, 112.59 degree E. This time, without any further instructions, Zanzikan headed forward. This so-called demonic realm was indeed vast. Yao Si had at first assumed, based on the speed of her previous sword travels, that she would be able to reach their destination in a few minutes. But she hadn't expected that Celestials had different levels. Zanzikan was a local of the Shadow Planet, and it was clear that his sword skills were of a lower level. If the one steered by Li Yu was a flying ship, then Zanzikan's one would be considered a bicycle. They only managed to fly out of the 9th district after 2 whole hours. The moment they left, the darkness started to seep away, the scenery turning bright and sunny. It looked just like an image from a tourism site. We're out, we're really out. Zanzikan was so excited he almost jumped off the sword. Fortunately, he remembered in time that there was still a passenger on board. He stopped over a grass field, bowing politely at Yao Si once more. Thank you, Senior Si, for leading me out of the demonic realm. I will never forget it. Ha ha ha, it's not that serious. She patted his shoulder nonchalantly. All I did was navigate, I still have to thank you for bringing me all the way. Besides, the actual navigator was the GPS. The man's face was clouded with gratitude. Senior, you're indeed noble. Yao Si glanced at the area they just left, noticing how there seemed to be 2 extremes here. One place was drowned in darkness while the other bright and sunny. There wasn't any middle ground between the two, with a clean line separating the regions. This was probably the reason behind the planet's name, Shadow Planet. Chapter 80, Journey to the Service Center. Oh right, what are your plans? Where are you heading to? Even though they were out of the 9th district, they were still close to the 7th district, which was considered dangerous. She had to try and get another ride. I don't have anywhere I need to go at the moment, so I'm not in a hurry anywhere. He glanced at her then, and after hesitating slightly said, if you don't mind, I'm willing to send you back to your quarters before leaving. I'll have to trouble you. She had been waiting for that offer. I won't stand on ceremony, let's go. Yes. He immediately brought her along. Senior must be injured, but knowing that I'd worry, she didn't have the heart to tell me. She is indeed a noble person. Senior, do you have anywhere you need to be? Let me take a look. Yao Si had no clue about his thoughts, so she just opened the map and pointed to the right corner. Here. 1,456 kilometers from where we are now, so it should be about half an hour away. That. Zanzikan stilled, his sword stopping as well. Why? Is it not convenient for you? No. He shook his head. It isn't inconvenient, I'll send you there right this moment. He headed forward at high speed. Regardless of the situation, he had to send her there, even if. Yao Si was confused but suppressed her curiosity. Zanzikan was an image of worry, even taking a wrong turn once. She asked if he wanted to stop since she could walk there herself, but he objected the idea instantly. After about half an hour, they finally reached the 3rd district, getting close to the destination on the map. At that moment, Zanzikan hesitated slightly before asking, Senior Si, are you heading to Shi Fang sect? Shi Fang sect? Yao Si stilled. She just wanted to head to the service center located on the map to ask what exactly had happened. It's actually a sect? I should be, she replied. Instantly, Zanzikan's face paled and his gaze flickered sideways. What's wrong? It isn't convenient for you? Why not? I'll go myself, okay. You look like you're about to faint. He forced out a smile, but did not look straight at her. It's fine, we're about to reach it. I'll bring you over. Zanzikan sped up, and soon they reached a gigantic stone wall. At the top of it were the words Shi Fang in italics, and the optical computer indicated that they were at the right location. Senior, I'd like to thank you for your help once again. He bowed deeply. There's some animosity between me and Shi Fang sect. It won't be good for me to stay here any longer. I shall take my leave, take care senior. Oh. Oh. He is leaving just like that, I see. Yao Si waved her hand. Take care, goodbye. He nodded before flying away in a hurry. However, just as he was about to fly off, the ground started to glow, exposing a large drawing that was about a few meters wide. Something jumped out from it, hitting the person in mid-air. Zanzikan's feet slipped, and he fell down. Yao Si jumped, rushing over to help him up. Are you all right? He kept silent, but just then, a rude shout came from the wall ahead. Who is it? How dare you trespass Shi Fang sect? With a deafening sound, the doors with the 2 big words split open, exposing a passageway. The stone wall is actually an automated door. Chapter 81, Traitor of the Sect. When the doors opened, about 10 people walked out. There were both men and women, all dressed in white with buns secured tightly at the back of their heads, holding swords that were similar to the ones Zanzikan had used. In unison, they pointed over at them. Zanzikan. The man at the front looked over in shock. The moment he spoke, a ruckus erupted behind him. It's really him. He's alive. How is that possible? No one has ever left the demonic realm alive. He managed to survive his exile in the demonic realm, he must really be a spy from the demonic race. I guess Elder was right, he is indeed part of the demonic race. He is indeed the thief of the combat transformation pill. Zanzikan. The man that spoke earlier took a large step forward. His grip on the sword tightened evidently when he did so, and murderous intent flashed on his face. You traitor, how dare you come back? Traitor? Yao Si stilled, turning back to glance at Zanzikan. Was that why he wanted to leave so anxiously? He stepped forward with nervousness. Junior Gang, I didn't do it. Shut up. The man interrupted his excuse. You were expelled a long time ago. You're no longer a disciple of Shi Fang, so don't think to call me Junior. How did you escape from the demonic realm? Zanzikan's hands tightened into fists, a memory seemingly flashing in his mind. He suppressed his trembling self, then shouted back in his defense, it really wasn't done by me. You're going to continue with the lie. Junior Gang humphed, the murderous glint in his eyes growing increasingly more prominent. The sect leader personally witnessed it and testified against your act. How can it be wrong? Senior Yu is his son, they would definitely. Shut up. You're remorseless and stubborn, how can you malign our leader? Oh, there seems to be a story here. Junior Geng grew increasingly more furious, and even the disciples at the back glared over with anger. Today, I'll be the one to clean the section. He shifted his hand, and 4-5 small transparent swords appeared around him. Is this violence from just a minor dispute? Wait, you. What can't be solved through communication? Just as Yao Si was about to stop them, the small swords headed straight for her. F***ck. He is serious? Zanzikan waved his sword forcefully, and with a few sharp clangs, the little swords shattered. Junior Geng, I've been enduring because of the feelings we have as disciples from the same sect, but it isn't because I can't defeat you. Zanzikan said, raising his sword in anger. Hat. You, the hopeless fifth spiritual root. He clearly despised Zanzikan. Don't be arrogant just because you managed to escape the demonic realm. Do you really think you can leave freely today? He smirked and turned to look at Yao Si. Who is that behind you? I am. Zanzikan froze, taking a step in front of her to block the sight of those from the sect. Junior Geng, there isn't a need to pull outsiders into our business. This senior is here at Shifang for a pressing matter, it has nothing to do with me. If there wasn't anything, would you have gotten so nervous? He smirked, glancing over at Yao Si with a hint of mockery. Look at her strange outfit, she must have brought you out of the demonic realm. To be able to escape that realm, she must be a demoness. How did she get implicated? How was she strange? This outfit was specifically chosen by Daddy Mu. Shut up. Zanzikan howled, his face red with fury, seemingly more infuriated than when they had scolded him. Senior is of high virtue and prestige, how can you slander her like that? Chapter 82, Tell me the story. What senior? Junior Geng mocked. She doesn't have an ounce of spiritual energy within her, she must be a demoness. So that was how you left the demonic realm, by seducing one of them. You. Hey. Yao Si could no longer keep it in. You're too much, now. Junior Geng had no intention of listening to her. He pulled out a talisman and tossed it over at them. Capture the traitor and the demoness. F***ck. Listen to me. Be careful of your surroundings, Senior Si, Zanzikan reminded. He's from the individual series, spiritual root, so beware of the grass below you. The minute he finished saying that, the ground beneath them started to shake and finger-sized vines sprouted from below. They grew with the wind, swaying towards them. Behind the perpetrator, the other members started to gesture weirdly, and the next moment, icicles appeared suspended in mid-air, with rows of transparent swords hanging to the right, all directed towards them. But that wasn't the main point. Once the man pointed at Yao Si, she felt the familiar energy surging within her. The spiritual root Zanzikan had mentioned was actually an ability. That was great. Hey! Yao Si raised her hand, then took a deep breath and shouted out, listen to me. A gigantic fire dragon bolted into the skies, a stream of red flames forming behind it. Regardless of whether it was icicles, swords, or the vines, everything turned to ashes. Yao Si only summoned the dragon back after ensuring that everyone's faces were a soot-filled mess. She then added to her previous line, or I'll beat you up. Zanzikan, Junior Geng, and everyone else stared at her silently. You already did it. Yao Si walked forward, grabbing onto Junior Geng whose face was covered with soot, his hair exploding in all directions. Can we talk now? Se Senior. He coughed while giving a shaky nod. Gengji was wrong, Gengji hopes to seek your forgiveness. Gengji? This name. How is he upright? She turned to glance at Zanzikan and beckoned him closer, then pulled them to a seat. Come, take a seat. Tell me your story. Thus, he proceeded to tell her all the details. The situation was simple but outrageous. Zanzikan was originally a second-ranked disciple in Shi Fang sect. He was widely known to be hopeless as the fifth spiritual root, but due to his hard work, he managed to forcefully improve his ability, becoming the strongest among the disciples of the same rank. After that, it was heard that the sect's treasure, the combat transformation pill, disappeared. There were only 3 people present there at the time, the sect leader, a senior disciple, and him. Both the sect leader and senior disciple testified against Zanzikan, claiming his skills grew because of the pill. Because of that, he was exiled to the demonic realm, which is equivalent to a death sentence in these parts. Naturally, he should be punished for his hideous crime. I didn't steal it. The evidence is clear, how dare you deny, you? Enough. Yao Si interrupted. Don't you have evidence? Let's clarify once more then. The crucial witnesses were the sect leader and the elder senior, after all. But to call Zanzikan the thief seemed unbelievable. He was clearly brutally honest. Even though he knew of the dangers he would face, he still insisted on bringing her over. How could such an innocent child have committed a crime? Chapter 83, The Service Crew. Senior, are you going to meet the sect leader? A glint flashed past Feng Zhi's eyes, evident relief within them. He nodded his head vigorously. All right. The sect leader is in the main palace discussing matters with the elders. Senior, please follow me. Senior Si. Zanzikan hesitated. Don't worry, it'll be fine. She tapped her chest in confidence, knowing that everyone here had an ability had reassured her. The situation has to be resolved. If they aren't reasonable, I'll be sure to bring you out. I'm sure no situation can be worse than this. He clenched his teeth and his hands formed into fist, but after a short while, he nodded. All right. I believe you, Senior. He was a sincere kid in the end. Yao Si followed the disciple that was thoroughly burnt, heading behind the stone wall. After she entered, she realized there was a long stretch of staircase that led to the skies, so high it was impossible to see its end. She couldn't gauge the distance. Are we going to climb this? Will it kill me? She didn't have a choice. After a deep breath, she took a step. Suddenly, a bright light shone from beneath her, and the scene in front of her changed. The next moment, she was on a balcony, the surroundings covered with clouds, a large palace ahead. It was a teleporting staircase. She recalled the drawing at the dispatch area after she had registered and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't been brought to the wrong place this time. Senior, please. Gengji pointed to the palace ahead. The sect leader is inside. They entered together. Before Yao Si could push the door, it opened automatically. Who came without prior notice? An infuriated voice asked. Don't you know I'm discussing matters with Grand Elder? Master. Gengji ran forward hurriedly, kneeling onto the ground with a greeting. A senior wishes to meet you, it's for Zanzikan's matter. Zanzikan. The elder turned over in shock. That traitor is still alive. Yao Si realized that there were a total of 6 people in the room, 5 of them seated with only the man in blue standing. He was the one who was asking the question. The sect leader first glanced at Zanzikan, hatred flashing past his face, then turned back to Gengji. Who wanted to see me? Me. Yao Si walked out from the group, entering the hall. The moment she came in, the 4 of the originally seated 5 bolted up, with the last one being a little slower. He turned to take a look at her, and his face suddenly paled. Who are you? The sect leader asked rudely. Just as Yao Si was about to reply, the elder that had stood up last and seemed to be about 40 to 50 years old said, I know her. Taking large steps forward, he broke into wide smiles. Hello, hello, hello. This uncle, who are you? Grand Elder, she. This is a valuable friend. After so many years, I almost couldn't recognize her. A valuable friend. The sect leader's expression took a complete change, turning respectful. Yao Si was confused, but that uncle continued, Old friend, you're finally here. I had received the notice and waited for a long time, but you took such a long while. I'm glad you're safe. Dear friend, do you want some tea? And what should I call you now? Old friend? I'm Si Yao. Such a confusing friendliness. Wait, I know. This must be the staff at the service center. Did they recognize my customer status? But this isn't the time for that. Chapter 84, For Dummies. I'm here on behalf of my friend, Zanzikan. There seems to be a misunderstanding and I wish to seek clarification from the section. Yao Si then turned to glance at Zanzikan. He took a step forward, greeting the sect leader and various elders. Grand Elders, Master, the combat transformation pill wasn't stolen by me. That day when I was at the Hidden Pill Pavilion, I saw Elder Senior eating the pill, that's how we got into a conflict. I never. Shut up. Before Zanzikan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by an infuriated sect leader. You're full of rubbish, I personally witnessed what happened. You injured Yao Er and stole the pill, how dare you try to lie about the truth? Master you should be clear whether I stole the pill or someone had used it. How audacious, there is both eyewitnesses and hard evidence, don't you dare deny it. The sect leader swung his sleeve violently, his anger concealing his embarrassment. He turned to the service crew person. Grand Elder, for such an audacious disciple, I'll personally deal with him elsewhere to not disrupt you. He headed forward anxiously, intending to drag Zanzikan elsewhere. His anxiousness seemed suspicious, as though he was afraid the matter would drag on. Wait a minute. Yao Si stood in front of Zanzikan, blocking him. Shouldn't we clarify the matter before you punish him? The sect leader frowned, glancing at her with obvious displeasure. This is the business of Shi Fang sect, so I would prefer if you didn't interfere. Why? Is the business of Shi Fang sect so shameful? She retorted. He froze, his face turning green. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he continued, Dear Miss, you must not know, there are signs that this disciple is turning demonic. Previously, he stole the sect's precious combat transformation pill, for which he was banished to the demonic realm, and now he must have used some trick to escape that place. In order to ensure he doesn't bring more harm, it would be. I brought him out. Yao Si replied. What? The sect leader's face paled. How could you escape the demonic realm, are you perhaps? Master you. Before he could finish his sentence, the service crew elderly spoke with a hint of warning. Mind your words. How dare you offend a valuable customer? The sect leader swallowed the rest of his sentence. Let's not discuss whether he is demonic or not. You mentioned that he stole the pill, but other than you, is there anyone else who saw it? Just your words should not be used as evidence, for I can also just say that you were the one who stole it. Yao Er saw it too, sect leader Yu added anxiously. Besides, he was harmed by Zanzikan, those wounds are the physical evidence. Yao Er? What's the relationship between the two of you? He's my son. Now she knew, they were father and son. There was definitely something fishy going on. Don't you know that families' testimonials cannot be used as evidence? They were obviously in cahoots. It isn't impossible that you guys were speaking wrongly about him. Rubbish. I'm the sect leader, how could I do such a thing? I don't even know you well, how could I know you? For this matter, no amount of explaining would be sufficient. We can't just deal with it this way, besides, even if what you said was true, he was already punished. After struggling to escape the demonic realm, is there a need to punish him again? Even death sentences could be pardoned, why not this then? Why don't we just forget the matter? No. Grand Elder. She directed her question to someone else of authority. Ah. What's that got to do with me? What do you think? The service crew person froze. He was here just to help the newbies, so why did he have to meet such a meddlesome customer? But the customer is always right, so he was about to nod in agreement. However, before he could do that, another person spoke up. Let me say a few words. This was one of the other people beside the service crew member. About this matter, I feel that. Yao Si's heart sank. Will he side with the sect leader? You're absolutely right. The person stated resolutely. Ah. That's right, your words now made so much sense. Reasonable indeed. He should be released. Hurry. Didn't you hear this senior telling you to release him? Reasonable, indeed. I'm thoroughly convinced by this senior. Clap for the senior's words. Clap. Clap. A clapping resonated awkwardly within the hall and, it wasn't stopping. The service crew member, sect leader Yu, Zanzikan, all the disciples, and Yao Si stared at them speechlessly. Where did these four dummies come from? Chapter 85, Beginner Guide. With the vote of the four dummies, Zanzikan was pardoned his crimes, but he was no longer a disciple of Shi Fang sect. To play it safe, Yao Si made him wait at the service person's room until his wounds got better before leaving. As for sect leader Yu, she couldn't be sure whether he would cause trouble in the future as it was limited what she could do. After the matter was settled, the service crew member ensured that there wasn't anyone else before starting on his duty. He was called Chiao Bulletin, similar to a certain someone that sold fruits. After hearing Mr. Chiao's explanation, Yao Si understood that she had been sent to the wrong destination because of the booth she registered at. That booth was meant for the training of celestials themselves. If the 3rd district was considered beginner level, then the 9th district was hell, even celestials themselves rarely went there. Yao Si recalled the old promoter. He must have deliberately misled her toward the wrong booth. His behavior was simply disgusting. No wonder he didn't have any business. Mr. Chiao expressed his utmost regret for what happened, helping her to complain about the matter to the regulation office before informing her of the main points. There was also a document for her to sign, an indemnity form before the registration was completed. This is the beginner guide. He passed her a jade-like square piece, signaling for her to press it against her head. Yao Si hesitated slightly before reaching out to grab it and pressing it between her brows. Right then, an influx of information entered her brain. It was much faster than studying. She could understand the information and what she should take note of during the training. There was even a line that warned them to limit their interactions with the indigenous tribes and prohibited them from bringing locals out of their area. There was also an explanation in the end. Basically, the locals were considered Celestials' backup troops, warriors of the celestial realm. It was just like how bloodlings had to convert humans. Celestials were born as part of the indigenous tribes, and only after they reached 3's rank would they be considered as true members of the celestial race. The locals called it flight upgrade. If the training of indigenous tribes was disrupted, it might aid them in walking out of the planet. Since they had a special physique, it might attract the atomic thunder from the planet nearby, and if they weren't of 3's rank yet, they might be killed by the thunder. There was a chance that others might be implicated as well. Hence, people that came for training were expected not to interact with the indigenous tribes. Besides, with the limited training time and high costs, they wouldn't be around for long. I understand. Yao Si nodded. I will adhere to it from now on. Great, you should rest early today before the training begins tomorrow. Mr. Chiao smiled. I'll head out now. I wish you a pleasant training. Turning away, he headed out. The four of you, stop. Yao Si ordered, stopping the 4 figures that were inching out the door. Mr. Qiao turned, caressing his swollen eye while flying off at high speed. Curiosity killed the cat, so he wasn't going to stay around. Just this morning, the 4 of them had come with a murderous aura, the memory of it still sent a shiver down his spine. With such a terrifying combat ability, he couldn't be sure which race they belonged to. Yao Si took in a deep breath, glancing over at the 4 unfamiliar faces. Now, which generation are you guys, and who sent you? Chapter 86, Unqualified Parent. The 4 froze, turning to glance at each other. The lanky one on the right asked in surprise, "You can tell? What rubbish?" The 4 of them had been so supportive in the hall, she would have needed to be blind and deaf to not tell they were die-hard fans from her own race. "Your Highness, you could recognize us at first glance. It's so touching. No doubt you're our Highness, just because of it, I'm willing to brave any dangers for you." "Yes, any amount of danger, through both flames and daggers." "Your Highness, who did you want to kill?" "Stop, stop, stop! What rubbish is this? Who exactly are you guys? What is your purpose here?" They glanced at each other once more, then one on the extreme right nodded. They then activated their optical computers. After less than a minute, a gleam of light washed over them, changing their appearances. Once Yao Si took a closer look, she almost choked. "Bai Yi! Why is it him? President?" "No, Your Highness." Bai Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. He seemed agitated as though he had more to say but wasn't sure where to start. Lo long, time no see. If Bai Yi was here, then nephew Gu. Indeed, Gu Shuchen stood to the right of Bai Yi. "Your Highness, we decided to come for summer training just like you." Yao Si's face muscles twitched while she looked at the other 2 familiar faces. "They're here for training too." They were clearly 2 of those that Yao Qián had gotten to help her train. One of them was a water series, while the other belonged to the wood series. Their abilities were so much better than hers and they had graduated a few hundred years ago, so why would they even need training? Gu Shuchen's eyes flashed, finding yet another righteous excuse. They need to strengthen up. Tell they truth. She activated the power of her bloodline. They gave up. It was the order from the Elder Council. I knew it. It probably wasn't an order from the Elders' Council either, but a certain father. Yao Si originally had a do-or-die attitude, but in an instant, she lost the majority of her drive. It is tiring to have a parent that continuously aims to break a student's drive. "Daddy Mew, you're going to pamper me into a useless cub at his rate." Yao Si started to feel a deep sense of worry. The next day, Yao Si left Shi Fang sect, while Zanzikan had left even earlier than her. He probably could sense the dissatisfaction the sect leader had towards him and had bade her farewell early in the morning. Yao Si seized the limited time, heading over to the first training location. In the beginning, everyone's mental strength was the same, but with time, it would start to grow, until it hit the peak of the individual's body. In theory, if one's age was the same, their mental strength would be the same. Mental ability that spanned across the galaxy was similar to abilities. It could be ranked from E to 3s, with the majority of mental strength being in rank C. This was obviously excluding bloodlings that lived for such a long time. Unless there was a major change, the abilities would only depend on the individual. Yao Si needed to learn to control her mental strength. Mu Xian had mentioned that she had been in hibernation for many years, hence her mental strength wasn't weak, it just lacked practice. Celestials had another term for mental strength, external consciousness. And the best way to train it was to exert it. Chapter 87, Mishaps while doing basic training. The beginner's guide stated that to strengthen one's mental strength, one had to first test the level of their ability. Yao Si started with the smallest creature that possessed mental strength, for instance the bunnies in the Shadow Planet. Yao Si focused all her mental strength, staring at the white furball ahead that was munching on the grass, following the instructions on the beginner guide and attempting to affect its external consciousness. Your Highness, go for it. Concentrate your conscious. You're almost there, you're about to control it. Keep your breathing steady, exert your mental strength. The bunny is about to fall from your ability, Your Highness. Almost there, almost there. You did it. The rabbit has been chased away by Your Highness' massive mental strength. It was chased away by you guys. Why did she have to lug them around for training? Are you guys sure you're not here to increase the difficulty? The four of you, I beg you, could you give me some peace for my training? I want to cry. Can't you sit in the corner for a while? The bloodlings glanced at each other before nodding in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Sure, Your Highness. I accept your order, Your Highness. No problem, Your Highness. The four of them sat down right away, with their eyes still focused on her, their gazes full of worship. Yao Si's face muscles twitched, but she turned around, it was better not to taint her eyes. She settled down on the grass, thinking about the bunny from before, her situation seemed far worse than she had expected. She had no clue how to utilize her mental strength, having never used it before. She could only start from the most basic matter stated in the beginner guide, meditation. She shut her eyes and started to sense the surroundings. Didn't they say that once sight is taken away, other senses will increase in sensitivity? This awareness of the surroundings was considered part of mental strength, one just had to increase the scope to comprise other external factors. Only when she could feel the environment would it considered an exertion of mental strength. The distance covered would then determine the power of one's mental strength. Yao Si used her entire being to feel the environment. After 30 minutes, her breathing calmed down. After 40 minutes, she didn't have any wayward thoughts. After an hour, her senses grew in sensitivity. After an hour and a half, Your Highness, it's time for lunch. Heat seeped into her senses, and the aroma of piping hot duck blood curd rushed into her nose. She could feel all her energy dissipating in an instant, and the sensation of being about to succeed vanished completely. Yao Si glanced up into Nephew Gu's caring eyes. With shaky hands, she took hold of the bowl, having an impulse to bury her face in the food. It pains. Nephew Gu. Your Highness. Would you consider not being my fan? Your Highness, don't worry, I will always support you. He tapped his chest violently, resolution clear on his face. Bloodlings have always been loyal to their bloodline. As long as you're our Highness, we will always be your subjects. Besides, you saved my life. Then can you not repay my kindness with hatred? Your Highness. Just as misery poured onto her face, Bai Yi ran over in excitement, pointing onto the map on the optical computer. There's a reaction on the detector, we're really lucky. It's really here, about 5 kilometers away. Yao Si jumped up in joy. Let's go. Your Highness. Gu Shuchen took a step to the side, stopping her with righteousness. Please have your meal. Can't you get another job? Chapter 88, Calling Transport. Bai Yi, are you sure? Yao Si asked while downing the entire bowl in one gulp. Bai Yi nodded vigorously. He couldn't seem to get used to her new identity, for he kept scratching his head as he passed her the map. Press Your Highness, it's right here, close to where we are. Yao Si glanced over, and there was indeed a flashing red dot on the map, below which was the distance, 5.8 kilometers. The service crew mentioned that there would occasionally be special gifts available in the 3rd district for beginners. The gifts would be able to increase their mental strength more effectively, but that was dependent on the individual, and the chance of an encounter was rare. Besides, the individual would be put under a considerable amount of risk during it, so Yao Si didn't hold much hope. But somehow, her luck was way over the charts, she actually spotted it. Great, Let's hurry over. Yao Si turned, prepared to head over. This was practically a gift from heavens, so she wouldn't miss it for the world. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Gu Shuchen stopped her yet again. Even though it's just 5.8 kilometers, this is a jungle. If you were to run there, it'd take about an hour, which might not be fast enough. Why don't we fly then? Yao Si stilled. You brought flying devices. Didn't the rules mention that the only non-celestial item allowed was the optical computer? No. Gu Shuchen shook his head. In order to deal with such situations, the Celestials have prepared simple transportation tools for those on training. Gu Shuchen tapped his optical computer, signaling for her to open the beginner guide. There are such services? If I'd known, I wouldn't have hopped onto that unlucky Zanzikan's free ride. Yao Si opened the guide with joy, and inside, there was indeed a call for transport option. She hurriedly tapped onto it, and a purple gleam shot out from the optical computer into the skies. What kind of transport will it be? Yao Si waited, preparing for a flying sword or a ship to appear. Suddenly, bird cry came from above. Upon raising her head, Yao saw 5 celestial swans flying over from afar. It was indeed the transportation used by the Celestials. The option she had pressed a moment ago was, calling for swans? Maybe due to the tip given, the celestial swans flew much faster than before. In less than 5 minutes, they were at their destination. After paying the swans, they found themselves in front of a cave. The level up gift is inside. You're right, this is the marking on the map, Bai Yi replied. Yao Si looked in front of them, which was clearly a horrifying cave. Biting down on her lip, she decided to go for it. I'm going in. Go for it, Your Highness. The group of bloodlings made a fist to show their support, with only Gu Shuchen looking regretful. Your Highness, are you sure you don't want us to follow along? What if you meet with danger? He frowned, adding seriously, we would really love to witness your prowess and cheer you on. Cheer me on? I'm sure you just want to watch a show. It's fine, I'll be training my mental strength, not my ability, so your presence will distract me. They glanced at each other before nodding regretfully. We'll wait for your successful return. Yes, you don't have to worry about us. Bash, what is there up? Oh right, meal time is in 6 hours, Your Highness, remember. I know. Yao Si waved her hand in annoyance. Isn't it just a meal? Is there a need to repeat it so many times? Without hesitation, she headed into the cave. Chapter 89, Battle of the Pig Heads. The moment Yao Si stepped into the cave, a gush of cold air washed over her. Even though it was blazing hot outside, her entire arm went down in goosebumps. Cold. In order to improve the beginner's training, there would occasionally be gifts in the 3rd district. An encounter with the gift could effectively boost the beginner's mental strength, but that would depend on the individual. An encounter with the gift would also bring about a considerable amount of risk for the beginner, so Yao Si had never harbored much hope. Somehow though, her luck was over the charts. She was actually going to encounter the gift. The beginner guide mentioned that the gifts were all different, hence she had no idea what it consisted of. As she ventured into the cave, the temperature continued to drop, and the surroundings turned darker with each step. She was suddenly reminded of the gigantic bug in the demonic realm. Was there a beast in this cave? He. Someone is here on their own accord, a sinister voice said. The voice was low, frosty. The main problem was, however, that Yao Si had no idea where it was coming from. She couldn't help raising her hand in greeting. Hi. With a 360 degrees scan, all she could see was pitch darkness and all she could hear was the dripping of water. Why is it another human without spiritual energy? The voice continued, his tone filled with disgust. Just then, a figure appeared from the darkness. It wasn't tall but incredibly thin, the bone structure of his arms visible to the eye. He had on a long robe that covered his face, shielding his appearance. The instant he appeared, a nauseating rotting stench filled her senses. "Hello, may I?" She was just about to inquire about the gift when the man interrupted her. He smirked, disregarding her entirely. "Forget it, it'll be better without any spiritual energy, just another soul to fill me up. I guess meeting me was your own misfortune." "Wait a minute. What's with this situation? I'm here to collect the gift." "I'll collect your little gift." A devilish smile covered his face, and the eerily cold wind became stronger. Yao Si felt the temperature drop once more, and it was the same feeling as before in the demonic realm. Multiple invisible objects seemed to be colliding with her body, trying to pull her apart. Yao Si went wide. She now understood the situation. He was from the indigenous tribes. F***ck. Ah! He stilled, the surrounding wind stopping as well. "You are resistant to the soul-devouring wind." He started to feel excited, and his maniacally bright eyes went even wider. "Great! To think I could encounter someone with such an amazing external consciousness. I just have to suck your soul for my soul-devouring flag to be fully cultivated, ha 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 ha. Soul Eater. What's that? Isn't this a little extreme? Where's my level-up gift?" This was totally not mentioned. The man lifted his hands abruptly, gesturing weirdly, and the flag that was floating in midair turned bright red all of a sudden, brightening the entire cave. An enormous suction force came out from within. Yao Si felt herself getting lighter, her awareness turning unstable, struggling within her, attempting to escape into the flag. Her heart sank, understanding the situation. F***ck. Is this the gift? Since my awareness cannot be exerted, they got an indigenous person to force it out? This method was indeed effective in allowing her to experience what it felt like to have her awareness exerted, but the main point? Once her awareness was out, how was it going to go back? He was obviously an indigenous person and not a NPC of the Celestials. After taking her consciousness, there was no way he was going to release it. What kind of gift is this? Yao Si facepalmed internally. Celestials' advertisements were indeed unreliable, especially since they promised many things free of charge. This was bad. Yao Si felt her insides churn. She had been too rash, entering this place all by herself. It was really bad. What could she do now? She bit down on her lip, struggling to retain her consciousness, preventing it from escaping while stumbling backwards. Trying to escape. The man smirked, sensing her movements. With such a precious material at hand, do you think you can leave? He snapped both palms together, murmuring a chant. A bright glow struck Yao Si, and the next instant, she felt herself paralyzed, the weight of a step increasing by a few millionfold. Yao Si's heart lifted, he had finally used an ability. The next moment, a familiar surge of energy erupted within her. It sent a piping hot sensation throughout her body, which was in stark contrast to the eerily cold air in the cave. The heat chased away the frost inside her, and the heaviness of her body changed into lightness and swiftness as her power gushed out. With just a step, her entire body rushed forward like an arrow, away from his restriction. Just like a flashing shadow, she glided through the cave, heading forward at full speed. She could barely be seen, until she hit a wall. F***ck. That F***ing hurts. She grabbed onto her head while kneeling onto the ground. When she touched the back of her head, there was indeed a bulge there. Why was a speed ability awakened at this time? Just because she was paralyzed at that moment, the counter to it was speed? This kind of ability was useless to bloodlings who were already blessed with physical qualities that were out of this world. The main problem was just that she wasn't familiar with it. You are indeed someone with an ability. The man said, having frozen for a moment. Let's see where you can run to. He waved his arms once more, and this time, several black spiritual swords appeared. They all seemed to have eyes as they headed toward her. Yao Si's heart sank. With her newly gained lighting speed, she hid within the cave, her figure becoming yet another shadow. The spiritual swords continued to chase after her continuously, but all she could do was utilize the unfamiliar speed ability to change her directions, avoiding the attacks. The swords headed to the left, she escaped to the right, casually punching the man in the middle, then proceeding to hit a wall. Ai! Ouch! The swords headed to the right, she escaped forward, casually punching the man once more, then proceeding to hit a wall. Ai! Ouch! The sword headed forward, she escaped backward, casually punching the man in the middle, then proceeding to hit a wall. Ai! Ouch! Loud banging sounds rang in the cave for a time. After about 10 minutes, multiple wounds had formed around Yao Si head. At this rate, it was soon going to be filled with Buddha-like bumps. The man was almost at his end as well. Under her relentless attacks, his plight was similar to hers, they both ended up looking like pig heads. The cave started to gain an odd sense of liveliness due to the noise of combat, and the two opponents with pig-like swollen heads glared at each other as they panted uncontrollably. F***ck. Pant, pant. The man caressed his face as he panted continuously. How dare you hit my face? What's wrong with hitting you? Pant. Pant. He is speaking as though it was an easy feat. Ouch, 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 ouch. It was so painful. Why did that pig head want to make things difficult for this pig head? You if I don't defeat you today, I won't be worthy of my best demonic cultivator title. The man glared at Yao Si as though he'd been forced to his wit's end. He raised his arm then and did a weird gesture. The red glow within the cave intensified, and with a violent swing, a huge gush of dark energy erupted from his body. Bone-chilling temperature spread through the cave, and cold winds swept toward Yao Si. It also became even harder to see in the already dark cave. Was this going to be a strong move? Yao Si's heart sank. Even though she wasn't sure what the black air was, it was definitely something bad. She instinctively turned to run, she had to escape. Without wasting a moment, she turned around and bolted. Just then, she smashed right into something that felt soft against her face, and her entire consciousness seemed to have been caught. A spiritual light flashed, and she understood what had happened. She had smashed right onto the soul-eating flag. F***ck. She had actually headed right into the flag all by herself. A certain someone who had prepared for his finishing blow was left speechless. And so was Yao Si. F***ck this speed ability. After half a minute, the man in the cave summoned the soul-eating flag with mixed feelings. His tone of his words was a mix between joy and perplexity. Serves you right for going through this calamity, but your initiative indeed saved me some energy. He kept his dark energy, returning the cave back to its original brightness. He then glanced at the ground suspiciously as though trying to find something. After a while, he frowned. Where's the corpse? Did the body perhaps get sucked into the soul-eating flag together with the soul? His soul-eating ability must have risen to another level. At that thought, his face brightened with joy, and with a badly bruised face, he returned to the depths of the cave with his flag. Outside the cave, Gu Shuchen glanced down at the time, counting the minutes silently. It was currently 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36, 35, 34 seconds, from Her Highness dinner time. Yao Si felt her body become light, as though all her weight had disappeared. It was just as how she'd felt when she had first entered the galactic web. She could distinctively sense her awareness leaving her body, barely feeling its presence, yet she could still sense everything around her. It looked like a fog was floating towards her. Was it made up of humans? Her heart clenched, and her eyes went wide. Was she all right? You're awake? A mocking voice asked with a scoff. Another one is here. A white ball of fog suddenly appeared before her, floating around like a cloud. What are you? Yao Si jumped backwards in shock, but just as she was about to lift her hand, she felt a layer of fog around her. Instinctively, she lowered her head and discovered another ball of white fog. What the f***ck? Flip's table. Where's my body? Why is it just fog below me? Chapter 90, The Little Group of Balls. Sis, this must be the first time your awareness left your body. A green ball of mist squeezed out from the fog. You're currently in the state of lost awareness, so be happy you at least still have a ball of mist. Don't worry about it, when the time is up, you'll be back to normal. What do you mean? Yao Si stilled, suppressing her inner shock. You're also a training customer of the Celestials, right? The green ball asked. Yao Si nodded, remembering her ball status. She then swiftly asked, I'm one, are you guys too? Of course. The green ball bounced. We were here before you to get the gift. Gift? That word sounded like toothache to her now. Is the soul-eating flag really the gift they mentioned? Yet. Where are we now? Inside the soul-eating flag. The green ball replied somewhat arrogantly while bouncing about. When you first came in, didn't you realize that my awareness is much greater than that of others? It's best to train your mental strength here. She could indeed feel her awareness getting livelier, and the ability to exert it seemed much smoother as well, but what about our bodies? With their awareness gone, weren't the empty shells of their bodies left outside? You don't have to worry about that. The green ball floated to the side, allowing a blue ball to take shape. Come, blue ball, you're one of the Celestials, you can explain it to this sister. Akam. The blue ball first cleared his throat. Sis, you don't have to worry, we Celestials always ensure the best customer service. Inside the beginner guide, there is an automated protective function. Once your awareness leaves your body, the optical computer will provide a temporary storage space for your body, he explained in a service-like manner. After a moment, he added, of course, the storage will be charged on an hourly basis, and it is linked to your bank account. If you would like to leave or if the account balance isn't enough, the awareness will automatically return to your body. You're going to charge for this. The level up gift suddenly seemed like another of their money-making schemes. All right, there's officially 4 of us now, let's start. The white ball rushed them impatiently. What? Yao Si was an image of confusion. What are we starting? The 3 balls took a corner each, with the green ball looking exceptionally excited. Sis, since there is so much free time, why don't we all play some mahjong? We were lacking 1 player. Excuse me? Sis, you have no idea how long we've been waiting for you. Yes, I've been in this horrid place for 7 days, the blue ball replied. What is 7 days? I've been waiting for a month. The white ball stated acidly. After an entire month, you're finally here. They cornered her so enthusiastically just to play mahjong? She facepalmed internally. Can't you be more ambitious? What about the training? Can you really be so lax? When the awareness leaves the body, you just have to get used to the feeling, there isn't much you can do in that state, the blue ball explained, his face mysterious. Sis, you must not have heard of the game mahjong, right? No, I know of it, and I'm quite well versed in it as well. Let me tell you, in the past, this was the most popular form of entertainment on Earth. A friend of my friend went through great lengths just to catch a glimpse of it in the Bloodling Museum. He heard from the keeper there that mahjong had a few million years worth of history. What great sentiments for mahjong! Shut your trap, you've been flaunting it for the past half a moment. Hurry, let us take a look at it, the white ball ordered impatiently. All right, take a good look. The fog separated, and the originally basketball-sized fog shrank into a small knuckle, then formed a weird arrangement of white-based blue, bamboos, dots, and characters. Underscore. The blue ball started to introduce every tile, and as he did so, he elaborated on the rules of the game while he fog beneath him continuously morphed into the different tiles. Let's start with a trial run, I'll explain again when we meet with any difficulties. Mahjong can get a little complex, since there are 144 tiles in total. Suddenly, he stopped, cursing softly. *CK, I don't have enough awareness, I can only form 140 tiles. Hey! Green ball, help me form the others. Me. The green ball stilled. How can I form them if I've never even seen them before? Then what do? We won't be able to play like that. You don't need.
If you're enjoying this content, please like and subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave for more exciting stories.
That many. Yao Si couldn't help interrupting. We can play Chong Sha Mahjong, it only needs 108 tiles. The three balls stilled, looking over at her in shock. Sis, you know about this? The blue ball bounced over excitedly. A little. She floated aside while explaining the rules of the game. You're an expert, sis. The blue ball formed a thumbs up with his fog. Let's play it that way then. Wait a moment, why did I tell them all this? Come, let's open a table. They were really going to play? Could she reject the offer? Yao Si looked around, trying to change the topic, only to realize that they were in an endless space without any light. The entire space place was in darkness, and there wasn't any greenery or plants here, making it seem empty and hollow-like. However, they were surrounded by zombie-like grey balls of energy that were floating about aimlessly. Even though they looked similar to them, they didn't seem to be able to talk or move freely. What are those? She asked. The blue ball moved a bit, as though considering how to answer. After a moment, he replied in a low voice, Oh, those are the other awareness that had been sucked in by the soul-eating flag. The other awareness? Yao Si exclaimed. Then why? The soul-devouring flag can indeed be used to devour souls. If a soul is unable to withstand the force, it would be sucked in by the flag, becoming grey and lifeless, which is similar to death, he replied lightly. But don't worry, these soul-devouring flags can only suck in the souls of those from the indigenous race in the Shadow Planet, it has no effect on celestials or other races. We won't be put under any form of danger. Yao Si frowned, glancing at the countless number of grey balls around them. Her heart sank as she wondered how many souls the soul-devouring flag had taken. These are all part of their experience. The blue ball seemed to have understood her thoughts, for he added. The process of becoming a celestial is indeed cruel. Those who are capable will succeed, becoming celestials in the future, but those who aren't strong enough will end up as nourishment for the flag. It's not just the celestial lands that are like that, evolution is the same for every race. Yao Si recalled the bloodling history that Mu Xian had once told her. It was true that the progression of every race would definitely be accompanied by sacrifices, even the might bloodlings couldn't prevent the extinction of earthlings, which resulted in their reproduction difficulty today. 5 Bamboo. Pong. Yao Si took the tile, tossing her thoughts away as she focused her attention back onto the mahjong table. As a pure quintessence of national culture, how could she lose in mahjong, such a wide-ranging and profound art that was part of her culture's heritage? Who? Touch. Who? Touch. All in one. Pong, pong, who? The entire time, only her winning cheers could be heard. The three balls could only stare. Sis, your real job is actually the study of the history of Earth, isn't it? Haha, I studied a little. How could an ignorant alien compare with the quintessence of a culture such as herself? It would be an offense if she lost. Haha. Ah. Wait a moment. Wasn't she here to train her mental strength? Why did she actually end up playing mahjong with them? And she had played for more than an hour. When she regained her senses, the 3 balls were already soaked in defeat. Underscore. The quintessence of the national culture was indeed skillful. Who? The white ball pushed his tile downwards enthusiastically as he bounced on the spot, taking several turns. I win, I finally win for the first time. When we leave, remember to send me galactic currency, galactic currency. Was there a need to be so happy about just one win? Wait a minute. Yao Si took a closer look at the tiles, pulling 3 of them out. 356? This isn't a win. You'll have to pay the other 3 players for this false alarm. The white and green balls became gleeful at their friend's misfortune. Ha ha ha. White ball, hurry and pay up. The white ball froze, his entire ball darkening, as though he had turned into a dark rainy cloud. After freezing for a moment, the entire space shook, and the originally dark space turned bright red. All of the balls turned red. Let's go, let's go. The 3 balls threw the tiles away before flying at the sky excitedly. What are they doing? Yao Si stilled, following behind them. When she reached the top, she realized they had reached the area that was the brightest. Wah, it's been 3 days, that silly kid is finally out of the cave. I wonder who he will meet this time. Someone seductive? Someone pure? Or someone cunning? The 3 balls started their heated discussion, while Yao Si looked at them in confusion. What did they mean? Before they could clarify the matter, a faint shadow appeared near the red glow. The shadow started to focus, turning clearer as though there was a layer that was unveiling. In a moment, a familiar, pig head appeared. Wasn't he the one who had attacked her in the cave, the one who had called himself the best demonic cultivator? They could actually see what was happening outside. He's here, how will the next person look like? I liked the previous one with the big chest. I'd prefer the cold one from before her. The visuals were amazing, everything was just right. I really envy that dumb kid out there. There's a new girl every few days, where else in the galaxy can you find such treatment? Right. He kills everyone he finds, such a heartless person. It really is a waste of such precious creatures. What do you know, the skill he is learning requires him to gather the yin energy to supplement yang. If he didn't engage in such activity, how would he be able to advance? I should have gone the demonic path. How long do you think it'll be this time? Half an hour? I guess 20 minutes, how can this silly guy go on for so long? I guess 10 minutes. Yao Si stilled, vaguely sensing something perverted about to happen. *CK. They had rushed over just to watch such things. Where are your morals? Were they eaten by the mahjong tiles? The group seemed to be very familiar with the process, so there must have been many opportunities during this past month for them to have enjoyed all sorts of performances. The man outside suddenly lit a candle, seemingly having no clue that he had a large audience. He must also have no idea that ever since he had obtained the soul-devouring flag, which was probably be a while ago, many customers must have come for training, which meant that he was probably famous across all the Celestials' lands. Wait, no, probably the whole galaxy. He lit the candle once more. Yao Si covered her face and began floating away as a ball of mist as though she hadn't heard anything. My thoughts are still pure. You're a demonic cultivator. An infuriated voice that seemed vaguely familiar sounded, and Yao Si turned her head violently to see familiar face. Zanzikan. Why is it you? This unlucky child, how many more misfortunes was he going to be met with? How could he have bumped into this demonic cultivator? Why is it a male? The blue ball sighed in disappointment, and the 3 balls started to lament. After 3 days of wait, it's actually a guy, I didn't know he swings both ways. Return me my hot babe. What a waste of my 3 days. Let's leave, there isn't much to look at. What's wrong with a guy, Their criticism and displeasure seemed to have angered the protective Yao Si, for she even added, "Who said a guy can't do it?" All three balls turned around to stare at her. Did I say something revolutionary just now? Chapter 91, Rescuing the Silly Kid. The scene was filled with absolute silence for 3 whole seconds. Sis. I never knew, you had such strong tastes. *CK. That's not what I meant. Yao Si hurriedly regained her senses. Where are your thoughts straying to? I meant that I know him. If you knew. The 3 balls took in a deep breath. Sis, that's extreme, can we ask how did you guys meet? *CK. I meant. Can your thoughts be any dirtier? *CK, why are you guys so far away? The 3 balls that were nearby were about a meter away now. Sis, we're straight, said the white ball. He's right, straight like a pencil, the blue ball agreed. Straighter than a pencil, exclaimed the green ball. Scram! Yao Si then took a deep breath and explained in a resigned voice, I know that man out there. Is he really someone you know? The blue ball asked, then stilled and sighed. He's going to be in big trouble, the demonic cultivator is a nascent soul while he is just a golden core. There is no way he can defeat the demonic cultivator. In less than half an hour, his soul will be sucked in here. The blue ball was right. Zanzikan was indeed an unlucky child that couldn't defeat the demonic force. The very next instant, he was filled with bruises but still persisted on brandishing his sword. Even though you're just a golden core, you'll be enough for my soul-devouring flag. With a slight rotation of the man's palms, 1,000 demonic swords flew out. Zanzikan tightened his grip on the sword, defending himself relentlessly, but in just a few strikes, they managed to pierce his body. Fresh blood splattered out, staining his long robe, turning it into a ghastly sight. Hey, this golden core seems to be quite skilled. Logically speaking, even if he isn't able to win against the demonic cultivator, he should still be able to escape, the blue ball mumbled in confusion. Why is he struggling so unnecessarily? Yao Si stilled, focusing on the image. Just then, Zanzikan asked loudly, I can sense Senior C's energy from that flag, you demon, what did you do with her? *CK. This kid was still here because of her? What senior? The demonic cultivator smirked. I've killed many people, how would I remember them? But just half an hour ago, my soul-devouring flag indeed sucked in a strange woman without any spiritual energy. Zanzikan's face paled, and fury drenched his soul. He then tightened his grip on the sword and attacked 1,000 times in succession. I'm going to kill you to avenge her. When yet another fight erupted, Yao Si grew increasingly more worried. Blue ball, you're won the Celestials, don't you have any way to save him? She asked, recalling the lifeless grey balls around them. He's an indigenous tribe member, if he loses, his consciousness will end up being eaten by the flag. There's no choice. The blue ball waved his hand dismissively, without a hint of emotion in his voice when he spoke. He's just unlucky, even though the demonic cultivator isn't smart, we can't get out. It isn't that this bro doesn't want to help you, but there really isn't a solution. He explained in a sincere manner. That's right. Sis, even if we could go out, that's a bad idea before our money is used up. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get this gift, so it'd be a waste if we didn't train our awareness enough. He's just an indigenous tribe member, why bother saving him? Member of an indigenous tribe. What's wrong with the indigenous tribe? Even if they were considered to be of lower status, what did it matter? He was still someone she recognized as a friend, so what's wrong with standing up for him? Is there really no way? No. The three instantly answered together. Yao Si bit down on her lip, then took a deep breath to calm herself down. It's such a pity, I was just about to reduce the debt accumulated from the mahjong for whoever came up with a solution. I have a plan you can try. Before she could even finish her sentence, the blue ball immediately changed his stand. In a serious voice, he said, "It would definitely be safe, effective, and without any pain. Sis, how about I help you then? *CK, you schemer." The green ball that was a step too late scolded. "Sis, don't listen to his words, I however have a plan." Me. My plan is the best." The white ball squeezed in. It was completely different from the nonchalant scene from before, now that they fought to get their solutions approved. D. Suddenly, an alarm rang from the white and green ball simultaneously. Their faces lit up, turning agitated. "I have an amulet in my space, you can use it, reduce my debt. I have a life-saving pill." Before they could even finish their sentences, they disappeared with a shuffling sound. What just happened? Yao Si jumped. Their training period just ended, they were transported back to their bodies and will be sent out of the shadow planet. What about you? I'm a celestial, so I get to enjoy a special rate. The blue ball replied proudly before waving his hand in hesitation. Oh right, sis, can I really have my debt reduced? Before that, how are we going to get out? If she'd known about Celestial's greed, she would have monopolized on it sooner. The sis here is rich. It's easy, he said. Even though this space is where devoured souls are left, it's considered a prize for us. If you want to get out, you just have to give up on the prize prematurely of your own accord. It's that simple. Obviously we need a little something more. He grinned. If we go out prematurely, we would end up in a random location. If it's too far away, we won't be able to save your friend. But I have an amulet that will allow us to choose our location when we get out. The amulet can only be used once. I'll be kind and give you a 5% discount. For an indigenous person to advance to a celestial, they have to withstand immense pressure on their ability. I'll help you deal with the demonic cultivator and act as the cleanup, what do you think? I'll give you a 30% discount on your debt. Deal. The blue ball began to spin, itching toward the camera at the top. Suddenly, he started to glow, the light rays almost blinding. I give up this prize. The blue ball then turned to Yao Si. Sis, hurry. Yao Si flinched slightly before announcing, I give up the prize. The blue glow stretched to her as well. She then gradually felt herself turning weightless, but the very next moment, she seemed heavier. Her ears buzzed and the scenery started to spin before they landed in a forest. At that moment, the demonic cultivator was in the process of tossing his soul-devouring flag toward a paralyzed Zanzikan. Blue ball! Yao Si shouted. The person beside her reacted then. With a wave of his hands, a huge gust of wind stirred, blowing the soul-devouring flag away. A pressuring force enveloped them, and it was a force similar to bloodlings' bloodline suppression. Yao Si wasn't affected, but the demonic cultivator was already on his knees with his head buried into the ground. It was as though his body was being forced downward. Who are you? The demonic cultivator lifted his head, but he didn't seem to be able to move any more than that. As he was paralyzed, fear shrouded his entire being. The blue ball that had come out with Yao Si stepped forward. He was dressed in a blue robe, standing with his celestial aura apparent, his face shining with righteousness. In an authoritative voice, he said, You don't have an inch of remorse for all the wrongdoings you've been indulging in. Today, justice will prevail, it's time for your retribution. It's you. The demonic cultivator's eyes went wide. It can't be, I clearly collected your soul. Who exactly are you? You know who I am. The blue bal no, the blue celestial scoffed, his voice tightening slightly. I gave you a chance previously, pretending to be sucked into the soul-devouring flag, but you remain remorseless, free of guilt for your evil doings. Today, I shall bring the justice of heavens onto you. His fingers twitched slightly, and a blue ray darted out from between them, heading straight for the demonic cultivator's heart. No, no. His eyes flew open, his body flailing in a defensive manner. Yuri a celestial. Before he could finish his sentence, the ray struck his face, silencing him. Yao Si remained nonchalant as she hurried over to Zanzikan with single-minded focus. He was soaked in blood, his body seriously wounded. She inhaled sharply at the gruesome sight. "Finished your heroic act?" she asked with a roll of her eyes. He. "Sis, what are you saying? I was just feeling righteous." He had to maintain a celestial demeanor. "Enough, if you're done acting, you can tell me how to save him." Zanzikan was down to his last breath. If they were in the galaxy, they could send him to a treatment room where he would fully recover in less than 5 minutes. But there was no such thing here, so what could she do? The blue ball caressed his chin. After a short moment, he turned with a troubled expression. "His injuries are quite serious, there's damage to his heart and all the arteries are broken. With the medical capacity of Shadow Planet, ER. It's difficult. I'll remove your entire debt. Don't worry, sis." His expression took a 180-degree change. With a pat on his chest, he pulled out a bunch of tubes. "I have here a bone-linking pill, vein continuation pill, energy-gathering pill, blood circulation pill, blood supplement, red supplement, blue supplement, so even the dead could be resurrected. Sis, which one would you like to start from? Wake him up first." "All right." He took a red pill and fed it to Zanzikan. In less than half a minute, he started to react, his brows furrowing as he regained consciousness. "Se Senior. Stop moving, your injuries are very serious." She hurriedly pressed him down, preventing him from getting up. "Senior, Yuri all right?" He glanced at her worriedly. "I'm fine, you're the one that isn't." Yao Si sighed. He sure was an unlucky kid. Zanzikan heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great." Cough, cough. His entire body shook abruptly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Si started to panic. Blue ball. Didn't he just take the medicine? His veins have been severed. Spitting blood is quite normal for such a serious injury. Blue ball looked a face of innocence as he passed another pill over. "Even though my pills are fascinating, they can only save his life. It'll be impossible for him to return to his original state. Tell me, how much money do you want?" Yao Si immediately opened her optical computer. He froze, scratching his head in embarrassment. It isn't about money, I really have no idea how to treat him. His organs are shattered, which can only be salvaged with special pills of at least the 10th grade, and that's beyond my abilities. Was there really no solution? It's all right. Zanzikan shook his head nonchalantly. I'm lucky to even be alive. Senior, you don't have to worry. How is this all right? Yao Si tightened her hands into fists. If she'd known that something like this might happen, she would have bought the pills from the elderly man before. Yet now she didn't. Wait. Before I came, someone gave me this, stating that it would come in handy during an emergency. She took out the jade tablet that Yan Qián had entrusted to her previously. Is this a space jade tablet? The blue ball took a glance. There should be something inside it. Will it be useful? Let me take a look. While holding onto his own bottles of pills he chanted, then softly tapped the tablet, and a gold ray lit up. Out of it, a jade bottle flew out. Ni9 soul calling pills. The blue ball's eyes went wide, the bottles in his hands slipping to the ground. Are they useful? Are you kidding me? Chapter 92, Actual Combat Practice. What is the concept behind the 9 soul calling pills? As the name suggests, they're pills that can even bring back a soul that has already left the body it inhabits. This kind of pill can only be crafted by master alchemists who have profound cultivation talents. There are no more than 5 of this kind of people in the entire galaxy, and they are either in some high position or the bosses of parts of heaven. It's easier to climb up to the sky than to ask them to turn on the stove and practice alchemy. The blue ball, who was a celestial, had never seen these pills in his life, yet the girl in front of him not only had one, but a full bottle. Something like this could only meant one thing: she was one with connections. Are those pills of any use? Yao Si was a little impatient. Can they save him or not? He can be saved, he sure as hell can be saved. This kind of minor injury in the dungeon was nothing, even 10 of Zanzikan could be saved with one pill. Yao Si immediately took one pill out and fed Zanzi Chen. As expected, the wounds on his body healed at the speed that could be detected by the naked eye. At the center of his chest, a white light seemed to converge. 10 minutes later, he could already stand up, eat, jump about, and do anything else that he might want. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his clothes, there'd be no way to tell that he had been injured. Thank you, Senior Si, and this senior, for saving my life. Zanzikan bowed to them at the first opportunity, with devotion evident in his actions. You're welcome. Yao Si let out the breath she'd been holding. As long as you're okay. Don't be so obstinate in the future. If you can't beat them, run, all right. Yes, Senior. He answered in a loud and earnest voice. Yao Si nodded with satisfaction. The child could still be taught. Haha. Hey, sister. The blue ball pushed his way over, his attitude having changed drastically. He asked carefully, are you familiar with the Heavenly Emperor of the 4 Realms? The Heavenly Emperor of the 4 Realms? Who's that? Don't know. The blue ball stared blankly. This shouldn't be right. What other celestials do you know? Yao Si thought about it. I only know one that's called Li Yu. To be exact, Yan Xian knew him. His immortality Li Yu. His legs became a little flabby. This figure was even more formidable than the Heavenly Emperor of the 4 Realms. His heart immediately trembled. Sister, are you lacking in leg accessories? The kind that have already ascended to heaven. This sure is a coattail worth holding onto. Before Yao Si could answer, there was a familiar buzzing sound. The blue ball's training time was up. His face turned pale, and he grabbed onto her and yelled, Sister, that mahjong debt that I just owed, I'll repay it to you double, no, 10 times. Let's be friends, my name is Lan. He disappeared in a flash before he could finish speaking. So his name is Lan something? Zanzikan explained that he originally intended to go to a place called the Mystic Dimension of Grand Clouds, seeking for opportunities to enhance his cultivation. However, he had unfortunately encountered the demonic cultivator midway. He said that the Mystic Dimension was a boundary of land independent of this world, and it only opened once in 100 years. It was extremely dangerous there, full of all sorts of demonic beasts and spiritual plants, but risk was accompanied by opportunity. This path was often used to surge in cultivation and ascend to the heavens, but there would always be plenty of those who were never heard from again. Due to the problems with Shi Fang sect, Zanzikan wanted to go in there and try his luck. Yao Si's interest began to grow when she heard about this so-called mystic dimension. After experiencing that deceiving reward, she did find that her consciousness was now more flexible. She could now release her mental energy outward, and it even appeared to have a trend of beginning to condense into a solid form. Now, all she needed was to exercise it in actual combat. So she made an important decision: to escape. She would get rid of a certain group of 4 people and go to that mystic dimension with Zanzikan. After all, the 4 had come here just to make trouble. With them around, she more than likely wouldn't be able to have the peace of mind to train. Luckily, the demonic cultivator had taken the other exit when leaving the cave, so they didn't even meet the 4 that were guarding the mouth of the cave. It was the best time to go solo. She discussed it with Zanzikan, then hailed a swan to bring them to the entrance to the mystic dimension. It wasn't too far away, so they flew for less than half an hour before reaching their destination. From a distance, they could already see a lot of people, both men and women, huddled together in groups of 3 and 5, with a few being alone. There were some who were dressed in black, having wrapped themselves up like zongzi, a traditional Chinese rice pudding. Cold and gloomy aura was emitted by them. Those are demonic cultivators, Zanzikin explained. Yao Si was stupefied. Then why are they not fighting? Isn't the generic novel's plots always centered around the good and evil never being able to coexist? This is the entrance to the mystic dimension, so temporarily they aren't. Zanzikin explained. To avoid missing the opportunity to get inside the mystic dimension, everyone waits here peacefully until they can go inside. He didn't continue, but if one thought about it, then it was obvious that once everyone went inside, it would be time to quarrel. In less than 10 minutes after they landed, a bright white light suddenly illuminated the sky. A round door appeared out of nowhere, and if one was attentive, they could see a layer of silver slowly covering the center of the door like water spreading out in ripples. That's the Stargate. So the so-called mystic dimension goes to another planet? The mystic dimension has opened, quickly. She didn't know who said that, but at once, everyone present rode their swords and clouds, rushing through the door one after another. Senior Si. Zanzikin turned and looked at her. Yao Si hesitated. Although she didn't know what planet this door led to, but guessing based on the people who've been waiting here it should not leave the boundaries of the Celestials' territories. Guess I'll have to go and see. She decided to send a message to nephew Gu, informing him of her decision to go solo before stepping through the gate. The scenery changed the moment she put her foot down on the other side, the wide grassland having become a forest. The mob fight that she thought would happen when they came in didn't occur, however. Everyone just scattered away, especially the demonic cultivators. They flew like mad in every direction without stopping, clearly aware that couldn't stay if they didn't want to be beat up. There were only a few people on the site. The instant Yao Si walked out of the Stargate, she received a message in her optical computer. The Galactic Tourism Network informs you that you have reached SP4, have a pleasant trip. SP4? The fourth secondary planet of the Shadow Planet? Just as expected, they weren't teleported too far away. Senior, which direction should we go? Zanzikin asked. Just as Yao Si thought about opening a map, 2 words suddenly appeared on the navigation system, restricted map. Based on that, she suddenly had a feeling that the danger here wasn't small at all. She clicked to call the Swan, and just as expected, an error message was displayed. Your map has aviation restrictions, so swans are unable to arrive. Yep, she didn't even have any transportation anymore. This left her with not choice but to let Zanzikin pick a random direction and wander aimlessly with him. Okay, so where's the 5th level demonic beast you were talking about? She asked, having pulled on his sleeve. Only demonic beasts that were over the 5th level would have external consciousness domains, and she needed that to train. It was the only reason she'd come here. Senior, don't worry, we're still outside the bounds of the mystic dimension, Zanzikin explained. High-level demonic beasts are all at the center, so we won't meet them for the time being. Rawr! Before he could finish, a roar suddenly came from afar. Large patches of trees fell down right in front of their eyes, and they were surrounded by bird calls. Soon, a gigantic beast appeared not far away, slowly closing in on them. That voice! It's a 5th-level cloud-swallowing beast. Zanzi Chen exclaimed in shock. How could it have appeared so soon? 5th level. Yao Si's eyes immediately brightened. Zanzikin was a little worried. Senioire, a 5th-level demonic beast is equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of Jindan stage. The cloud-swallowing beast is extremely powerful. It's as impenetrable whether you use force or weapon, so they are extremely difficult to deal with. Don't worry, leave it with me. It's just a small monster. Yao Si hit her chest with one hand, battle thirst lighting up in her heart. Safe and sound. She took a deep breath and enthusiastically mobilized her mental power. Just as she had wished for an opponent, one instantly came. What a great opportunity to practice. Her eyes followed the lump of shadow in the distance until it got closer, growing in size. And then it became 2 lumps. Soon, the 2 lumps became 3, 3 became a group. A second later, she could see a large group of silhouettes running toward them as a rumbling reached their ears and even the ground began to vibrate. What is this situation? I was promised just one. It's a swarm of cloud-swallowing beasts. Zanzikan turned pale. Hesitantly, he turned to her, trying to surreptitiously examine her expression. Senior, do we fight? Fight. Your *SS. Yao Si didn't hesitate for a split second. She grabbed the hand of the person next to her while shouting run. This isn't a fight, it's a mass brawl. The demonic beasts here are so unfriendly, starting with a group strike. Yao Si pulled the person while dashing away madly as the rumbling came closer and closer. The loud stomps made it seem like the ground would flip over at any moment. Yao Si's heart twisted with worry. If she had known this, she wouldn't have set such a flag. Now, they will either die by being torn apart or trampled to death. There didn't seem to be a way for them to outrun those beasts. Senior, why don't we get on the sword? Zanzikan asked softly. Yao Si came to a standstill, almost hitting the tree with her head. Damn! She had completely forgotten that there was a pilot with her. Use it, use it. Hurry up and use it. Zanzikan didn't waste time and immediately summoned the flying sword and brought her up. Almost at the same time, the forest that was initially beneath their feet was trampled into a flat plain by the large herd of cloud-swallowing beasts. Only then was she able to see these creatures clearly. They were pitch black all over, looking somewhat like cows but with 4 pairs of long sharp horns orderly arranged on their head and back. Their hooves were all burning with flames. The creatures themselves were going through the forest like tanks. The cloud-swallowing beasts never move in groups. Zanzi Chen looked with confusion in the direction the herd had come from. I wonder what happened. Who cares? Yao Si didn't care about it at all, being more concerned about the hard-won training opportunity that had come knocking on her door but now was nowhere to be seen. Hey? There's one beast that's staying behind. She pointed at the back. There, a silhouette of the cow-like beast was lurching over. On a closer examination, it was slightly smaller than the rest of the herd, because of which it must have fallen behind. Take the life while it's weak. Come, let's go scavenging. Yao Si patted the person next to her with excitement and they flew over in that direction. Chapter 93, Inflicting Mutual Harm. Zanzikan clearly had done it before. He waved his hands just seconds away from the ground, summoning a row of swords to block the demon's path. Great job! After landing, they headed directly to the front of the demon. The captured beast seemed rather intelligent, pausing slightly before taking a cautious hop to the side. Using its big coppery eyes, it seized them up, growling threateningly. Its growl sounded much sharper than before when he was in a crowd. With each growl it made, a familiar energy rippled through the air, heading toward them. Excitement bubbled through Yao Si as she felt the ripples of energy for the first time. She tapped her mental strength, exerting it outward. It was an unusual experience, as though everything was in her sight. She could even see Zanzikan's expression when he was standing behind her. Her mental strength spread out like a huge web, blanketing the beast. When the web was inches away from its antlers, the beast seemed to caught wind of something and fell backward abruptly with a loud squeal. A layer of shiny scales shot out from its black body, and the next second, its whole body went aflame. It reflected everything, including Yao Si's mental strength, back. So these cloud-swallowing beasts have fire series abilities? That's bad. Zanzikan paled. This isn't a cloud-swallowing beast, but a soul-devouring beast. The group of cloud-swallowing beasts were trying to escape from him just now. Escape? Then. Rank 7. F***CK. Why didn't you mention it before? It made sense then that it was able to reflect her mental strength. What was she going to do, though? She was confident about level 5 beasts, but level 7. Is it too late to escape? The beast seemed to have sensed her intention and suddenly widened its mouth, directing a scorching fireball toward her. Be careful! Zanzikan warned, summoning a wall made from earth to shield them from the attack. The fireball spread across the wall, sending the ground ablaze. It was becoming a sea of flames. Senior. Zanzikan summoned a transparent barrier. The soul-devouring beast's innate skill is camouflage. It is able to change into any form it desires, that's why I couldn't recognize it previously. Are you alright? I'm fine. Yao Si released a water ability to extinguish the flames. The beast they've met wasn't simple at all. In such a short time, it was able to retaliate and force out her mental strength. The short second she hadn't been paying attention resulted in a throbbing headache. Was that how mental strength was used for attacks? It had to be coagulated and given form before it could attack? Yao Si immediately recalled her mental strength. Zanzikan, stop him from attacking for a while. Yes, senior. He dashed out. With a quick maneuver, several swords headed for the creature. The soul-devouring beast stumbled backward from the force, then with a howl, it went straight for Zanzikan. Yao Si calmed herself and started to morph the mental strength she released into physical form. Mu Xian had mentioned that mental strength was a representation of one's consciousness. Since everyone underwent different experiences, the physical form their mental strength took on would differ and would only be seen during an attack. Yao Si quickened her pace, following the instructions in the guidebook. Concentrate, compress the released mental strength, and it will congregate into the physical form. Yao Si was slightly emotional as she wasn't sure how her mental strength looked. With a deep breath, the gigantic web started to come together, and when it finally condensed into a line, it slowly morphed into 2 dots. Why is the physical form of my mental strength a mahjong tile? Even if it's random, it can't be this odd. Was it perhaps because she was playing mahjong when her mental strength began to form? It couldn't be so absurd, right? Blue ball, you better watch out. Howl. The beast roared once more, swinging its tail at Zanzikan. He barely dodged it, almost at his wit's end. Yao Si clenched her teeth. She had to persist. She consolidated all her mental strength and directed it at the beast's conscience. Still. Her mental strength couldn't be a mahjong tile. With a loud thud, the beast's conscience exploded, and its massive body burst into a ball of flames. On closer inspection, a tiny sign started to form in the middle of the beast's forehead, but it wasn't 2 dots, it was 2 bamboos. _ Senior, you are amazing. That was a level 7 beast. Zanzikan exclaimed, his face filled with joy. But, I wonder what sorcery you used. Don't ask me. I don't wish to divulge much. If I said I used a mahjong tile, would you believe me? Zanzikan stopped, not persisting any further. He released the sword in his hand and directed it at the beast's head. He reached his hand in and pulled out a red bead. Senior, this is the beast's organ. Beast's organ? What's that? Yao Si glanced at the blood-soaked bead. Before she could ask anything, a sudden ray of light skittered past Zanzikan's hand, and the bead that he had been clutching onto flew out, landing in another person's palm. Hat, you're just 2 rogue cultivators and you dare eye my beast organ. Several men had made their way over, and they were dressed in white robes with blue bases. The leader of the group held the red bead Yao Si had just been examining. Did he come to snatch their bead? We've been chasing this soul-devouring beast for days only to be interrupted by you 2 lucky fellows. The leader pinched the bead in his hands with a smirk as he continued, since it's your first offense, we the 100 cultivation clan will not make a fuss over it. I'll keep the level 7 beast organ. 100 cultivation clan? Yao Si asked. Senior, the 100 cultivation clan is now the top clan in the celestial world. Top? What are they top at? Having the thickest skin. Yao Si glanced at the person before them. She hated people who took her things. To be honest, even though I've met people who didn't care about their face, this is the first time I've seen anyone who would take it to such extremes. What did you say? The man glared at her, his whole body emitting a murderous aura. I mean, why are you dragging in your clan when it's clearly your own stuff? How could you defame your clan like this? Do your parents know about your behavior? You the man stuttered before flicking his sleeves back aggressively. How dare you humiliate my clan? I'll make sure to give you a good lesson. Come on, who's afraid? Didn't you want to snatch other people's belongings? Who the *ck is afraid? Her mental strength could defeat beasts, but she had yet to try it out on people. However, since the man offered himself so willingly, it would be rude to decline. Senior and juniors, let's punish this maniac who humiliated our clan. The man shouted out. The crowd behind him brought out their weapons, directing all kinds of spells at the two rogue cultivators. Yao Si inhaled deeply, releasing all her mental strength at once. It morphed into a gigantic web that trapped the whole crowd. She felt her surroundings magnify instantly, to the point that even a strand of hair was crystal clear. She could even sense the unusual energy around her. Was this their thoughts? She was aware that mental strength could affect people's thoughts, since Mu Xian had done it many times before by preventing others from making out his features. But it was the first time she experienced someone else's thoughts. Even though it wasn't a very distinct feeling, it was still a huge step forward. Joy spread through Yao Si, and she used her mental strength to infiltrate the group's thoughts. Everyone froze at that moment, as though they had been faced with a huge immovable force. Even the spells that were half-released fizzled out. You. What is this sorcery? The leader paled. He started to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Yao Si chucked. Of course I'm going to do you. She turned toward Zanzikan and said, walk around and strike their butts. Yes, senior. Zanzikan nodded. He then walked around them with the sword in his hand and struck one of them straight on their butt. An endless stream of cries pierced the air. He really is doing it. What an obedient child. Yao Si gradually released her mental strength from each person after Zanzikan had dealt with them. Zanzikan had controlled his strength, ensuring that the men's lives weren't at risk and only their butts were targeted. Blood had still splashed everywhere, though. Junior. You demonic girl. The leader trembled with fury. He somehow managed to muster up some energy even though he was still being controlled by Yao Si's mental strength and jumped upright. He headed toward her with his sword. I'm going to kill you. *ck. Did he perhaps have some spinach? Senior. Zanzikan exclaimed. He wanted to rush to her side, but it was too late. The sword with an eerie aura was approaching rapidly, ready to split Yao Si into two. She felt her heart sink, and instinctively, her control loosened. The mental strength linking her to the enemy exploded within him. Just as she was about to escape, the murderous man collapsed. The sword lightly grazed her sleeve, falling on the ground along with its owner. What's with this situation? You. The man was also a face of confusion. He struggled to stand but was restrained by an invisible force. His head went downward the moment he lifted it slightly. Gradually, a faint reddish-green marking of a bird started to appear over him. And it seemed rather familiar. *ck, isn't that the young bird marking on mahjong tiles? The legendary bird with feathers on its head. An inauspicious aura came flooding over. Chapter 94, Chatterbox vs the Jinx. Senior. Zanzikin froze when he caught sight of the mark on his forehead, then glanced at Yao Si with disbelief. Senior, you contracted him. Contracted. Yao Si stilled. What the *ck does that mean? Before he could reply, the crowd started to shout with horror-filled faces. Contracted. It really is the contractor mark. She contracted Senior Qián. She can even contract a cultivator. Demon girl. No, she is from the demonic clan. It has to be them. Hurry, let's go. I don't want to become a contracted demonic beast, I don't want to. A series of squeals pierced the air. As the mental strength controlling them was gradually released, they hurriedly escaped on their flying swords without a second glance back. The area was cleared in a matter of seconds. Wait a moment. Yao Si was full of confusion. What exactly is happening? Isn't someone going to explain it to me? Senior, don't you know? Zanzikin stilled. What don't I know? That person, he pointed to the weird guy as articulated each word carefully, is now yours. What? After Zanzikin's explanation, Yao Si finally understood what about the contracts. It was a specialty on the planet of shadows which consisted of all sorts of demonic beasts. They made useful ingredients for crafting medicine and weapons, and they spawned quickly, so there was always a large amount of them. The indigenous tribes would often keep a few of the demonic beasts to use either as ingredients to make weapons or as support during a duel. However, most demonic beasts were hard to tame and would devour their owners at times. Hence, cultivators came up with a controlling method, the owner and slave contract. When a demonic beast was in a weak state, the owner would send its consciousness into the demonic beast's mind to read its thoughts, to prepare for the attack and to prevent the demonic beast from having any rebellious intentions. Moreover, contracted beasts were not able to disobey. The moment they thought of rebellion, the mark left during the contract would automatically destroy their consciousness. Yao Si's previous actions clearly matched the conditions above. Once a contract has been established, the beast's life will be in its owner's hands, Zanzikin concluded. So, he is officially yours. Could you use other terms? What do you mean by yours? That's such a misleading term. Isn't it a contract between a demonic beast and a person? Both of us are humans. In theory, the contract can only work on demonic beasts. Zanzikin was equally puzzled. Then what happened to me? Yao Si was starting to develop a headache. Was it really not her mahjong tile on the weird guy's head? This. I'm not sure either. Zanzikin shook his head. Demonic beasts and human cultivators are from completely different races. Cultivators have larger consciousness than beasts, so cultivators are able to contract them during at their weakened state. Both of you are humans, I don't. Wait a moment. Yao Si's heart sank. Different race? They really weren't from the same race. Was it because of the difference in their race? Was her luck that bad? You can kill me, but I won't let you humiliate me. The leader lifted his head, glaring at her with a murderous look, but somehow, he was rooted to the ground. I will never be your contracted beast, so kill me if you dare. The marking on his forehead shone as he lay down his threat. You don't want to be my contracted beast? I don't want a burden like you either. Yao Si rolled her eyes. Seeking death? I'll grant your wish. She reached for the sword on the ground, tossing it toward him while taking the time to soothe her mental strength. Hurry. I'm in a rush. You. He stilled slightly before straightening up. He glanced over at the sword, but couldn't seem to reach out for it. Are you trying to avoid your responsibility after contracting me? What the *ck? Hey, don't make it seem like I'm being unfaithful. Let me tell you, if you don't remove this blasted contract, I'll follow you to the end of the world. Forever and ever, till death do us part. Who wants to be with you forever? Where is this absurd conversion going? I don't know how to remove this F***ing contract. She retrieved her mental strength. I don't care. As long as the contract is valid, I will be by your side. He caressed his forehead, smirking coldly. If you hadn't coveted my physical body, why would I, the eldest disciple of the heavenly cultivation sect, give myself to you? Give yourself. Don't sprout rubbish. Who coveted your physical body? Is this how you use this term? You failed your language test, right? You are stuck with me, so don't you dare leave me behind. This is getting weirder by the second. Wait a minute, we have to set this straight. You were the one who stole our soul-devouring beast's organ, so we had to take action. Don't you deserve what happened? Who said I stole it? He grew increasingly more panicky, bolting upright with a face full of anger. We are a reputed and honorable sect, so there is no way we would do such a dishonorable thing. I have been chasing the soul-devouring beast for a few hours and had lured it to the cloud-swallowing beast herd to expend its energy. While chasing after the cloud-swallowing beasts, a large chunk of its energy had been used up. We had laid down traps about 50 meters away to capture the beast, but all those plans were foiled by you. Yao Si stilled, glancing at the distance. There was indeed a glow that came from magic there. Was it really from them? That's not right. That was just a small beast and it wasn't injured at all. The demonic beast they had defeated was filled with life and energy, which was completely unlike in the description. Besides, the man was the one chasing the beast. It can be. He replied firmly. We have been eyeing it for the past few hours, so how could it be wrong? He headed over to the defeated soul-devouring beast and directed an attack at its body. Besides, we have already marked it with magic, so we can just check it now. He paused mid-sentence, focusing on the motionless beast. He stilled then, testing it several more times, but the beast remained the same without any marking. His face paled at rapid speed as he muttered with horror, Why is there another one? Where is the one we were chasing then? How do I know? Yao Si rolled her eyes. Wasn't it clear? They had been going after the wrong beast. The soul-devouring beast they had injured previously wasn't the same as the one that she had just defeated, so the entire situation was a misunderstanding. Yet the price the man had to pay was far too heavy. He became a beast that could be summoned at will. Is this a beast you deliberately released in order to get me? He asked. Get lost. Yao Si had gained a contractor that sprouted rubbish out of nowhere. What sort of experience is this? She felt a murderous urge. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll let bygones be bygones, but you'll have to bear responsibility for this contract. Responsibility? How did I wrong you? Even though your cultivation isn't high and you don't have the looks, this is after all the first time I can only accept my fate. First time you what? Clarify yourself. Dragging this out won't be ideal, besides, I'm not a demonic beast. This has to be resolved or I won't have a choice but to follow you for the rest of your life. Who wants to be followed by you for the rest of her life? I'm after all a living being. After doing, you need to provide me with an explanation. What explanation do I need to give you? Oh right, my name is Qin Changle. I should be a few years older than you, so you can either call me Changle or Brother Qin. Brother Qin? Right, I'm after all the eldest disciple of the heavenly cultivation sect, even if I now have to give myself to such a woman. Shut up. Yao Si finally lost it and interrupted his monologue. Can the chatterbox just shut up? Back when they were still fighting, why didn't she realize how absurd his mouth was? Why would he call himself Qin Changle when he was clearly Chatterbox Qin? If she had known, she would have never snatched the beast from him. How was he a beast that could be summoned at will? He was more like a nagging machine. Every sentence he sprouted was enough to craft a movie scene. Yao Si was starting to miss home. After they got to know each other along the way and some physical interactions, Yao Si finally managed to shut the man up. She wasn't able to come up with a solution regarding what to do with him, so she had no choice but to bring the burden along with her. An originally 2-player game had become a family, 3-player game. Yao Si assumed that this would be the last of such absurdities, but she had clearly underestimated their luck. Zanzikan was no doubt a jinx, for the amount of bad luck he yielded was astounding. They met with a demonic beast while picking level 5 mystical grass. They met with another demonic beast while picking level 4 mystical grass. They met with yet another demonic beast while picking level 3 mystical grass. They could even meet a demonic beast, doing his business while picking the tiny grass along the road. Yao Si, Zanzikan, Qián Zangle. One guy was a chatterbox and the other a jinx. Yao Si was starting to become suspicious about her life. What kind of people was she meeting? Demon girl, did you just intrude on the nest of a demon beast? Chatterbox Qián asked while panting heavily. Yao Si glanced at the person beside her. Jinx. Zanzikan, is this why Shi Fang sect leader schemed to kick you out? In just a short span of time, they had managed to see more species of demonic beasts than there were planets in the celestial realm. There were small level 1 beasts and big ones of level 8 and 9, there wasn't any they hadn't encountered. At the start they would be cautious at the sight of level 5 beasts, but by then, they could calmly defeat level 9 beasts without a moment's hesitation. The constant fights continued to strengthen Yao Si's mental strength. At the start, she had to struggle just to produce a single mahjong tile, but by then, she could tell which tile came out with her eyes closed. It wouldn't be long before she could produce a whole set at once. Her improvement had to be credited to Zanzikan's bad luck. While thinking about that, she was starting to pity Shi Fang sect. How did that child manage to survive till such age? Chapter 95, Meeting the Parent. I dragged you into this, senior. Zanzikan was a face of guilt as he scratched his head. Ever since I was young, my luck hasn't been very good. That was putting it lightly. It was definitely on another level, right? Why don't we take a break in the forest nearby? He suggested. No. Chatterbox Qián was the first to object. With your luck, we would probably run into a demonic beast's nest. Yao Si nodded. The experiences of the past month told her that it really might happen. Even though it might not be anything of high level and could be easily dealt with by his sword, another beast would probably appear in just a matter of minutes. Let's head to the riverside instead. She pointed in the opposite direction, paying close attention to his jinx nature. Zanzikan turned his head without any objection and started making a fire for cooking. Even though he was a jinx, his culinary skills weren't bad at all. The duck blood curd he prepared with readily available ingredients was comparable to that of her nanny dad. He was responsible for the meals throughout the trip and was a travel must-have. Yao Si finished 3 full bowls with satisfaction, feeling pleased and energized. Just as she was planning to get a 4th bowl, her optical computer buzzed, and a sentence popped out. There is 10 minutes left for the training you have registered. F***ck. Yao Si's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl in her hands. Why was it ending so fast? Hasn't it only been a little over a month? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 months? She whipped out the timer in the optical computer. As expected, it stated 59 days and 14 hours. The reminder on the optical computer wasn't wrong. This meant that it was probably due to her being sent to Region 4, which had a different time flow from the planet of Shadow, which caused the difference of some time. Senior, what's wrong? Zanzikan asked, glancing over at her. Did you perhaps ingest some worms? Qián Changle suggested. Yao Si placed her bowl down. I think I have to go. Go. Qián Changle bolted upright. Where do you want to go? Our contract hasn't been resolved yet. Are you going to forsake me? What the f***ck do you mean by forsake? Do you not know what it means? Don't worry, the contract will be broken once I leave. She had intended to seek help from the service staff, but there wasn't enough time. Are you sure? I'm sure. Everything related to the indigenous tribes was prohibited from leaving the planet of shadow, so once she reached the celestial realm, the F***ing contract would automatically be resolved. Right? As opposed to Qin Chang'el's agitation, Zanzikan was much calmer after his initial shock. Are you going to leave this world? Yes. Yao Si nodded. There isn't enough time. Then, are you coming back? I might not. Dad doesn't approve of my leaves. But wait a minute. You know about it. Zanzikan nodded. I could vaguely tell that Senior is from the higher lands and will eventually head back. But he never expected it to come so soon. Zanzikan clenched his fists, bowing to her in respect. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I wish you eternal happiness, luck, and peace. Thank you. Yao Si nodded. Even though the child was a jinx, he was honest and sincere. After spending a month together, she was a little reluctant to leave the duck blood curd he cooked. Jinx. Zanzikan. Practice diligently and we will meet again. Once you become a member of the Celestial Clan, you can head over to the Red Planet. All right. He nodded vigorously. I will work hard to ascend. Great. Yao Si tapped open the space within her optical computer and started to rummage about it. Soon after, she pulled out a circular egg along with 9 soul-calling pills, which she stuffed into his arms. With your physique, you should keep these pills with you at all times. I have been holding onto this egg for an extremely long time. It was gifted by a friend and is most likely a part of your world, but I have no idea what it is. Anyways, I'm giving it to you. After eating your duck blood curd for so many days, it is only right for me to return the favor. Zanzikan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the egg and started to study it, but he couldn't seem to figure out what it was, so he dumped it into his sack. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. Yao Si waved her hand as the optical computer sent out a notification alarm. There is less than 1 minute left of your training package. Please hold on to all of your personal belongings. Preparing to take off. 5, 4. I'll head off first, remember to look for me after you ascend. I'll be in the Red Planet. Yao Si reminded hastily. The next second, the scenery changed from a vast Greenland into the misty and cloud-filled celestial realm. The training time on her optical computer dropped to 0. The Celestials were indeed business-minded, unwilling to waste even a minute. Yao Si inhaled, glancing at the cloud and mist that surrounded the simple and imposing pier. After 2 months trying to survive in the wild, she seemed to have ventured into a new generation. As opposed to the 2 months of wildlife, this environment was clearly a feast for the eyes. A feast for the eyes? Who came up with that description? F***ck. Chatterbox Qin. Weren't the indigenous tribe members prohibited from leaving Shadow? This had to be a joke. What are you doing here? How can I know? He asked innocently. I just felt a yank, and the next moment I was here. Yank? That was not possible, the Celestial Clan would not transport the indigenous tribe members so readily. Besides, even if they had been forcefully brought over, they would be blasted back by the lighting if their physique wasn't level SSS. Wait a minute. Before she had transported, there seemed to have been a reminder to hold onto all personal belongings. Since Qin Chang'el was tied to her by the mental strength marking and was also considered her contracted beast. Did the transportation system treat him as her belonging? Could it be so negligent? The eldest disciple of the top sect contracted beast personal belonging. Chatterbox Qin's social status had just went down the drain. However, a certain someone was completely oblivious and was instead glancing about with curiosity and interest. Hey, demonic girl! Where is this? Is this the celestial realm? Are you really a celestial from above? Then, did I ascend to a celestial? No. You are at most considered a delivery. What exactly was happening? Welcome back to the celestial planet's returning pier. A female celestial was already flying toward them with a polite smile. Your training has been tough, but please follow the orders. Indigenous tribe member. She froze, pointing toward Qin Changle with a face of horror. After half a second, she turned and drew something in the air. Seconds later, a ray of light came shooting over. Yao Si's heart sank. She was a goner. As expected, in less than a minute, a huge group of celestials dressed in white flew over. They arrived with an ethereal air. As opposed to the service crew from before, they all held long swords in their hands and had hostile expressions. Were they security guards? What happened? A solemn voice asked. The man didn't come on a flying sword but was instead walking in the air. A lotus bloomed with every step he took, his entire being emitting a holy and pure white glow. Yao Si felt her mouth twitch. What was with the entrance? Such effort was deserving full 100 marks. But, why did he seem a little girly? Number 233, why did you activate the highest level alarm? The man that was putting on a front turned toward the female celestial who's still flying nearby. She seemed immune to his superfluous entrance and took several steps forward to perform a greeting. She then pointed toward Yao Si and started to explain. What? She smuggled out an indigenous tribe member. The man finally turned to glance at Yao Si, taking hurried steps over. In a displeased tone, he started, Customer, don't you know the training rules? Everything from the primitive planet is prohibited from leaving, even the local specialties. Qin Changle transformed from a personal belonging to a local specialty. That's not it, it's a misunderstanding, let me explain. Your actions have severely breached the Galactic Convention. This indigenous tribe member is not ready to ascend. He has to be detained and sent back. Hey! What's with your accusatory expression? This Master, he really wasn't brought over by me. Your system is responsible for sending him over. Shouldn't you guys be the ones giving me an explanation? The transportation spell was cast by the Master himself, so there is no way it would go wrong. The Celestial completely dismissed Yao Si's explanation and was instead looking at her with a reproachful expression. Even though you are a customer, you are obliged to follow our rules. Whether you admit it or not, in view of your violation, you are prohibited from entering the celestial realm within the next 10 years. Please show your ship details, and we will arrange for you to leave immediately. Enough. There was no way to clear her name, but Yao Si could finally heave a sigh of relief, knowing they would send Chatterbox Qin back. She reached out to flash her optical computer. The Celestial used her rectangular detection device to scan her optical computer, and her ship details popped out on it. Miss Sayao, ship number F233 will take off in 10 minutes toward. He paused mid-sentence, opening his eyes wide as though he had come across unbelievable information. His face of reproach paled instantly, and even his hands began to tremble. What's wrong? Red planet, he stuttered, barely able to continue. He started to tremble even more, then he clenched his teeth. It was a stark contrast to the solemn Celestial from before that couldn't be thrown off center. The next moment, he broke into a radiant smile. I see. You're our valued bloodling customer. It's a misunderstanding. Was your journey enjoyable? Do you have any valuable feedback to give us? Is this local specialty up to your standards? Don't worry, we Celestials promise only the best quality. If you aren't satisfied, you can return, exchange, or have it fixed. Wasn't this drastic change a little too fast? Your ship is about to head off. Other than him, did you bring along any other local specialties? Do you need delivery service? Chatterbox Qin had somehow become a local specialty which was allowed to be brought out of the primitive planet. Regardless of Yao Si's explanation on how she had no intentions of bringing him out of shadow and that it was due to the blasted contract, the managing Celestials remained persistent and refused to believe her. They explained their inability to send him back to the planet, that if they were to forcefully bring him over, he might be killed by the lighting surrounding the planet. Yao Si was left with no choice, and the group of Celestials politely yet cautiously and excitedly sent her up to the ship. When she regained her senses, she was already back home with the local specialty. She sat on the coach uneasily, sneaking glances at a certain nanny dad that wore a dark expression. Yao Si had no clue where to begin. It might be an illusion, but ever since she had brought Chatterbox Qián through the door, the temperature indoors seemed to have plunged by a few degrees. She glanced over at the thermostat. Was it really not faulty? With a deep breath, she cautiously sneaked a glance at the person in front of her. Dad. Mu Xian remained silent, but his emotionless expression grew even more freezing. An eerie cold aura surrounded him. It's getting bad. He wasn't even correcting the way she addressed him, which had to mean that he was really angry. I can explain. Yao Si removed the necklace that contained her nanny dad's mental strength and raised her paw, prepared to take the initiative. Mu Xian remained motionless, but his gaze slowly moved from her toward Qián Chang'e, the local specialty. The temperature seemed to plunge further, icy cold air shooting in all directions. He hadn't seen his cub in 2 months, she had ditched the people he had assigned to take care of her and headed out all on her own, and had even brought a stranger back home. A man. A living one. The kind that was still breathing. Mu Xian wanted to kill someone. Chapter 96, Return to the First Academy. Demonic girl, what's wrong with your face? A certain ignorant chatterbox inched over to glance at her with curiosity, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. He was so close that their faces were almost touching. He took a close inspection of her. Even your face can change. Are you perhaps a demon that preys on humans' yang energy? What rubbish are you sprouting? Yao Si took a step back. She was trying to resolve a family problem here. Don't try to deny it, that explains why you resorted to such despicable means in order to get my body. *CK. Who exactly taught you your language? What are you saying? Before Yao Si could retort, Mu Xian's suppressed ability lost control, erupting from his body with a thunderous explosion. Everything in the house rose up as though there wasn't any gravity before disintegrating into dust, and even the building disappeared. There wasn't enough time for Yao Si to process the situation. Her mouth was stuffed with dust and her little house was gone while the surrounding area had become a flatland. The ground was even still trembling. In truth, the whole city was shaking, cracks inching outward from beneath Mu Xian's feet. It seemed like an apocalypse. Dad! Yao Si jumped in fright. It was the first time she had experienced the horror of Mu Xian's wrath. She was placed in the hot seat when a certain someone prepared to explode the whole red planet. She hugged him in a hurry. Calm down, hear me out. You misunderstood. Mu Xian was on the verge of losing control, but he paused, lowering his head to glance at her. The horrifying air surrounding him calmed slightly, and in a cold voice he said, "Hear you out." Yao Si nodded with utmost sincerity and obedience. Yes, hear me out first. Demon. Chatterbox Qián was frightened out of his wits, collapsing into a trembling mess. He glanced at her, trying to say something. You. Shut up. The eerie air that had dissipated slightly was starting to intensify once again, so Yao Si hurriedly cut him off. Stop wreaking havoc when your language is so wrong. She took a deep breath before spilling everything that she had experienced on Shadow Planet. 10 minutes later. Contracted? You mean? Mu Xian turned toward the person who had collapsed from his legs going weak. He is a pet you adopted. You can say that. Chatterbox Qián was thus even downgraded from a local specialty to a pet. Mu Xian's face darkened. You want to keep him? Of course not. She didn't possess such special hobbies. He can't return to his planet since he isn't of SSS physique, so I didn't have a choice but to bring him back. Mu Xian frowned, his explosive ability finally calming, but there was still something bothering him that he couldn't describe. He still wanted to kill someone. Since he is part of the Celestial clan, just leave it to them. Mu Xian called for Yan Xian, instructing him to come over. Yan Xian arrived in less than 5 minutes in his small flying ship. He made an abrupt stop in the air once he was close and came almost falling over his own feet. Your Majesty, Your Highness. His eyes went wide when he scanned the flattened grounds repeatedly, suspecting he was in the wrong location. Where was the majestic palace? Did it collapse from the earthquake just then? But wouldn't the structure still be there if it had collapsed? Why was the ground flat and the area empty? I'll leave him to you. With a slight lift of his arm, Chatterbox Qián, who was collapsed on the ground, floated up and was tossed toward Yan Xian like a burden. Yan Xian grabbed hold of him with a face of confusion. Your Majesty. You take care of it. Take care? Which sort of take care are you referring to? Deep fry or stir fry? Yan Xian was filled with confusion. Your Majesty, this person. He was just about to ask about the particulars, but he was harshly cut off. Find it out yourself. The horrifying air around Mu Xian exploded. Yes. Yan Xian hurriedly left with Chatterbox Qián. His Majesty is so scary today. Yao Si stared at their hasty exit. With Yan Xian's close relationship with the Celestials, he was the best person to entrust this matter. She finally calmed down as the huge matter had been resolved. But where were they going to stay? Yao Si glanced at the sparse land, feeling slightly teary. She couldn't help glancing over at the culprit. Isn't the impact of your temper a bit too much? Dad, you are so wasteful. It's going to affect your family members, aren't you aware? Mew. Before she could speak, she felt a tightening around her waist as she was enveloped in an embrace, and a familiar smell flooded her senses. Mu Xian lowered his head, resting his forehead on hers. Yao Si twitched about awkwardly. The next second, hot air touched her ear. Sissy, I can agree to everything you want with only one exception. What? Yao Si stilled. She was about to clarify, but Mu Xian had already let her go. He held onto her hand and started to leave. Wait a minute, where are we going? Somewhere to stay. Stay? Were they perhaps heading to a hotel? That isn't a good idea. He was after all the ruler of the bloodlings. To be left without a home and relegating to a hotel with his cub, it would definitely make it to the headlines in all of Galaxy the next day. It showed up that she was overthinking, however. Mu Xian brought her to her house. It was constructed for her by the bloodlings 2 years ago, but had remained empty since. Yao Si thought that the matter had been resolved, but unexpectedly, even though Mu Xian was slightly appeased, he was still bothered. With respect to her straying away during the training, a certain nanny dad had spent an entire night guiding her patiently on mental education. He even detained her for a whole week, watching her closely as she wrote her 10,000-word reflection. He only unwillingly let her out during the start of the new school term. It happened after countless reminders, though. Once Yao Si was finally out, she took in a deep breath. She had never loved school more than at that moment. She passed through the entrance door, relaxing once she entered the school's premises. The familiar school gate seemed to have come from another universe. Why did it feel like she had forgotten something though? Forget it, it isn't important. Learning is of greater importance. Ah! The moment she entered the academy, she was greeted by piercing screams. Pre-President is here, 5th generation, bloodling. It's real, it's real. She looks exactly the same as in the video. This is the 5th generation, 5th generation. Most importantly, she is God Mu's cub. Our God Mu is no longer a single dog. So excited. Since President is here, where is God Mu? Is God Mu perhaps here as well? F***ck. She had completely forgotten that her identity had been exposed. If she had known, she would have brought the mental strength necklace along. Is she finally here? I have been here for the past 2 hours. I've been here for 3 hours. I've been here for 4 hours. Ha ha ha, it was a coincidence for me, thankfully I'm late today. I'm so lucky. Me too, me too. I'm going to be late every single day from today onwards. Hey, 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 what the f***ck do you mean by being late every day? Don't cultivate such horrible habits. Anyways, am I late? The crowd started to pile up, almost filling the entire doorway. Yao Si greeted them with a smile, passing through the gates before the crowd could react. She bolted toward the high school department at full speed. It seemed that her low-profile lifestyle was no longer an option. Thankfully, the schools in the galaxy were unlike back on the blue planet. Even though everyone was in the same classroom, there wasn't any interaction required. The classrooms would automatically segment themselves into individual cubicles according to the number of students. Each student would be provided with learning videos that had been curated to fit their knowledge. Hence, there weren't any teachers required. After focusing on a few lessons, Yao Si received a meeting notification from the school committee. She shut the learning videos instantly and headed to the committee office in a hurry, bearing the curious scrutiny of the passing students. Unlike the carefree and harmonious vibe from last school term, the entire committee seemed to emit a nervous and solemn air the moment she entered. The committee, half of which were bloodlings, stood up and greeted her in a firm and uniform voice. Hello, Your Highness. Hello, everyone, hello. Your Highness, you have worked hard. For the people. Ah, PSSH, it isn't hard at all. Sit, sit. It seemed like a military parade. After everyone was seated, they began reporting the activities for the next semester systematically. Yao Si, who was used to being a figurehead, agreed to all their arrangements, which were mostly a repetition of previous traditions. However, the department head to her side stood up hesitantly during his turn. President, there's one more thing. Zhou Academy wishes to hold a friendly robot competition and have already invited all the academies in the galaxy, including us. Robot competition. Yao Si paused. Even though she had never been in touch with robots, she had heard about them. They seemed to be the peak of the galactic technology and was the only thing that may be comparable to abilities. Yes. The department head then gave her more information. Even though Zhou Academy has a good reputation, it isn't as influential as us. If the first academy doesn't participate in this competition they are hosting, the other academies will most probably not pay much attention to it as well. Hence, they reached out to us so eagerly. I see. What do you guys think? She turned toward the rest. After all, she had no experience in such a thing. The moment she asked, everyone's eyes lit up as though being asked by her was an honor. The next second, their hands shot up. Yao Si felt her face muscles twitch. How long was their fan mode going to last? She randomly picked a person that was close to her. The person was ecstatic, bolting upright. He took a deep breath before saying, Your Highness, our academy has always prioritized personal ability development while Zhou Academy, which was set up by the Galactic Alliance troops, placed their focus on mechanics. In general, both academies are on par in terms of machinery knowledge. If we were to compete, it would definitely be more stressful than the previous competitions and there wouldn't be an assured outcome. However, this sort of competition would be able to ignite the passion that students have for robots, be it the operation, creation, or maintenance. It would definitely be beneficial, so I am all for it. Chapter 97, Fan Antics. MMH. Yao Si nodded, agreeing. Competitions among academies weren't always about the outcome, but the development of the students. It was of the highest priority. Yao Si turned toward the others, and saw that they didn't seem against the idea. Then you can go ahead with this. But just as she was about to head back home, she realized that no one else were moving. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Your Highness, Sister Luoying said. We haven't decided on the award for this competition. Award? Yao Si paused. Isn't there a precedence we can follow? This is the first ever robot competition. This is tricky. How could she have any idea on what award was good? A trophy, a medal, or prize money? It is to motivate the students. So according to the Academy's tradition, the president is responsible for preparing the award, which should be special and memorable. Sister Luoying glanced at Yao Si with anticipation. There isn't any restrictions on the object, it would be given together with the prize money. I have to personally decide on an award? What a wasteful tradition. President, anything is fine. It doesn't have to be anything valuable since the prize money is always generous, a department head added. Anything is fine. Yes, I'm sure anything you prepare will be well received. Everyone looked at her with anticipation, clearly in fan mode. Their gazes were burning with sincerity. Yao Si lips twitched. Haha. Are you guys expecting Mu Xian's signature? Silence fell over the crowd for a moment, but just as Yao Si was about to change her mind, all the department heads came rushing over to her. President, can I participate too? Those with inside news should be able to. After she showed the way, others came flooding in as well. President. Is it too late for me to transfer to the mechanics department? Me too, President. I'm originally from the mechanics department. President, can we exchange the prize money for 2 signatures instead? You crazy fans, enough. The robot competition details were finalized just like that. The student committee gave an unusually enthusiastic response toward a competition held by another academy. The news about Mu Xian's autograph being set as an award spread like wildfire once the meeting ended. The entire academy went into a frenzy. A sudden wave robots swept through the academy with almost everyone selecting the robotics field as their optional course. For the very first time, the robotics office wasn't able to keep up with the influx of interested students. No slots were available after a few days. Moreover, it wasn't just the first academy which was plagued by such a phenomenon, for the news went viral throughout the entire galactic web. After that, the entire galaxy was filled with students trying to squeeze their way into the first academy. Countless people applied for the robot competition, increasing the qualifying matches from the original 1 to 10 rounds. After all, almost 95% of the students had chosen to participate. There was also a huge wave of orders on the galactic web's black market, offering to purchase the competition prize at any price. In a blink of an eye, an original friendly competition between academies became an affair that was closely followed by the entire galaxy. The common greeting among people morphed into, "Have you heard about the robot competition by the First Academy?" The First Academy's name was sent to another level. They were more like the organizing committee than just a participant and had cast the actual organizer Zhou Feng Academy aside. A prayer for Zhou Feng Academy. Yao Si had never expected that a casual statement could cause such a series of events, but was it bad? She didn't really care much about the prize. Isn't it just an autograph? Was this due to her dad's fame or hers? But she was really intrigued by the robot competition after coming across the wide range of robots during the fight with the caterpillar beast. Even though the attack power of robots was not comparable to that of abilities, they offered more protection than blood and flesh. Besides, they were new technology. Your Highness, do you want to see the fields available for the optional course? Luoying asked curiously when she sat down beside her. All right. Yao Si agreed casually. They were allowed to choose other fields in the high school branch. There wasn't a restriction to the number of courses and the length of the school term, so students were free to learn as much as they desired. However, once the decision was finalized, they would have to pass the final year examination to qualify for the graduation. With the high-level mentor Mu Xian and the bloodling training program, there wasn't a need for Yao Si to hone her abilities through the academy. Hence, she could only opt for something else. Such diligence is as expected of Her Highness, Luo Ying remarked with a proud expression. I intend to choose 3 courses, but have only decided on one since there are so many choices. Do you have any suggestions? Yao Si asked in a conversational manner. Luo Ying blushed and her eyes sparkled. Your Highness, the music department seems like a good choice. With your talent, you would definitely attain galaxy-wide fame as a singer. There's also the art department. Your Highness, you look like an extremely artistic person. You can choose to specialize in drawing, directing movies, or design. These are all great courses for women. It's all good as long as it isn't something like the manly mechanics department. Oh right, Your Highness, what's the course you picked? Robot operating. Sister Luo Ying froze slightly before saying with a serious face, Your Highness, this is a really great decision. As expected of Her Highness to have such ambition even in the robotics field. What an awkward attempt at diverting the topic. I'll pick robot operating as well then. Luo Ying happily tapped open the course application and selected the option she had just mentioned. Could she be any more obvious? Wasn't girls supposed to do something more feminine? Oh right, why did you look for me? Yao Si asked. Luo Ying should have been having lessons around that time. Oh, it isn't anything important. She waved her hand dismissively. Helping you choose your course is of greater importance. She continued to describe the other courses in the academy. The first academy differed from the technical specialization schools in Blue Planet in that there was an extensive range that covered all the subjects in the galaxy. The high level of technology was probably the reason why teachers weren't necessary for lessons, everything was taught with the use of technology. Hence, the first academy offered everything, be it medicine, art, technology, robotics, etc. Based on recommendations, Yao Si chose cultural history and biological geography which would aid her in understanding the galaxy. She clicked the 2 options and turned to glance at Luo Ying. On a closer inspection, she realized the girl was typing in a chat group with several familiar figures. At the very top of the chat was a red row of words. Luo Ying, attention! Her Highness has already picked mechanics, cultural history, and biological geography, so those who wish to admire her from a close proximity, hurry. There's no time to waste. Your Highness. Luo Ying flushed a deep shade of red upon noticing Yao Si gaze. She explained uneasily, these are bloodlings from the academy. They wish to enroll in the same courses as Your Highness, but they didn't dare to ask you. Since we are somewhat closer. You are part of the crazy fan club. Your Highness, don't worry, only a small group of bloodlings will know about it. I won't sell your information to anyone else. Yao Si lips twitched. Sell. You sell information as well. Luo Ying froze, her face flushing a deeper shade of red as she stuttered, Your Highness. Forget it, but make this the last time. Yao Si sighed. In the end, it wasn't like it was some sort of secret. I'll head home now. She glanced at the time on the optical computer and saw that it was almost time for lunch. Yes, Your Highness, take care. Luo Ying perked up instantly, bolting upright. Just as they were about to reach the door, the young woman suddenly thought of a question. Oh, Your Highness, may I know when my dad is coming back from the trip he took with you? Your dad? Who is he? Gu Shuchen. F***ck. Yao Si finally realized what had slipped her mind. She had totally forgotten all about nephew Gu and the others on Planet Shadow. Chapter 98, First Timer Piloting a Real Robot. Yao Si couldn't be blamed for forgetting those guys since their trip was assigned to them by the Elders' Council. Once she was back, she assumed that they would be called back as well. However, due to a certain nanny dad's temper, the Elders' Council had been occupied with the reconstruction of the majestic palace. They had tossed the four of them far to the back of their minds. Yao Si was at a loss for words. She instantly instructed Yan Xian to get them back from the planet Shadow. She even waited for them at the pier to prevent any more accidents from occurring. The moment she caught sight of them, she had to do a double take. Who are these bandits? What happened to them on planet Shadow? What happened? It didn't make sense. Even though they were above the 800th generation, they were all relatively skilled. A primitive planet such as Shadow shouldn't have possessed any creatures which could injure them. How exactly had they then ended up in such a miserable state? Your Highness! They inhaled simultaneously upon catching sight of her, looking more miserable than before. After take glances at each other, they started to speak one after the other. Your Highness, you actually came to get us personally. This is so touching. I'm glad you made it back on time. We will seek punishment for the failed mission. Yes, we actually failed to watch you properly, betraying His Majesty's trust. It was extremely unfaithful of us, and we are willing to accept any punishment that awaits us. Your Highness, could you present us with our punishment? Is it to hack us to pieces or to put us to eternal sleep? Will His Majesty do it personally? Yao Si. So this is what they have been worried about, what pushed them to this state. What kind of image does Mu Xian have in the bloodlings' eyes? Enough, the incident was my fault and it has nothing to do with you guys. Yao Si patted their shoulders to comfort them. Don't worry, I'll take care of Mu Xian. It'll be fine. Most of his anger had already been expressed at Chatterbox Qin, so there won't be much left for you guys. The four's eyes lit up instantly, bringing life back into them. Really? Your Highness! That's great, Your Highness! Thank you for sparing our lives. Oh my, these 2 months' worth of worry have really taken a toll on my mental health. Your Highness, you're amazing. I wish you a long life, Your Highness. Are you heading back for lunch now? *CK. Nephew Gu, could you forget about it at least once? Yao Si couldn't be bothered about them any longer and turned to return home because it really was going to be lunchtime soon. After leaving the pier, she was met with a familiar figure. Isn't that Sister Luo Ying? Luo Shuchen. Yao Si was about to call out to her, but the woman jumped forward and dashed into the arms of someone behind her. This was the first time Yao Si was neglected by a bloodling and had to awkwardly retrieve her outstretched arm. Ying! Nephew Gu caught her with natural ease. He stilled slightly before tightening his arms around her, and they morphed into a single being without any obstructions. Yao Si glanced over and gasped slightly at their close relationship. Previously, Sister Luo Ying had been caught while finding Gu Shuchen, but if she hadn't reminded Yao Si about him, she would have only realized about their absence sometime even later. Torturing us single dogs again. Bye. Yi lamented as he turned to glance at them. He chased the others off impatiently, giving them their space. On his way out, he couldn't help lamenting once more. What's so impressive about having a cub? Are you looking down on us single dogs? This can't do, I have to hurry and apply for one as well. The other 2 bloodlings nodded in agreement. That's odd. What's the connection between single dogs and cubs? Yao Si was confused. She turned back toward the father and daughter pair who were still in an embrace. Nephew Gu lowered his head to whisper something into Luo Ying's ear, causing her to blush, and she buried her head into his arms. The scene was tender and harmonious. Yao Si couldn't help an odd thought from forming. Something seemed out of place, but she couldn't place her finger on it. Instead, she left with Yan Xian and the others. Any later and she would really be late for lunch. After nephew Gu returned, Yao Si abandoned her school committee duties, thoroughly letting loose of herself. Focusing on her education. Robot. Mu Xian stilled in the middle of pouring her soup. He frowned deeply as he passed her the bowl. Why the sudden interest in robots? The academy requires us to choose at least 3 optional courses, Yao Si replied while taking a sip of the soup. Robots' combat power is second only to that of abilities, and I would like to pick up another skill. Besides, the main field for the high school branch is abilities, but with you, I have no need to learn about them from the academy. Mu Xian's tense face relaxed instantly. You can learn, but robots are after all just a tool while abilities are a bloodling's main strength. You don't have to take it seriously. Yes, Dad. Yao Si placed the half-eaten bowl down, circling over to his side of the table. Help me out with something. Mu Xian. He corrected her out of habit as he glanced down at her bright eyes which clearly betrayed that she was up to something. Tell me about it. Since I plan to learn about robots, I should have real-life operating experience, right? But you should know that according to the rules set by the Galactic Alliance, students like me aren't allowed to buy real robots. Not even with money. So could you? She paused, focusing on him. Mu Xian froze, then raised his hand to caress her head before asking with worry, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you blinking so much? Can't you see that I'm trying to seduce you? Yao Si felt like she'd been stabbed in the heart. You want a robot? An oblivious nanny dad asked while blowing air at her eyes. With an expression of utmost seriousness, he asked, are you feeling better? Even though Yao Si felt another stab to her heart, she nodded aggressively. MMH. Based on my knowledge, the Academy's mechanic department has its own specialized stimulation system which can replicate a robot's operation. But a replica will never match up to the real thing. Yao Si grabbed onto his arm. It was like comparing a race car game to an actual car race. Besides, as an earthling that grew up watching Transformers, she had to get her hands on the real thing. Didn't you say that real battles were the best way to elevate my ability? Mu Xian frowned slightly before nodding. He glanced at her bowl and instructed seriously, finish it, don't leave anything behind. Mu Xian would always agree to Yao Si's demands as long as she ate well. Taking advantage of the weekend, he brought her over to the practice ground. Under her expectant expression, he pulled out a space button-like object and pressed it. With a beep, the space ahead of her seemed to be ripped apart, forming an opening. With a resounding explosion, a gigantic robot as tall as 3 men appeared before her. It was unlike the transformer or robot she'd seen in movies and animations. It was a fatty. And he had a huge beer belly that looked like an inflated ball. Even though it was 3 meters high, its limbs were short and stubby. The imposing and formidable scene Yao Si had envisioned shattered into pieces. She couldn't help turning to glance at a certain nanny dad, suspecting his tastes. Aren't robots available in every design? Why is this one so ugly? Couldn't you have asked me if you didn't know how to choose? This is a beginner model, Mu Xian explained, sensing her curiosity. It has one of the best defense systems compared to the others. Since you are just starting out, this model is the most suited for you. That explains it. Yao Si circled the robot. Even though it looked big and bulky, the design was indeed exquisite. The robot was securely closed up, without any exposed internal pieces. But she couldn't be sure if it really had the best defense system as Mu Xian had mentioned, and she suddenly had an urge to test it out with her ability. Mu Xian seemed to have pressed something, for with a sudden beep, the robot's huge tummy opened up, exposing an empty space. Do you want to try piloting? He pointed inside. Yao Si nodded immediately, heading in according to his instructions. She landed within the narrow space of less than 2 square meters. Once she had stabilized herself, the ground beneath her lit up, and rays of light encircled her limbs and wrists as the door shut itself. She was the only one left in the space and started to panic, but just when she was about to call for Mu Xian, she heard his voice. "Don't be scared, reach for the operation system with your mental strength." Yao Si followed his instructions. The next second, the originally blank space disappeared, and Mu Xian's figure reappeared in front of her, but he seemed smaller than before. Was she operating the robot? She lowered her head with curiosity to glance at her hands and saw they were the short and stubby robot paws. She felt as though she had completely transformed into a robot. "It is connected and dependent on your mental strength," Mu Xian told her. "Even though it feels the same, the controls will differ from your normal movement. Since this is your first time, you might not be too comfortable, but once you get used to it, it'll get better." He pointed to an area nearby. "Try heading there." Yao Si tried to walk, but the robot remained stationary. Even though the external view was clear and she could clearly sense every inch of the robot, it didn't feel a part of her and didn't move regardless of how hard she tried. "Calm down, don't try to move your body. The robot is a product of your mental strength, so try moving it with your mind." Yao Si stopped moving her feet and cleared her heart. With a deep inhale, she spread her mental strength throughout the entire robot and focused on the spot ahead. It became the single goal in her mind. And as expected, the robot finally moved, heading toward her destination at high speed. But, it was moving too fast. The robot bolted forward like an arrow with a loud whoosh, and her vision flashed. The next second, a loud thud rang in the air when the robot smashed into the wall. Yao Si's vision darkened, and a row of red words appeared before her. "The robot is severely damaged. It is no longer safe for piloting, so please apply for demolition." F***CK. Chapter 99, Robot Training Battle. Yao Si finally understood why a robot was inferior when compared to abilities. A robot's locomotion skills were extremely poor and were prone to being damaged. If an individual with an ability were to get hurt or catch a cold, they would get better just by enduring it. Even if they managed to lose a limb, they could still continue fighting with their ability. On top of that, bloodlings possessed incredible self-healing properties. Even though robots could be repaired and were able to withstand heftier damage, they were after all a single entity. Even the most intelligent microchip would be deemed useless after extreme damage to its components. A small problem could collapse the entire system, like crashing into a wall and not being able to extract itself. During her attempt at operating it, even walking had showed up to be difficult, and Yao Si's passion extinguished instantly. She finally understood the Academy's reasoning for using a stimulation. It was to prevent beginners from destroying too many robots. Robots were a controlled weapon in the galaxy. The cost for each robot was high and not everyone was allowed to buy them. Even though there were plenty of robot construction companies on the galactic web, the application process was complicated and extensive. At the very least, students like her were prohibited from buying any robots. Yao Si glanced at the pile of tech she had destroyed. Just thinking about the costs brought her pain, and she silently decided to enter the simulation class. Even though her dad was rich, she couldn't just waste his money like that. The first academy had the perfect simulation system that was almost identical to the real experience. But due to the robot competition, there was a huge crowd waiting for its turn to practice. Since Yao Si was a bit late, there was no way she could get a turn to practice. Sadness filled her at that thought. "Your Highness, you can enter the galactic web for awareness training," Bai Yi suggested. "Awareness training?" Yao Si paused. "What's that?" Awareness battle is the same as the robot stimulation. They're both linked to the galactic web, but the Academy's stimulation can train your muscle memory while awareness training is more to hone your speed and accumulate experience in operating a robot. Galactic web. Yao Si's eyes lit up. "You mean I'm able to train whenever through my optical computer?" "That's right," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. Robot awareness training is rather common, so there are many battles on the galactic web. Your Highness, haven't you seen it in the Awareness Plaza? Yao Si's mouth twitched. She knew about the Galactic Web Flat Screen Plaza and the Awareness Plaza. They were basically two access channels, one being the pop-up screen that she used frequently and the other was the one she saw when her awareness entered the Galactic Web directly. It was similar to reality and could be seen as another world, just like the web game she had played previously. However, she had never entered using her awareness, ever since the horror of being trapped in the game for a whole month. Ever since then, she had feared that history would repeat itself. I rarely enter the Awareness Plaza. I'll be your guide then. Bai Yi tapped his chest with reassurance. Your Highness, don't worry. I'm well versed in robot stimulation and its details. I even made it to the top 100 for the galactic competition. He tapped open his optical computer and sent her a party invitation with eagerness. Yao Si hesitated slightly. But since she had nothing to do and couldn't just head back to destroy more robots, she accepted the invitation. Almost instantly, the weightlessness she hadn't felt in a long time engulfed her. The next second, she arrived in a foreign location. She glanced around. It seemed like she was in a passageway, but instead of a road, there was a glowing ground under her feet, its rays scattering around her. The sides of the passageway weren't covered with familiar advertisements, but buttons and symbols Yao Si couldn't understand. There were plenty of people moving to and fro, much more than back on Eternal Brilliance. Yao Si started to study the crowd. Everyone was dressed differently and had varying physiques and looks, and even the mosaics on their faces were different. Wait a minute. Why are their faces hidden? She took a closer look and saw that it wasn't just one person like that. More than 80% of the people in her surroundings had their faces covered by a mosaic. Is this a popular face feature in the galactic web? Your Highness, why are you still in the default setting? Haven't you adjusted it yet? A familiar voice asked. Yao Si turned to see a boy with a head full of blonde hair and a pair of antlers looking at her with alarm. He was dressed in clothes which kept changing colors and resembled a rainbow. Who are you? A neon lamp spirit? I'm Bai Yi, he replied. He seemed to recall something as he brushed his hair back with a face full of pride. How is it, Your Highness? Doesn't my pseudo-image look good? My hairstyle, skin color, and exterior are all limited edition, capturing everyone's attention. You can't even get your hands on it anymore. How is it, are you impressed? Yes. More like shocked, in a kind that stings my eyes. I never realized that other than your naggy nature, even your aesthetic judgment is flawed. Your Highness, the pseudo-image can be modified with your thoughts. Yao Si glanced down at herself and saw a snowy white ball of fluff. It had two short fluffy paws. Am I a bunny? Does everyone start like this? She silently thought of visual adjustment. As expected, an alternate site appeared before her with her current bunny image and a row of options to modify her appearance, her race. There was even a clothing shop option. Was this the galactic version of QQ fashion? Yao Si didn't bother picking things out and just clicked onto the random option. The next moment, the bunny took on a human form. It had average appearance, the kind that would blend into a crowd. Yao Si accepted the look with satisfaction. A confirmation of the change appeared before her galactic user 383-8438, your new image has been saved successfully. What's with this string of numbers? Am I being insulted again? Your Highness, the web name can be edited, Bai Yi reminded her. Yao Si felt her mouth twitch. She hurriedly clicked onto the contact surface to change her name. Your web name has been changed to Ancestor. Ancestor, we wish you a pleasant time. MMH, it looks much better. Your Highness, your nickname is so fitting. Crazy Fan Bai Yi complimented instantly, his face filled with sincerity. She lifted her head to glance over his head, and fell silent. Yours is fitting as well. Such a perfect use of sarcasm. Oh right, where is the robot awareness training ground you mentioned? She mentioned the matter for which they had come. It's over at the armor grounds. Bai Yi brought her to the side with a row of cursors, clicking onto the two sword logos at the top. With a buzz, the brilliant lights and vibrant colors flew by, and the originally silent surroundings filling up with noise. The street disappeared, and they arrived at an ancient arena. There was an even larger crowd there, each person wearing an excited expressions as they cheered in the direction of battle. Yao Si turned toward the middle, and a bright screen caught her eye. Different matches flashed on the screen, with 1v1 battles taking up the majority of the space. There were also group matches with the maximum of 5 contestants. Bai Yi began his introductions. Awareness training was actually a virtual robot match that would allow participants to gain battle experience. There were 3 levels: Advanced, Intermediate, and Beginner. Every year, the galaxy would host a battle in which the top 10 contestants would win attractive prizes. The top 100 thus were all experts in operating robots. The champion seems to be Abyss Battle God. It's already his 5th championship, Bai Yi said as he pointed toward the screen. In a nonchalant tone, he added, I heard that he belongs to the Alliance Army with a physique of level SSS, so him retaining his title for that long isn't too surprising. Yao Si nodded. If he was an expert pilot in real life, it wouldn't be difficult for him to win the seemingly game-like training. This is the one I admire the most. Bai Yi pointed to a black robot in the 3rd place with excitement. Black lighting, he's the Black Horse this year. He's been hiding his identity, so no one knows who he is. I heard that his first match was against the 10th place, and that victory made him famous instantly. He managed to climb from the 10th position all the way to the 3rd place in no time. He's that good? Yao Si asked. Of course. The excited youth nodded vigorously. His win rate is 100%, which is even higher than that of the first place Abyss, who has 95%. He's the first person who has managed to enter the ranking with a 100% win rate and can potentially beat Abyss to become the first champion with a perfect win rate. He's a long-standing champion. That is indeed impressive. Yao Si studied the black robot carefully, but the surroundings were too dim so she wasn't able to make out his appearance. All she could see was a blob of black mess with a shining triangle at the side. What's this? Yao Si asked while poking it with her finger. Bai Yi paled and shouted out, you can't touch that, but it was too late. White light flooded Yao Si's vision, and the next second, she was transported to an arena. Right before her was the pure black robot that she hadn't been able to make out just seconds ago. Black Lighting has accepted your challenge request. F***CK. Chapter 100, The Robot Destroyer. Someone actually issued a challenge to Black Lighting voluntarily. Ha ha ha. This is definitely something new. Yeah, this is the first time someone challenged him, he has always been the one initiating the challenge. Who exactly is Ancestor? Have you heard of her before? Have you seen her stats? She has 0% victory rate. Where did she get the courage to initiate a challenge? I bet one spicy slice she will be thrashed. The discussion intensified, and Yao Si could feel her intestines churning. So, that button was to initiate a challenge? Her mischievous hands were to blame. How could she know about challenges? Was it too late to just admit defeat? The opponent rejects your request to surrender. F***CK. He was being serious. The battle will begin in 9,8,7. Is this for real? It's just going to start like that? Yao Si could feel her limbs freezing, the 4 familiar operation bands appearing on her limbs. A row of words appeared before her, data for a bound robot not found. Please choose a suitable robot. How could she have any idea about robots? As the seconds continued ticking, the black robot prepared itself, going into an offensive stance. Yao Si in the meantime gritted her teeth, choosing the familiar fat and short-limbed model. Ha 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 ha, check this out, she actually chose a defensive robot. This newbie sure has guts. Maybe she given up on healing and had specifically chosen to get beaten up. The crowd broke into a chorus of laughter at the appearance of the Chow Ledger robot, but Yao Si no longer had the time to care as the battle had started. The moments ago stationary black robot started to move about so only his afterimage could be seen. He is definitely worthy of being called lighting. The wind around Yao Si grew stronger as though a hurricane was stirring with a loud swooshing noise. Her opponent was testing the waters. If she didn't hide, she would be at the mercy of his finishing blow. But, she couldn't move. F***ck. Based on her pathetic robot-destroying experience, there was no way she'd know such high-end operations. The galactic web was clearly part of the future technology, since even the awareness-controlled space was so realistic. Just like in reality, Yao Si wasn't able to operate the robot as she pleased. The opponent was a stark contrast to her. His swift and complex operations could make one believe that he had merged with the robot. He skittered around her in circles with his eyes shut, enjoying the moment. The difference in their skills was apparent. He moved at high speed without care. After struggling to make a turn, he disappeared from her sight, clearly playing with her. He was simply flaunting his skills. The rise in temperature indicated the end of his tests, and Yao Si's surroundings morphed into a sea of flames. Her opponent raised his weapon, which instead of being one of the popular weapons that robots used was a blue glowing sword. Lightning leaped up, his sword lifted high in preparation. Yao Si gritted her teeth. Even though victory was impossible, it wouldn't sit well to just lose without a fight. She gave up trying to make small movements and instead blasted all of her mental strength toward the robot's limb in a final attack. Familiar energy surged through her, and light spread through the robot. It sprinted forward and crashed straight into the wall ahead, creating a huge depression. A somewhat familiar row of words appeared before her then. Your robot has been fully destroyed, and you are no longer able to compete. Battle over. As usual, she had managed to destroy yet another robot. Buzz, congratulations in winning the competition. Your robot is now in third place with a 100% winning rate. What? Yao Si stilled. What the f***ck? The next second, the crowd burst into loud cheering. F***ck, this can't be right, she actually won. F***ck plus 1. This world is changing way too fast, and I can't seem to catch up. Hurry, punch me once to know if it's real. Black lighting actually lost, and in one blow. I never knew a defense machine could be used like this. Hey, can you see that? Her winning rate was 0 just minutes ago but now is 100%. Could she have only fought this one battle? Yet she actually challenged the third position on her first try. That's so impressive. Who exactly is this ancestor? Is she a robot expert in real life? Does anyone have inside news? What exactly happened here? Yao Si grimaced and glanced down instinctively. On the ground, between her and the wall, was a wrecked black robot that clearly had lost all ability to fight. That flattened and distorted position. Was it possible that maybe she had crashed it? Yao Si felt a surge of emotions. Aren't you an expert? How could you just be rammed into like that? Why didn't you dodge? If she thought about it, he had to have been before her, so when she crashed into him and destroyed his robot, he would have suffered the damage first. That meant she had won? What the f***ck? But she had just destroyed another robot as she always did. She managed to defeat the agile black lighting with a defense model. She must be a robot master in reality. That's right, that's just a beginner mode. Oh gosh, she must be a master. Master, do you need to modify your robot leg? Please teach me, please punch me. +1, Master, which planet do you originate from? Do you need help heading back? I can check back again later if you don't need it now. The crowd started singing a different tune as it speculated about her. A swarm of friend requests flooded her vision, drowning it out. Yao Si's lips started to twitch, and she took a glance at the wreckage at her feet. Next, she proceeded by making a technical decision, logging out. What a joke. It'd be bad if they found out that destroying robots was her only move. As a fifth-generation bloodling, she had to hold on to her dignity. Ever since that day, Yao Si never once headed back to the battleground or pestered Mu Xian for more robots to destroy. Instead, she buried herself in the other two courses she had picked. Whilst she immersed herself in her studies, the selection for the Academy Cup robot competition began. After Yao Si's choice of the award, the competition became a focal point of the galaxy. The Academy went into a hyped-up mode with daily discussions revolving around the competition. Since the first 10 preliminary rounds garnered such a huge crowd, the Academy specifically segregated an area for participants to practice and battle. The moment Yao Si set her eyes on the grounds, she couldn't help feeling proud about her academy. It was showing off extravagance that comes with wealth. Your Highness, these are the top 3 candidates from our academy. Gu Shuchen pointed toward 3 bashful youths before continuing. They are also the candidates representing our academy in the Academy Cup robot competition. Hello. She stretched out her arm for them to take. Great work so far, and good luck in the competition. Their eyes lit up and willed with enthusiasm, but they remained cautious as they shook her hand. President, don't worry, we will do our best. That's right, President, we will definitely get first place. Everyone has a part to play for our academy's glory. The youngsters were indeed hot-blooded. Just do your best. The rank isn't important. They nodded in unison, then followed her into the ship that served as the competition grounds. The academy had actually chartered a private ship. Everything seemed unreal to Yao Si. Such extravagance wasn't fitting for a school, and looked more like it belonged to a conglomerate. Because of that, she wasn't the least bit surprised when she heard about the specialized battle planet which Zhou Feng Academy had arranged for the competition. Oh right, out of the 3 of them, who is the first for the preliminaries? Yao Si couldn't help asking Gu Shuchen after they entered the ship. No one was given first place yet, Gu Shuchen replied. Shouldn't there be a ranking among them? Yao Si stilled. Due to the unique nature of the prize, it's better to reveal it later as not to kill their fighting spirit, he replied seriously. Those that receive a better ranking in this upcoming competition will naturally become the champions of the preliminaries. This was a decision made by the committee. It does seem to make sense. 9 out of 10 of the participants were Mu Xian's crazy fans. If the first place was revealed straight away, those that didn't make it would definitely feel demoralized, and it would affect their performance during the competition. There are 350 academies participating in the competition, so we'll need a total of 3 days, Gu Shuchen explained. This time, the competition will be using real robots.
Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories and never miss out on a great listen.